Hello again. Welcome back to Breath of the Wild. I hope you're having a great morning, day, or evening wherever you are. We continue on with our journey, and Tears of the Kingdom being 2 days away from its release. I'm sure a lot of people will be playing it tomorrow already. Fairly certain that it probably will release in New Zealand, Australia around, let's see, what would that be? Today's Wednesday, Thursday, so that would be about 12 hours before it releases here, roundabout, or 11, something like that. So midday tomorrow, so in about 30 hours, roughly, I think, is when we'll see, people start playing it and where it would be allowed to stream it on Twitch as well. So, yeah. Obviously, I'm not going to look into that. I don't want to be spoiled on anything, so I'm going to play it for myself. But anyways, let's get this going. Hello and welcome back. Hi, how are you doing? Really excited to get into today because we are on the verge of doing our 4th Divine Beast and getting everything ready and set up for the 4 champions to weaken Ganon so that we can eventually face him. Let us continue with that. We left off in Goron City with a slightly burned Link, probably, seeing as I almost burned to death yesterday for quite a bit before getting the armor that is necessary to get in here. But now I have it, bought the 2 remaining pieces, so we should be all set up to go into the salamander, go into the volcano, and deal with this divine beast, which should be pretty fun to do. One thing that I wanted to start off with, though, is, first of all, food check. Yeah, I'm definitely missing some stuff. So these 2 elixirs, at this point, I might as well just sell. I don't really think that I still need it. Let me double check. I have, how many orbs do I have? 3. So in theory, if I could find another shrine, I'd maybe be able to get an additional heart. Let's see, there's still some stuff that we need to do anyways before we can enter that that divine beast. I was thinking of doing a very, very brief visit to Kakariko just to see what I would need in order to upgrade my armor now. You know what? Let's just do that. Where is it? Shouldn't be too bad. Let's very quickly go back to the fairy fountain. That might also give me the opportunity to catch a couple more fairies, because I think I churned through quite a few of them while trying to deal with that lava-covered big stone guy enemy. What are they called again? I don't fully remember. They have some sort of specific name. Yeah. Anyways, sorry by the way for the slightly later start than usual. I had to do some stuff, some IRL stuff that I needed to attend to. Also, it didn't exactly help that we had to go a bit longer yesterday after raid to sort of talk some things over, which hopefully maybe should help with our proc a little bit in the future. Because, yeah, the last 2 days weren't exactly great. That being said, patch 6.4 in 14 is also, just around the corner, so yeah, hopefully it's going to be fine. It's just a little bit unfortunate when you're kind of not exactly wasting your time, but it, there are definitely some things that I could have done in that time that probably would have helped me personally more than being stuck in Omega, but well, it is what it is. Okay, let's catch some fairies here. I really, since we talked about it yesterday, I'm really not quite sure how many of these fairies you can have. Because in theory, couldn't you just... Especially once you found all 4 fairy fountains, couldn't you just sort of circle around between them and catch as many as you want? I mean, there's 4 even here, right? Which honestly... you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, what if... So, we had some discussions already during the playthrough about, you know, certain systems in the game and how certain things just don't, you know, they aren't exactly completely, you know, thought through. There's a bunch of stuff in Breath of the Wild, unfortunately, that's, I guess, not up to par with the brilliantly designed open world. Okay, yeah, just as I expected, I cannot really... right. So it needs moblin horns and fireproof lizards. Okay, so the fireproof lizards shouldn't be too difficult to get. So I could upgrade 2 things twice. Yeah, let's do that real quick. The moblin horns... Or do I want to go for the quest first? I'm not entirely sure. Well, then again, you know what? Let's try to return to the southern mine. What's easier, here or there? It's almost equidistant, right? Let's probably do it from here. I think that would be quicker. It might be worth it to start with the quest, see where it leads or what I need to do first, and then maybe on the way we can pick up some fireproof lizards, because I really only want to have the upgrade, or I think we only really need the armor upgrade once I actually get into the salamander, right? It's kind of mostly for the boss fight, I want to say, that I want to have like a better armor, because I think the armor value right now is like 9, which is really, really low. So it would probably be a good idea to do at least one upgrade to it, to the entire set, I mean. So maybe we'll also find... If I see some moblins on the way, I think it might not be the worst idea to deal with one of them. But yeah, considering that we had already talked about some, I guess, shortcomings of Breath of the Wild, yeah, one of the not so well designed things in the game certainly is the way it treats food and the way you can use it. And that going back to the fairies as well, considering that you can just stack these up apparently and have almost an infinite amount of, you know, healing on death. Especially considering, I mean, yeah, these technically only heal for 5 hearts, but aside from the heart count, that is similar to, you know, the elephant's grace. But what the actual name? Wait, what's the actual name of it? Oh, it's just Mipha's grace. Okay, yeah. So just the name and then grace behind it. Yeah. With Mipha's grace only having 1 charge and sort of being built up as a, you know, a champion's power, some sort of divine power that you get, it kind of sucks that the fairies are almost the same thing, and just with not as many hearts, right? And when you then consider that you have more or less an infinite amount of food available to you as well, that you can use to heal up afterwards, right? After the fairy triggered, yeah, that sort of makes Mipha's grace not as great. And I wonder if they had gone with their more traditional bottle system, right, where you have a sort of limited amount of stashes that you can use to carry stuff around in. It doesn't really need to follow the typical Zelda formula of having 4 bottles. I think that would have been too limiting for what this game is and how it's been designed, but I don't know. Just have some form of stash, some form of thing that you need to assign resources to that then can be utilized. I think that would have been a pretty good idea, instead of giving you so much more or less infinite space available here. Alright, dude. Are you like the chief of this place? Bluto. Drat! That blasted Rudania! With Rudania running wild recently, Death Mountain's eruptions have gotten real bad, and also very localized, as we saw yesterday. Do you see Rudania stomping around there on the mountain? They say that 100 years ago it actually used to protect our people from harm, but that was then, and this is now. Now all it does is mess up our mining operations. Just considered about business, are we? We're all suffering because it's stopping us from doing business. Can't tell you how many times we've used the cannon to chase off that fiend. But it always comes back. Oh boy, that didn't sound right. Youch. Ow, 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 ow. Are you okay? What's going on? Just some back pain. Would maybe if somebody checked that out, honestly. Hey, who are you? I like how he just goes off on a rant, right? Oh, this damned beast. And then, wait, who are you again? Why are you here? Why am I even talking to you? I see. So then you came all this way to pay your respects to me. I like you already, brother. Well, my name's Bluto. I'm the Grey Goron boss, who's fearsome enough to slice a crying child, or to make a silenced child cry, either way. What? I'm not entirely certain that being fearsome would silence a crying child. Yeah. Yes, it is none other than I, Bluto. I was planning to drive off Rudania like I always do, but then this blasted pain in my back fled up out of nowhere. I blasted Yunobo. When will he return? Who the heck's Yunobo? It's a young Goron who helps me drive off Rudania. He went to grab some painkillers for my back from the abandoned North Mine, but he hasn't come back. Okay, first of all, there's painkillers in this world? Second of all, why would they be in the abandoned North Mine? I guess we'll find out. Slacker. Bet he's off somewhere wasting time. Hey, if you happen to see Yunobo, well, let him know I'm looking for him. Sure can do. Ouch. That really didn't sound good. Okay, so we got the quest. Now let me make a very brief and quick run back to the, Nope, not staying it in right now. Let's do a quick run back to the... Is it the southern mine? It is, right? Yeah, southern mine. Hey, buddy. Can I just jump off here, or is that not a great idea? Kinda, maybe? Just wanted to avoid the volcano spitting flaming stones at me again. Well, maybe there's a moblin over there. I don't know. Typically, there's bokoblins on those things. Oh, yeah. Let's just grab as many fireproof lizards as I can. Oh, there's 3 chests over there. Actually, that's a moblin, right? Ooh, yeah, there's a bunch of them. Whoa. What the hell is this camp? Like, seriously. Let's do that. Nope. That's the... I like how he didn't even see me. What is the other one doing? Why did he have something burning in his hand? Oops. Oh, he's shooting. Shooting an arrow at me. Nope. I don't want... I don't want him to fall down is the problem. Let's see. Yeah, I should probably get rid of some... Like, usually I would go for the trident, but that actually has some more durability. than what I need right now. Claymore. Let's actually go for the Lionel Crusher. Oh, I hit the other guy too. Okay. That's him dealt with. Nice. We also got a horn. Shit. That's not what I wanted. Fuck. The two-handed weapons all kind of, they make them fly away, right? Steel Lizzlebow. Wielded by Lizalfos, who are expert marksmen. Did they just give the Moblin, like, gift it to him or something? Oh, wait. Did I... Huh. I did not know that I had... Oh, that's... I think yesterday I accidentally... I used a wooden bow, right? In the vicinity. Nope. Man, that kind of sucks if you want to collect their materials, right? You can pretty much only ever do one strike. Can I maybe do this? Oh yeah, that kind of works too. Nope. No! Link! Oh, God, I hate the Ragdoll so much! Okay. That's you guys down here. Let's just run back up. Thankfully, this thing has... Whoa. What you doing? Don't burn me. Thankfully, this thing has an actual staircase. Because they not always do that. They don't always have that. Might as well... This stuff actually heals for a bit. No, might as well use this maybe. He's gonna... Yeah, that was pretty good. I thought he would fall off. Okay, what am I using next? Man, why is this so difficult to decide on sometimes? You know what? Let's just continue with this thing. Okay, there we go. That, I think, at least gave me another horn. Why are you standing here? Ooh, that's the shield gone. This is seriously not that easy if you want to make sure that they don't fall down. Might be worth to take that with me, actually. Let's see. Let's drop... You know what? Might as well drop this thing. And pick up the sledgehammer too. Let's see. Anybody up here? I like how the music's just continuing. Okay, the defensive boost kind of pointless right now, but... Might as well deal with the other Lizalfos down there, right? Oh, nice. Cobble Crusher. Long throw. Agora made two-handed weapon. It's made from thick, hard metal and has no cutting edge, so it relies on its sheer weight to crush. How can this come with a long throw effect? By the way, that kind of brings me to another point, right? That is what I would have liked to see, not necessarily more of, but rather that they did more with it. So it's kind of cool that after a certain point, you can get certain weapons that have additional effects to them. That's pretty awesome. The problem that I have with it, though, is, yeah, they're not really doing enough with it, right? Wait, what? Oh, he ran away. I was trying to shoot at him from, like, a distance. What the? I thought I had my shield up. Maybe he somehow still hit me? Well, now I'm overriding my boost again. What's this? Mighty Fish Skewer. Well... It's kind of a small boost anyways, right? Okay, seriously, you are annoying. Honestly, the arrows are kind of one of the, you know, more difficult things to deal with. Because they actually do a lot of damage. Or rather, a lot more damage than what you'd think they do. Well, it might also be because, well, I'm now wearing the weaker armor, right? I hadn't really considered that. And they have pretty good bows. Stop it. There we go. Holy hell. Okay, this was actually a bit more difficult than I thought. Let's see. Got a couple of really good bows out of it, though. 36. It's a bit sad that this is just straight up worse, right? Yeah. Still keep it, though. That should be fine. Technically, I could get another one, but I also don't want to double up too much on the same sort of weapon types. Okay, well, let's get back on the road. At least now I should have enough Moblin Horns to upgrade my entire armor set at least once. I don't exactly know what it needs next. Let's see, where are they? Talon, Moblin Horns. I have 8. So if they do in fact need more Moblin Horns after that for the second upgrade, then I won't be able to do that, but oh well. Might as well pick up the fireproof lizards. But seeing how much damage that one arrow just dealt to me, I think an armor upgrade might be a good idea. That being said, now that I'm thinking about it, it doesn't even help, right? Because my current armor value is what? 9. They were doing 36 damage with one shot. So even if I were to upgrade my armor to, let's say, 25, which would be probably what I'd get after a second upgrade, so even more than one, I would have still taken more damage than the amount of hearts that I currently have. So, unfortunately, yeah. It doesn't really help. Still want to do it, though. Lunar Waffles, hi. Yeah, 2 more days. Can't wait to finally get into Tears of the Kingdom. I honestly wouldn't have thought, like... Okay, so it was a while since I had played Breath of the Wild, yes, but at the same time, I, you know, I did not exactly frequently, but at least from time to time, I definitely saw other people playing through Breath of the Wild. I know some streamers that do like an almost annual replay of the game. And so, yeah, it's... I at least picked up some, you know, stuff, some remaining knowledge and refreshed my knowledge on it as well from time to time. And I still wouldn't have thought that I'd enjoy it this much. Like, coming back to it, it really shows you how cool this world is. And even with a couple of its shortcomings, it's still so wonderfully designed. And so I really, getting through it and playing through it myself again, I'm actually really, really glad that I did that. What the hell are you doing here? Awkward spot to choose for hanging out, but alright. Let's see. Okay, there's one more lizard over there. But yeah, I really cannot wait to see what they're doing with Tears of the Kingdom. And also, it's been a while since I actually... Because well, unless it's really, really important releases like this one, I tend to wait, right? Because sadly, a lot of games these days, you know, they're not exactly polished when they release. So a lot of the time, it's actually, you know, more worth it to just wait and wait for a couple of updates, potentially even sales on certain games. to also save on some money. Generally, if you don't really need to play a game right away, it's a much better idea to just wait for it, right? And wait for a sale or something. So most of the time I kind of do that. And honestly, the backlog of games that I still want to play is so huge that it also, well, it's almost not really worth it to buy new games, because I might as well just play 10 other ones that I still need to get to. But that being said, whenever there is like a really cool, really important release like this, it's just super exciting to get sort of swept up in the hype. Not even just for the game itself, but, you know, seeing so many other people on Twitch as well, you know, do replays of Breath of the Wild, constantly talking about, you know, lore, possible story implications for the sequel, and also just being excited that it releases in, well, 2 days now. It's just great to see. And I honestly, I was really looking forward to getting back into something like this. I guess I picked all the fairies up already. Unfortunate. Enhance away. Okay. So, I should be able to do one upgrade to each of them. Which, I guess if even the Lizalfos are running around with bows that do 36 damage now is not really gonna help me much, but it is what it is. Still better than having no upgrade at all. Okay, what do I need next? Moblin Fangs. Oh, I really should have picked up more fireproof lizards then. That's unfortunate. It's a good thing though that I have the Moblin Fangs already collected. I think I probably just wanna, while I'm doing the quest to get to the fire salamander, might as well look out for more fireproof lizards. Well, now it's at least 15 armor compared to 9 that it was before, so that's pretty good. And I guess the next upgrade would be 8. So I could get to 24, which still isn't exactly good, but it's not really bad either. Okay, which one makes more sense to upgrade? I almost want to say the boots. Because technically then I could swap out one piece for something else, not that I'm really planning on. But then again, upgrading the body piece just seems like the more logical decision to me. That also means that I only need 6 more fireproof lizards now though, so... Bye! Right. And while I'm here in Kakariko, might as well grab some more food. I desperately need to stock up on food. Let's see here. I'm honestly also just really low on sort of base ingredients to just do normal heals. So I don't know, can I just grab his pumpkins or would that be stealing? Of course it starts to rain. Ah well. Let's see. Swift carrot. Ah, there's swift carrots? I don't want to have movement speed. Okay, egg is for being sneaky. That actually doesn't really help. I forgot if there's... Is there like a good place for picking up hardy radishes or truffles? There probably is. I'm just not quite sure where that would have been. That also means that the carrot field in town would also only give me swift carrots though, right? So that's not exactly helpful either. Oh, you can just buy them. I didn't realize this was a shop. That's pretty cool. So I could go around buy some fortified pumpkins. Honestly, might not be the worst idea. It's not exactly cheap. But I'll take it. His laugh. And then one very, very quick thing that I can do too is actually finish up one side quest. Because I picked up flints earlier, and I remembered that there was the one Garuda woman who wanted to have 10 flint. Is it daytime or is it night? I didn't actually check. Because I wanted to test at the same time if this fireproof armor actually helps against desert heat. Which, yeah, I remember we had sort of a discussion about that, if that would make sense. Or if it wasn't going to make sense. Not exactly sure. If I run out into the desert, it doesn't help. Interesting. Huh. That's a very curious choice. And not exactly logical, though I would say that I can still get behind it. Let's see, where's the... Where are the trout? Oh, there. Just right next to it. Huh. That is a bit of a baffling decision. Not gonna lie. Wait, what's this? Okay. 10 pieces of flint. This was it. Okay. Sorry you keep coming here with nothing to show for the trip. Without flint, I can't make any accessories till the shop's closed. It would be a different story. Yeah, I have them. Here's some flint. Huh? Huh? What? You're just giving these to me? Well, you asked for them, didn't you? Don't you know about my quest log that I want to deal with? But I can't take this all from you with a Soxo. With a thank you, right? We hardly know each other, and you've been so nice. The shop's been closed so long, I hardly have any inventory. Oh, of course. Now that I have some flint, I could make a jeweled accessory for you if you're interested in something. Topaz? I think I have it. Support to grant electric resistance. Anything like no. Heat resistance. What do I currently need the most? Like, what do I not have? Because heat resistance is not fireproof resistance, as we just saw. But I have this outfit for the desert, which has heat resistance. So I think I actually want to get the first one. Cold resistance, yes. Because, in theory, that would allow me to wear the accessory, because I think that goes on your head, if I recall correctly, and the body piece, and that way I could venture out into the coldest mountains. At least I think I should be able to do that. Or not. Wait, these are body pieces? Are you serious? No, it says headpiece. Oh, never mind. It's always the same symbol. No, no, no. Ignore me. A headpiece made by Gerudo craft workers. It's set with a ruby, a gem that harnesses the power of fire to make cold climates more bearable. Thanks to you, I got the shop running again, so if you ever need an accessory, please come by for a special discount. Just don't tell my other customers, okay? Nice. Yeah, because this way I'm able to equip this and this, right? And that way I have double cold resistance, which is good. And I have heat resistance too. Ooh! Let's see. Hardy Durian. It offers immense restorative powers. Temporarily increase your maximum hearts. I should probably buy some of those. That's heat resistance, electricity. I take them all. Yes. Thank you. And can I sell some stuff to you? No? Yes? And Boris has finally been calmed. Yeah, that was me. You could give me a discount for that, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. It sounds like our chief and Patricia played a big part in the whole adventure, too. You know, I've actually been feeding Patricia my own fruit whenever I can. Oh, that was the sand seal, right? Now seems like the perfect time to kick off my new brand. Lawn's Fruit Stand. Patricia loves it. That's not a new brand. That's just a marketing ad thing. What do you think? That's not bad. Sounds pretty delicious, right? I gotta work hard to get this brand off the ground. Okay, let's see. What do I want to sell? Didn't we just pick up... Probably want to sell this thing. Anything else that would be worth it? I probably don't need that many Bokoblin fangs, to be entirely honest. But it's not exactly worth it to sell them right now. Maybe Choo-Choo Jelly too. You know what? Let's sell a bunch of these. Like 9 or something. And keep 10 around. I don't entirely remember why it says they contain the power of water. Maybe you need them for some later upgrades for water-based water-based armor sets or something. Well, anyways, I think that was a good purchase. I also think there should be a cooking pot somewhere in Goron City, right? I hope. I love how we're just changing right in front of them without a care in the world. Okay, yeah, there has to be a cooking station somewhere in Goron City. So now would definitely be a very, very good time to craft a bunch more food. At least some stuff for now, and some more stuff later on when I venture into the Salamander. I mean, thing is, if I'm careful with overriding the different buffs that I have, it kind of should be fine, right? Ahoy! Hi! How are you doing? Because I feel like if... Well, it would suck to override a really good attack or defense buff. But... still better to heal like that than not heal at all, right? Okay, let's see. Where do you guys keep your cooking station? Please tell me you have one. Does that count? I don't think so. Okay, he sells that stuff. I like that you can actually roast things here. Maybe they don't have one? Do I actually have to go back to the mines? Wait, why not for you? Does your Breath of the Wild not work? Or your emulator? You were going to emulate it, right? Okay, that's just the... Ah, there we go. That looks like a cooking pot. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, I probably don't really want to... If these increase my maximum hearts, let's just combine these with some salt. I have heard some people, yeah, I read a story yesterday that somebody was banned from Twitch, or at least got a temporary suspension because they were streaming essentially a reaction to SkillUp's video, right? So there have been a couple people on YouTube that got like, not exactly early access, but they were doing like early reviews. And obviously streamers have, you know, gone through that footage and talked about it and things, which in theory should be fine, but yeah, as you're saying, Nintendo's kind of going crazy with taking down anything that looks like Tears of the Kingdom, essentially. And apparently some people got strikes for that, where they were targeted even though they weren't playing the game, they were just watching footage that is officially available on YouTube. Right, but as always, there's probably some people just going through the directory and just hitting delete or, I don't know, ban on everybody that even looks like they're streaming Tears of the Kingdom, which is kind of ridiculous. I hate that it's like that. It's so dumb, right? As if that would be... Like, if people want to get spoiled, it's their own fault. It's not gonna make your sales worse or anything. It's such a dumb, but... You know, Japanese company, what are you going to do? Killer Whale, hi, welcome back. How are you doing? Oh yeah, wasn't there... I don't know, I definitely read that there was a massive leak, but I thought that was mostly just people getting their versions early, or... Oh, no, yeah, I guess... I guess some of the people who got their versions early probably already essentially like extracted all of the data and all of the code from the cartridge, right? And we're probably already working on tools for the emulators as well. Because I think was it the CMO developers? Somebody I definitely heard was already talking about pretty much making a version of Tears of the Kingdom available right from the start. That would allow you to play on an emulator. Because they obviously also have all the tech of their Breath of the Wild emulation available, so it probably wouldn't be too difficult to get that going right out of the... right from the get-go. And I've also seen some other bigger streamers saying that they might go and consider playing on an emulator instead of on the Switch, just because the performance isn't really that great on Switch, right? Which I can understand. Yeah, I mean, it's totally valid for Nintendo to take that down. It's their code, right? It's their game, so I understand. But, well, if they're gonna do that, then please only take down the stuff that you're actually allowed to take down, and not, you know, people that are just watching footage that is available on YouTube, or was made available on YouTube through Nintendo, right? That's kind of ridiculous, but... Yeah, pretty much as soon as somebody gets the game. And apparently there were some copies sent out really, really early. Which, I mentioned that yesterday. I'm pretty sure if I really wanted to, I could get Tears of the Kingdom right now. I'm very, very certain, as it always happens, that there has to be a shop somewhere here in the vicinity that is already selling the game. Not really going out of my way to get it, though, since I still need to play through Breath of the Wild before the sequel releases. But it is, yeah, somewhat of a thing. Okay, so these only ever show 3 attack upgrades, which leads me to believe that all I need to do is essentially pick 3 of these bananas, right? And that should, in theory, already get me the maximum Maximum attack value? No. Okay, that's only 2. That's interesting. Huh. How's that getting calculated then? Okay, let's see. What are 4 doing? Okay, well, that was a crit. I don't know if the crit influenced the attack power upgrade there. It's a bit weird since you can hold 5, right? If it would be an even number, it would be easy to understand. But, yeah, I mean, legally you're allowed to dump your own cartridge and use that code to emulate it, right? You're allowed to do that, but obviously you're still not allowed to share that before the official release. Well, you're not allowed to share the code, period. That's just for personal, essentially as a personal safe copy, backup copy, right? That's kind of the official legal reason why you're allowed to do it. Well, honestly, going back to Breath of the Wild made me realize how quickly you get adapted to that stuff. Like, I'm switching back and forth currently between 14, playing 14 essentially almost in dynamic 4K on PS5 in 60 frames versus the sub 720p 30 and sometimes only 20 frames of the Wii U, right? Which is also a pretty stark contrast. But once you're actually within the game, you almost don't really notice it, especially if you're just walking around like this. One thing that they definitely made sure of is that the game is actually pretty... Okay, well optimized is maybe not the right way of putting it, but it's like the way the graphics are designed pretty much take into account all the limitations and shortcomings of the Switch and the Wii U, right? So it still works really, really well. And it's also, it's not only impressive to see, but it's also super interesting to me how they're able to pull off the look of the game, because they're kind of incorporating those technical limitations into its graphical style, which I find actually pretty neat. It's really cool from a development standpoint, I guess. So I don't really mind it. And I think, you know, if you had this version running like side by side, you know, have it emulated on one screen with, you know, 120 FPS, 4K resolution, and have the Switch version right next to it, it would probably look pretty horrible. But yeah, once you play it, if you don't have a side-by-side comparison, it's... At least I really don't notice it anymore. Ooh, that's a big rock. Holy shit, that broke my sheet right away. Did not expect that. Can I pick you up? Haha. I thought for a second he wasn't going to come out again because he noticed that I dropped the bomb right next to him, but nope. Well, Nintendo, I don't know, is Nintendo really that strict? I mean, they're only going crazy right now because they don't want Tears of the Kingdom to be, or footage to be shown early, right? But usually they're completely fine, or at least on Twitch, they're pretty fine with emulating stuff. Like, I've seen a ton of streamers playing emulated, so that's usually not a big problem. I mean, yeah, the fan-made stuff kind of sucks sometimes, but... well, it's a bit of a disconnect sometimes with, especially with Japanese companies where they're Western divisions. They pretty much allow everything, whereas the Japanese sort of Japanese CEOs or parts of the company that watch over those legal things, they don't really want that to happen, but it's sort of a weird mix. But you can get away with a lot if you, I guess, know how to do it, I think. Yeah, it's also, I mean, the graphical style doesn't really need, that's the neat thing, right? The graphical style that they went with doesn't really need super high resolutions or frame rates. It's kind of fine. Sometimes it sucks when the frame rate really drops during an encounter, because there's a lot of input lag going on in that moment. That's the only issue that I have with it. But beyond that, it's kind of fine. You know. Yeah, upon release, I mean, they probably also don't really want to lose faith, or not lose faith, lose face, if people are able to emulate it pretty much right away and it just looks straight up better than on their own console. Nintendo's probably not going to like that, right? That kind of, yeah, that's not exactly the best look, but yeah, it is what it is. That being said, well, I wonder how it's going to run on Switch. According to the preview footage that people showed, it has, well, a fair bit amount of frame drops as well. 30 frames would be fine. If it drops down to 20, that's not exactly great. But yeah, since it wasn't really a big issue with Breath of the Wild, I don't really think it's going to be an issue on this with Tears of the Kingdom either. At least for me, it's not going to detract from my enjoyment with the game. Yeesh, what's going on today? So many people out and about. You should know it gets much hotter past here. There are also lots of monsters. It's really dangerous. You know about Yunobo? Why is a stranger like you asking about Yunobo? Boss wants to know. Oh yeah, that sounds really sophisticated, Link. Boss does? Well, then I guess I better tell you where Yunobo is. Where Yunobo? Why is he always drawing out words like that? Yeah, spoilers. And they're probably going to be somewhat difficult to avoid going forward, but, well, I'm not too worried. I've never really been spoiled on stuff, honestly. You know, you just need to control your own curiosity for the most part. If you don't click on anything that says Tears of the Kingdom, you're also not going to get recommended stuff that says Tears of the Kingdom spoilers, so, yeah. Yunobo went to the vault to fetch some painkillers, but now that you mention it, I suppose he never came back. Why do they have a vault with painkillers? I guess it's a frequent problem that they get back pain. Poor Gorons. You'd think with their body structure, they'd be sort of immune to that kind of pain, but apparently not. This place is dangerous, so you probably shouldn't go looking for him. So, do I need something else? Nah, not really. Goodbye. Alright. Death Mountain marker number 6. Abandoned North Mine. Heat level 2. No unauthorized access. Okay, we should be fine with our clothes. The big question now just is how the hell do I get over there? I don't remember. Can you shoot yourself with the cannons? Or is that just a... Hey, stop that! That's boss's cannon. Don't you dare touch that lever. Wait, why not? I want to shoot the Lizalthos. Also, isn't the lever just to turn it? Or is that to... I thought there was a way to turn it around. Ow. Drop. Well, that doesn't really help. Oh, wait, no, it does. I completely forgot that it sort of auto-loads with projectiles. That's pretty neat. I guess he doesn't really mind me actually using it. Okay, let's... is there something I can kill over there? Not really. Where the heck do I want to go? So the minecart leads over there. Wasn't there a shrine? It might be worth traveling to. That's the vault. I could just fly over, right? In theory. I mean, there's a bunch of cannons. What you doing, Link? There you go. That makes it easier. Okay. Whoa! Or not. Shit. Stop it, guys. Nope. That's not the cannon. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Seriously, what do Lizalfos need painkillers for? Boom. Okay, that's you two gone. That was way too close for comfort. Okay, turning this one isn't really helping much, huh? Where's my hammer? I like the music. Dum, dum, dum. Okay, can I deal with you guys? And might be difficult to do from here, right? Oh yeah, I hit him. Oh. How are these guys still seeing me? Okay, there we go. Number one gone. Okay, kind of want to try hitting his head, but it's really not that easy to target over this distance. Ooh. At least he doesn't really move out of the way. Sometimes you get enemies that are really, really annoying. When they see arrows coming, they actually just move away. Although I don't know if that's a thing in this game. Definitely some others, okay. Those two guys dealt with. Shouldn't there have been a cannon that would allow me to shoot at them too? Oh, the others are still... that's where I need to go. Let's see. I think I should be able to just deal with him normally. There we go. Anything in here that I might want to grab? Treasure chest. Hey, buddy. Oh, I hate that they can shoot arrows that quickly. What? Where was my... Oh, oops. I'm using the hammer. I was gonna say... shouldn't that... you know what? Why bother? It means I lost some durability on the hammer. Not exactly what I wanted to do, but still fine. Okay. Would the ice arrows come in handy here? Are these Lizalfos weak to ice? Kind of assume so, since they are fire-based. Or is it already... Oh, I guess I'm kind of close to the shrine. Let's see here. What's going on? Somebody trapped? Oh. Oh. I need to shoot a cannon, right? Probably that one? I feel like I should still be able to destroy that myself. They must have developed some seriously good explosives here. Or I guess they are miners, right? There we go. Oh. Huh. Sneaky. So you need to hit it and... There we go. For some reason, I hadn't really considered just using the cannon or using my bomb while the cannon was turning, but... I guess now it works. I like that he's using the divine power that we'll be getting later on. His cool shield. What's going on, buddy? I'm here to help.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. What am I gonna do? Monsters! They're here! They found me! Help!
Calm down.
Huh?
Noble. I hadn't realized that he was so young. Definitely didn't remember that. The voice is a bit... not weird. I want to say it doesn't really fit a Goron, but maybe that's just me. I don't know. Since we're getting a new hammer, I guess we'll pick it up. So we're blowing off the stones that trapped him inside of here, right? Coming in and then just opening treasures. At first, without a second glance at him. Now that I've gotten a good look... Whoa, it's a Hylian. Were you the one who broke through that crack to rescue me, Goro? Thanks, brother. Well, what brought you all the way out here to begin with? I'm looking for you. You know, but... Oh, so that's it. Boss told you to come find me. Oh, thank goodness. In any case, I sure am glad you saved me, Goro. Name's Junobo. Everyone calls me Junobo. Makes sense, Goro. I was gonna say, yeah, that checks out. I guess that works. We came to get some painkillers for boss, but a magma bomb caused a rock slide sealing the entrance, Goro. Oh, a magma bomb from the volcano. I was gonna say, isn't he sort of on top of a mountain? How did anything else get here? But yeah, sure, from the volcano it got shot over here. Oh, by the way, how do you break those rocks at the entrance, Goro? The cannon. Huh? You used boss's cannon? Cannons. There's multiple of them. That thing is so difficult to use. I thought only boss could handle it. Now that he's bringing it up, how are they using it? Because I'm having to put my Sheikah Slate bombs into it to use it. I guess they must have some smaller explosives too, that they can roll into the cannons to use them and shoot them. Oops, I nearly forgot. This isn't the time to chat. I need to deliver these painkillers as soon as possible. Sorry. Oh, I've got to run. But do come by and see the boss later, okay? He may be gruff, but he always repays a favor. I'm sure there's a reward in it for you. Okay then. Goodbye for now, Goro. Yeah. Bye-bye. Oh, no. You know what I just remembered about? I just remembered what you need to do in order to gain access to the salamander. You have to do an escort quest with Junobo, I'm pretty sure, where he's not allowed to be hit by anything. And you kind of have to steer him away from stuff, I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm sure it's gonna be fine. I don't think it was too complicated. Wasn't exactly a long section, but I remember it, well, not exactly being fun. I mean, I don't know why games insist on doing...
is now ready.
Well, thanks for the info. I don't know why games are insisting on doing escort quests, honestly. Okay, should be able to just fly over to the shrine, hopefully. Hopefully. Ooh, that's actually going to be a close one. Shoot. Barely. Oh, that worked. Oh, come on. That's perfect, though. That gives me a 4th orb, so I can grab another heart piece, which will definitely come in handy. Also, I kind of forgot about the fireproof lizards, if I'm totally honest. Well, I was also shot at by multiple Lizalfos and their burning arrows. So not exactly the right time to look for fireproof lizards. Do I want to head back to the mine then to get them, or... Well, might as well deal with the quest first, and then once we actually get the step where we need to approach a volcano, I can still... I need to craft more food anyways. Blue flame. I think I somewhat remember this, right? I think this was one of the shrines where you kind of need to carry the blue flame with you. That was not scary at all. Right. So we need to turn these things on. Can I move it while I'm standing on it? No. Guess I need to shift it. Oh, you know what could work? Never mind. Let's pull this one over first. At least we do get a torch. Might as well get rid of this one. It's very weak anyways. Pick up the torch. Can I do that from here? Yes, nice. Another... Seriously? In the past, the King of Hyrule presented this bow to only the most talented archers in the land. Its combat capabilities are as impressive as its extravagant design. And my inventory's full. Well... I should probably drop this. Let's drop this first. Open the chest. Yeah, you go do that. But as always, thanks for chatting. And have a lot of fun with Breath of the Wild. It honestly is like such an incredible experience. Would have never guessed that I could like it so much again. And it is a really, really good warm-up for Tears of the Kingdom. Especially considering, you know, that you're getting kind of a refresh on not only characters, but a bunch of like in-game lore and things. Oh, yeah, that is something that I definitely need to do at some point in the future. I just hate that I cannot connect my my 3DS to my screen. That would be perfect, but unfortunately I cannot. Okay, that works. Ooh, it actually turns off the water flow. That is very nice. Well, so now what? Oh, wait, can I? That would be difficult to do, but it might work. I don't know if this counts, actually. It does! Yeah, that's a... Oh, gold Lionel, yeah. I had to definitely refresh my muscle memory too when I was facing my first Lionel. It's kind of fine once you get going again, but yeah. Biggest problem is always that they just pretty much one-shot you with everything they're doing. Yeah, that didn't really pan out the way I wanted it to. I was a bit slow on that. Whoopsie. Lionel fights are really, really fun though. Sadly, they also make you realize how the other boss fights aren't exactly that great in their design. They're not bad, but not really great either. Oh, yeah, I should probably stop hitting you guys with a torch. Ancient Spring. At least it's very good on a second playthrough. You just don't really care about destroying these weapons. I mean, I also know that I can just get additional ones anyways, and can recraft them, but I don't know. Feels kind of freeing, honestly. Nice. A giant ancient core. That's the first one I got. A giant energy crystal made using lost ancient technology. Cores this large are an extremely rare find. A researcher would probably know how to use this. Yeah. A researcher we might still talk to eventually. But... shit. I mean, I have the Stone Smasher, so technically I don't really need the Iron Hammer. I really need to use the Thunderblade more, honestly. I would love to pick up the... Let's see, maybe I can come back to it at the very end of the shrine, once I'm done with the torch. Because I don't want to keep carrying that around. There we go. I don't know, the small riddles in the shrines are... they're nice, I just wish they were more complex, right? I think they were too focused on making them making them take a certain amount of time without really considering how interesting the puzzles would be. I really, really love the concept. I think well, it can go either way with the shrines. So you can keep them very, very short and sweet, but also add, you know, way more complex dungeons. For example, the Divine Beasts. That would have been fine. The issue is either they needed to make the Divine Beasts more interesting and make them into bigger and more extensive dungeons that actually build on the different riddles that they introduce, or alternatively, they should have made the individual shrines either take longer or just, you know, make them more complex. Either way, at least one of the two, and they sadly didn't really do that, so... yeah, that's not cheeky at all. Oh, right, I can... wait, can I? Oh, yeah, I can. Or not. Yeah, it's a bit annoying to pull off. Bombs can't really do that, right? It would be too easy. I'm pretty sure you do need to circle, right? Because usually you just need to hold and he's doing the spin attack, but he's not doing that with the torch because he has the weird, like, lean down animation. Yeah, you cannot charge the spin with the torch. Unfortunately. And this is really finicky to do. Unless you need to press another button for some reason, but I don't think so. Technically, the spin shouldn't even work here, even though I think it's meant to be the solution, because it's, like, his radius doesn't really work. Why is that so annoying to get off? That's really weird. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the animation, technically I shouldn't be able to do this, right? Because the animation is showing that it's not actually hitting both. If I'm standing exactly between the two. Pretty sure I needed to do something else here. I still want to try it at least once. Why is this so weird to do? Seriously, Link, do your spin thing. Come on, you can do it. It's so weird. What's going on? He's like weirdly charging forward, isn't he? Wait a second, if I run. Yeah, I don't have enough reach to do both of them at the same time. That's such a... Yeah, that doesn't work. I thought that was the solution here. Kind of remembered that being a thing. Let's see. Read. Oh. Well, that sucks. That shouldn't be a thing. Why can you stasis these? That doesn't make sense. Honestly, some of these riddles with the runes definitely deserved like a second look. Or, I think the game is actually way too stingy about allowing you to use the runes on certain elements. I mean, with the magnesis thing, it makes sense, since that is technically only usable on metal objects. Although even there, I think that it should be... Like, you should be able to pretty much target anything that even slightly resembles metal with it. Yeah, this is not good puzzle design. It's sort of the same as the thing that I encountered in the elephant yesterday, where there was the waterfall. Oh, I should probably... Oh no, never mind. It doesn't even turn on again. It's kind of as bad as the waterfall that I encountered yesterday in the elephant, where essentially it was like exactly the square of the ice pillar you can create, and well, either you get lucky and look at it and realize, oh, I can put an ice pillar in there to stop the water flow, or you don't see that. And I mean, this is not a puzzle, right? This is kind of a, oh, seek the solution, seek the one thing that you can interact with, instead of thinking about, okay, how can I cleverly solve this in a way that would allow me to... So if this was utilized in a more complex way, right? And also taught to you that for some reason you can stasis these versus other things. It would have been cool to have a solution that would require you to do multiple things at once. So stasis one, shoot an arrow through the other, you know, in some way or fashion, make it so that multiple different puzzle elements combine to, well, create a puzzle instead of just, oh, you know, look for the solution. It's pretty unfortunate, yeah. How's it going? An arrow? Yeah, I was thinking about an arrow at first. Arrow would have been pretty cool if an arrow would have worked. But the problem is, this is the only one that keeps burning. And there's no way to shoot an arrow at both at the same time. At least I don't think so, or I wouldn't have known how to do that. Which is kind of another problem here, right? I don't know. Would there have been another actual solution without just sort of cheesing it with stasis, if you will? I don't really see one. I think the, you know, using your torch with the whirlwind thing, like this. Oh, wait, if I can, this one. That would have been a puzzle. Then I would have counted it as a puzzle. But this kind of wasn't. It's a bit unfortunate. Unless I'm missing another possible solution to this. There might have been another one that you could have used. Maybe... Well, there's some things where you can kind of maybe... With a little bit of luck, you'd be able to brute force it. If I had picked up the large metal spiked ball, maybe I could have placed it in front of the water to stop the flow, but I think it's a bit too close to make that work. I don't know. You can light the arrow on fire. Yeah, that's actually what you have to do with one of the early... Well, not have to do. I'm sure there's multiple solutions there as well, but... the first torch that you're lighting in this, or it was the second one, you actually shoot an arrow through one of the torches to the second one. Which doesn't entirely work either, because technically the way the arrow flows, it's not really hitting the torch, but rather it's space. So it's a bit weird as well. And I think this requires an arrow too. Yeah, this pretty much has the idea of, okay, you shoot an arrow here and hit both at the same time. Which is pretty cool. Like, this is a very cool puzzle compared to the other one. Whirlwind, actually, that's a good point with the long wooden stick. I can see that working. If the whole stick's on fire, although it does burn up really quickly, so you would have had to be lucky to have that with you. Probably multiple of them, right? If one try fails, so yeah. That would have been really odd. They could have placed the long wooden stick in one of the chests over there. That would have been really, really fun. Because then you can also charge the whirlwind, right? Because the wooden stick counts as an actual weapon versus the torch. Yeah, that would have been really cool. I'm not ignoring hints. I don't want to have hints. That's why I'm ignoring them. I don't count hints in chat. If I cannot solve it myself, I'm not going to solve it. I would have rather walked out of here without solving it if I cannot do it myself than take a hint from chat. I mean, when I was playing Outer Wilds, I literally stood there, you know, after 13 hours of stream for 2 hours in front of a bridge. Because I couldn't come up with the idea of dying in front of a campfire. Yeah, it was a whole thing. It was really fun, though. Man, Outer Wilds was great. Outer Wilds is, well, one of the best video games ever made. And arguably a lot better than Breath of the Wild. Sorry, I have to say that. Breath of the Wild has awesome world design, but Outer Wilds is... Well, Outer Wilds is just on a completely different level, right? Yeah, the... Oh! Wait, you're right, Pothog. I completely forgot about that. No, you're actually right. That would have been a solution, wouldn't it? Oh, I didn't even really think... I didn't really understand what you were saying at first. You mean... Yeah, that actually does work. Because you can walk around with it. Huh. That's nice. yeah, that was really, really cool from people that they didn't spoil that for me. It's just so cool to actually be able to come up with that yourself. Especially since, you know, I mean, you always know that you're very, very close to it, right? So it's not like if you're missing a solution entirely, right? So if you're completely blank on what you're supposed to do and you have absolutely no idea, that's a different story. But that is very, very rare. And typically only happens when puzzles are truly badly designed to the point where they don't even point you in the right direction. And it's a complete luck to find the solution, right? But that wasn't the case with Outer Wilds, and it wasn't really the case here either, right? Because, well, you know you're really, really close to the solution. You just need to tweak your line of thinking a little bit to come up with it. And it's really awesome when you then finally make or take the leap. Really? Yeah, that... Honestly, that would be really fun, finding that out as an Easter egg, right? That's the freak... that's the beauty about Outer Wilds, right? Man! Yeah, imagine how many people there probably were that, for some weird reason, just died next to the campfire, and then suddenly they woke up in the ghost world and went, what the fuck? And imagine, that could even happen to you. Like, in theory, there would probably be people who discover the ghost world or the simulated reality through that, right? So they wouldn't have known about it beforehand, and for some reason accidentally died in proximity to the campfire. And then suddenly wake up in that world. Like, honestly, there was probably at least one person in the world who most likely thought that the only way to enter that world is to die, right? I can see that happening. Because, like, why wouldn't you think that, right? If that's the first time you enter that world through dying? Well, I guess later on the game eventually does tell you about it, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it does. So at some point, I guess you'd realize, oh wait, there's an easier way in here. But I can see that happening so much. That would have been so cool to see that from a person doing a playthrough and thinking the entire time that they have to die in order to enter the world. Yeah, it's so that's the thing, right? With you're so close to the solution, and then suddenly it clicks, and bam! For the longest time, thought it was the only way to get in there. And all the alarm bells, yeah, because you'd go in there, and you'd just not be they would be a non-issue for you. I wonder what you'd think then. That would be so weird, right? Seeing the alarm go off, but it being completely silent, and it's also not doing anything, right? Because it doesn't wake you up, so you can literally just walk through it. Oh yeah, with the glitches as well. Imagine accidentally jumping off in the ghost world while you're transitioning between areas and suddenly landing on the lower one, and you completely freak out. And did I break the game? What the hell is happening? Oh, that is... It's so insane. It is really cool, though. So now it makes me wish that these things actually were not stasisable. Is that a word? Being able to use stasis on them? I almost wish that wouldn't be a thing, because then I would have had to think about, you know, lighting my arrow on fire like this, and then, you know, because that would have worked, right? I could have shot them through here and turn them on. It's really cool that they give you multiple solutions. I'm warming up to this puzzle now. That's pretty awesome. I just wish that the stasis solution wasn't as simple as it was, I think. Yeah. Well, anyways, let's shoot an arrow at the last ones. If you blow out the cannons, remove the platform, you just fall. Oh, that's so cool. It's insane to me to think about Well, I probably talked about that like a billion times during my Outer Wilds playthrough, but it's so insane to think about. Oh wait, they actually move in different rates. Do I need to target them? Guess I need to find the spot where they overlap. Thought it was about here. Oh, no, never mind. They have different timings each time. Yeah, that doesn't work. No! Ah, so close. Well, thankfully I do have enough arrows. There we go. Ooh, that was very close in front of the water. Oh, wait. Did I just get unlucky, or... Okay, yeah, so I could stasis one of them. I can stasis on one of the platforms too, but I could only do that for one, right? Can't really freeze it either. Really? Wait. That looked like it should have worked. Huh? It always looks like I'm hitting them correctly. That's so weird. Oh. Oh, yeah, I did get unlucky. Since... Okay, so the platforms stop once you light both flames. But I think because they stopped so close to the waterfall, it still extinguished the flame and they started moving again. Okay. And... Okay, let's grab the chest first. Can I still move back to the chest that had the flaming sword in it, though? Oh yeah, since the wind just stays on, that should work. Yeah, now that they've stopped, I can probably just use another arrow. For the one back there. Well, it counted. Okay, nice. I mean, might as well use the arrow technique again, right? Just move it through first. Although I could have stasis this too. Wait a second. No, I mean... Yeah, this has multiple solutions. Multiple solutions that work pretty well. You could stasis that one too. Now I'm really warming up to the idea of using stasis for all of them. Honestly, this shrine is definitely one of the better ones. It's really, really cool. And also has the proper length. I think this is what they all should be in terms of length. You know, how many puzzles does this have? Like 4? And actually do build on one another and allow for different solutions too. That's pretty cool. I can live with one in the middle not being, you know, super interesting. Because the others are pretty good. Ooh. Okay, almost fell off there. Forest Dweller Sword. Korix made the sword for Hylians. It's made of wood, so it isn't the best choice for head-on attacks. Its original intent was likely clearing vines to forge paths through the forest. And of course my inventory is full. Oh, you actually do need the whirlwind at the very end though. That's neat. Honestly, let's not take the wooden sword. I don't really need it. Oh, I just realized I could have just burned them to death. Eh, well. So many weapons available here. I still have a very good axe available. Yeah. Guess these weapons are just gonna keep lying on the ground then. I guess my thinking just was a little bit ahead. I tried the whirlwind solution too early. Man, why do the shrines have so much difference when it comes to quality? I don't know. Feels especially strange considering that it's not really... So it would have made sense if maybe some of the shrines that were in earlier zones or something were... Okay, white, but isn't it? Shouldn't this ignite it? Oh, well, whatever. Oops. Tried to sprint. Yeah, if the difficulty of the shrines would be, I don't know, based on where you can find the individual shrines. Although I can see that not really making that much sense considering that the game is so open. It'd probably be really, really difficult to figure out at what point certain people would, you know, approach certain areas. Okay. Now back to trying to actually do the whirlwind attack. Oh, that's not it. The one thing that makes this really finicky is that Link always, when the whirlwind starts, you're kind of moving forward, right? He has that weird forward momentum of... Oh, come on. Sort of sliding a little bit. So you need to take that into account while also... I don't know what it is. Usually I'm not that bad at doing the forward movement. Oh, come on. Well, of course now he's doing it on the spot. This is annoying. I don't know if it's... Maybe it's a little bit difficult to pull... Seriously. Maybe it's more difficult pulling it off since... That should have counted. Since you're having the giant gamepad in your hands. And so doing that round swing movement is a bit more annoying. Really? Okay. So standing here already misses that one. That's very, very finicky. Oh, come on. Makes me wish I had the cool, what were they called? There we go. The 3 optional items you were able to gather. Dean's Diamond? Those things, right? The diamonds that all had different effects. So one had a big shield that you could do. Wait, this is the end though, right? Before I'm throwing away my torch? It is, yeah. Those were really, really awesome to use. And there are a couple of puzzles in Ocarina of Time as well, where you have to light multiple torches at the same time. And there is one of the diamonds that more or less creates a giant flame around you, and you can use it to kind of cheese through those puzzles, right? Which is pretty cool considering that it is an optional item, and obviously you need to do... Well, I don't remember what exactly, but you need to do something in order to acquire it. And as a, I guess, as a treat, at the end, you then get the ability to just light up multiple things in your vicinity on fire really, really quickly. Yeah, it works. Yeah, I don't know why I'm having trouble pulling off the thing with the torch. I don't know if it's the gamepad just being somewhat weird. I mean, for the most part, it's not, though. Honestly, having... with... When was the last time I used my Wii U? When did the HD remakes of the other Zelda games release? Was that after Breath of the Wild or before? I think Wind Waker HD definitely was before. Yeah. Because that was when I bought the Wii U. That was when Wind Waker HD released. I bought a Wii U to play it. Twilight Princess HD I'm not too sure about. The randomizers are pretty cool, yeah. I'm just... I always... I don't know. I should probably set up my emulation stuff as well at some point. I cannot be bothered really doing that. Honestly, over time, I really came to appreciate the ease of use of consoles, right? So I don't want to have to bother with weird bugs and bug fixing all the time. I already have to do that for other things, so I'm still shying away to have to do that in my free time too with games, but it is pretty cool. I wish more developers would actually start including randomizers, or at least, you know, some of those elements into their games as sort of an optional thing that you can unlock once you play through them. Yeah. Would be really fun, I think. Wait, you can do it on Wii? If you... But only if you install custom firmware, I'd imagine, right? Or can you just do that sort of on your own? Now for the fun part. I love this. Big fan of trains, by the way. So this is probably one of the most fun things you can do in this game. Let's maybe not do too much. Come on, you can do it! Come on! There we go. Barely managed to do it. Oh, can I stasis it again while I'm on it? I can. Oh, perfect. Bomb. Alright, that should be enough to get me all the way back to the village. Try and pass out now. Hope you're sleeping well. I don't know how they usually power it. I guess bomb powered would work, yeah. I mean, the Gorons certainly don't have stasis available to them, right? I'm slightly afraid of making it jump off the tracks if I hit it too much, but I guess it's kind of built for this. It's very squeaky though, isn't it? Probably don't want to live near a train track of these things. Actually, you need to hit it quite a bit to get to where you want to go. Okay, yeah, you can run custom software on Wii. Yeah, that's pretty cool too. Although, I mean, it's kind of the same thing as the as using emulators, right? You'd still have to get the software. You probably have to do some finicky stuff with, I don't know, USB drives and things. I don't think I've actually ever cracked a console myself. I had a lot of friends who did it, so sometimes I would go over and, you know, play certain things on their end. I never really bothered with that myself. Well, also, I mean, I guess at least ever since the PlayStation 3, I am playing online quite frequently too, so yeah, it would suck to not be able to play online. Was there a cage in front of it to trigger the movement? I guess I must have missed that. I mean, that would have been kind of fun too. Not exactly a safe travel method, but then again, I mean, you're literally taking a small train minecart thing sort of a couple feet above lava, so it probably doesn't exactly count as the safest travel method either way. Yeah, the floating trick. I think it's easiest to do with the minecarts, because they kind of sort of lock onto each other, right, if you place them above the other one. And in theory, I think it works with all objects that are magnetic, so with all metal objects, but you have to, because the game doesn't allow you to hit a metal object with magnesis if you're standing on top of that specific object, right? So you kind of need another object in between. But so obviously the difficult part is that you need to hit the second object with magnesis without the other object falling off of it, right? Which is especially tricky to do if you want to fly through the air with it. But especially with the minecarts, it's apparently not that difficult to do, which is really, really fun. I think it's also, you can just stack them quite easily, right? If you, wait, let me actually try and do that. I think I've seen, I don't know if you know Peef, streamer, also huge, FromSoft game fan, and really, really good at their PvP. And I think he was doing a Master Mode playthrough of Breath of the Wild before Tears of the Kingdom releases, and he's always using that technique. Yeah, because it's easier to do with the minecarts, I think, because they have the shape for it, but you're also able to make them levitate. Oops. Well, not like that. Because they're made out of metal. Let me see. I think you would have to do it like this, right? And then you jump into the top one. Okay. Let me do a cheeky save here, because I don't want to die and have to do something all over again. Although it should have auto-saved after the shrine, I guess. And then you can magnesis the lower one, but as you can see... yeah. I'm really not used to doing it. So it kind of works. I think you need to... You probably want to hit the bottom one in a specific way where it doesn't turn forward or backwards, right? You need to be careful not to turn it in a way where the other one falls off. How'd you do that, by the way? Wait, let me... Now I kind of want to pull it off at least once. Let's see. It's really fun, though, because Peef also decided, as always, like he is like that. He decided to do a Master Mode playthrough of Breath of the Wild without fast travel. So he kind of needs to rely on this technique to even get around. Which is pretty fun to watch because, well, as you can see, it's a bit finicky, so it tends to mess up sometimes. But since he's really fairly good at it, he's also able to, oh god, I really didn't realize it would be that finicky. Yeah, I actually don't really think that I can pull it off. Well, now I certainly can't. That's one gone. Never mind. I think I would have to train doing that quite a bit. But yeah, I saw him pull off so he was essentially flying through the air with both carts, like really, really high up, right? And then he was jumping off of them pulling out an arrow, shooting one of the flying guardian pieces, right, that have the searchlight, because he wanted to get to a tower, I think, and landing on the minecarts, doing magnesis again, and actually pulled it off without falling off. I think he fell off afterwards, though, for a different reason, but he loves saying finicky. It actually is it's a really fun word to say, not gonna lie. Finicky is it's one of those words where the pronunciation already seems to be very closely connected to the meaning of the word, right? It's finicky. It's funny and, well, kind of difficult to pull off. Don't know. Yeah, the early days with the speedrun strats as well. You can also, one of the other fun parts, I think, is with the logs, right? You can stasis. Well, it works with a lot of objects, I think, but mostly people were using wooden logs. So cut down a tree, stasis the tree, hit it a bunch of times, and then just jump on it right when it flies off. And if you do it correctly, it just pushes Link forward and lunges you like a kilometer across the map, right? Which is also really fun to do, but tricky as well, since if you do it wrong, it can hit you and just straight up kill you. Or if you're not targeting carefully, you might just hit a wall or a mountain. Although you can paraglide after it too. Yeah, it might have been P. Harris. I think he's got a lot of clips from the past month doing that thing with the minecarts. Because obviously the funniest stuff always happens while he's floating around somewhere, right? It's actually been a while. I did catch some speedruns earlier, like when the game originally released, especially since people were trying to skip the Great Plateau. I don't know if that's actually possible. I haven't really watched Breath of the Wild speedruns in a while. I think the any % speedrun is really, really quick now, though. Because there's just too much stuff that you can pull off. There are also other categories, though. There's definitely a category where you 100% it, but I think that's very, very long. Very lengthy to do. I think there's one... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the current world record is. I think it's like 17 minutes. Or it might even be faster than that. Hey, buddy! I got your painkillers. Ah! It's a tiny traveler. Hey, who are you calling tiny? Can't all be chunky like you. You know what told me all about how you helped him, brother. Here's a reward for ya. Islands like you need this sort of thing, right? No. I'm already wearing the armor, but thanks anyways. Okay then, well, I took my painkillers, so I guess it's time to meet up with Yunobo. I mean no disrespect to Darik's legacy, but if I'm not there to give that Rudania a good walloping... Daruk? Are you really telling me you don't know about Daruk, the Goron champion? See that statue up there? That's Daruk. Oh, is it one of the guys that was carved into the mountainside? It must be, right? Ah, it's a top one. Okay. He's actually not that easy to see with the other guy standing in front of him. Odd choice, but alright. Maybe they carved the other one afterwards. What's he doing? Is he like targeting something with his fist? Or is he throwing a boulder?
I think I'm finally getting the hang of controlling this divine beast.
I have a great
Tell
load.
you what, sure is a blast piloting a toy like this around. Let those other champions know they better eat their gravel if they want to keep up with Hyrule. Speaking of which, can you believe this view? Just look at all those delectable rocks sprinkled on those mountains. Mighty tasty. I may not know a whole lot about this Calamity Ganon thing, but mark my words, I'll protect this land of ours to the death. Right, little guy?
Poor Link. think he'll need some
Hey,
painkillers
by
after
the
that.
way, congrats on becoming the princess's appointed knight. That's a really big deal, protecting the king's daughter. No pressure.
I love how he wears the
Seriously,
same
though, the
colors.
princess is a strong personality. So strong, she can't quite see the range for the peaks. Remember that, and you'll be fine.
I don't think the other champions had that, right?
What the?
Pretty impressive, not gonna lie.
What was I saying?
Anyway,
That was a little strange.
just
As far
destroyed a
as I know,
1,000-ton
Dead
boulder,
Mountain
but
has been quiet for decades. But if the mountain is shivering enough to send out a bunch of boulders that size, then never mind. Forget I said anything.
honestly, one thing that I feel like is quite interesting when you see these cutscenes and memories with the different champions, I think there's definitely a bit of hubris going on with them, right? That they definitely, I mean, they are or were really, really capable, right? No doubt about that. I mean, there was a reason why they were selected as champions to fight Ganon and to control the Divine Beasts. But at the same time, I wish the game would have gone a little bit more into that as well. I mean, yeah, with the very, very short time that we get on cutscenes, there wasn't really that much that they could explore with it. But I think it would have been great to also go into how they might have even underestimated Ganon, right? So, well, clearly Ganon also just straight up tricked them with making them look for the Sheikah technology, thinking that it would be the way to seal off Ganon's power or seal off the Calamity, and ultimately it turned out that that was the very thing that Ganon needed to control it and, you know, destroy Hyrule. But at the same time, I want to say that at least partially, that also comes down to them maybe feeling a bit too strong or a bit almost like invincible with those divine beasts, I think. I guess they hadn't really considered what would happen if suddenly those divine beasts not necessarily turned against them, but if they were, you know, cut off from power or not usable for whatever reason, or if something else happened at the same time, like a volcano erupting, right? It feels like they were lacking a bit of a plan B to a certain extent, which might have been why they were so surprised or so overwhelmed when it turned out the Ganon was controlling all the ancient technology to turn it against them. Another one of those really interesting, man, there's so much, technically there would be so much story here, right? So much really, really great things that they could have explored with this game, and so many cool moments and interactions and dialogue and interesting bits and pieces and side quests that could have happened with those champions, but yeah, the game is really doing much with it. I really want Tears of the Kingdom to just go into that way, way more. Not necessarily these topics per se, but just in general, right? Go into the themes and the stuff that's going on just way more. What's gotten into you? Islands sure are strange. Anyway, Yonobu is actually a descendant of the Great Daruk. That's why that slacker can even use Daruk's protection. He uses it to protect himself when we fire him at Rudania. That's kind of fucked up, not gonna lie. I mean, even if he cannot be hurt by that, it's not exactly the safest way to get rid of it, I guess. It's the only way we can chase that blasted beast away. I guess they don't have much of a choice, huh? They have no choice because normal cannonballs are no good against him. Alright, that's enough out of me. Time to go drive off Rodania. Yeah, ciao, wow. You okay? Yeah, just peachy, dumb traveler. Of course I'm not okay. Ow. I'm afraid I won't be going anywhere today. I hate to put you on the spot, but can you please go tell Yunobo that I'm gonna have to cancel for today? Should be at Elden Bridge. Oh hey, Yunobo, you know that thing that's essentially protecting everybody from the volcano erupting? Yeah, we had to cancel that because of some back pain. I mean, to be fair, back pain can really, really suck. No doubts about that, but when, you know, the life of potentially an entire civilization is at stake, you might want to have another possible option available to you. Okay, seriously, do they not have a statue either? I thought all of the cities had the upgrade statues available. I guess they don't. Okay, first of all, let's cook some stuff. Because I kind of neglected certain things here last time. Let's do... what makes sense? Let's do 4 pumpkins with a bit of salt. And then another 4 pumpkins. Perfect. I don't even know if the salt does anything, but, you know. Completely unsalted pumpkins. I don't know if you've ever eaten something pumpkin that wasn't properly seasoned. Yeah, don't do that. It doesn't exactly taste great. Wait, nothing. So that's the thing, at least for me, especially if you're like eating vegetables and like cooked or otherwise prepared vegetables, seasoning them is pretty important, honestly. Okay, let's see. That's stamina. I don't really need the electricity, right? Some mushrooms. Thankfully, we did get some salt earlier, so that's nice. That's good. I could put in some apples. What is this doing? More stealth? Let's do 3 of these. Can I add these ones? Cook with it? That should technically be possible, hopefully. There we go. I don't exactly need the stealth, but I think it'd be cool to have it every now and again. And it's a healing item, so might as well use it. Because I also kind of hate having to run around with all these materials constantly without actually using them. I don't know if you can you use a fairy for cooking? Probably, but I'd imagine you'd have to come up with a very specific recipe, honestly. Okay, so this is more stamina. Bright-eyed crab. Do I have something else for stamina? That's defense. Attack power. Electricity. And that is against cold. Let's just do the 2 crabs on their own then. Nice! Crit! Bam! Cool. Okay, that was really good because that's almost a full heal. Okay, so these 2 are electricity. Anything else that I can do? This is... that's too much. I could do these ones. What was this? I don't really need elixirs that much. That raises my defense. That is a plant, though. Let's try 4 of these. That should still give me some healing, I'm pretty sure. No, it actually doesn't. Ew, that's unfortunate. Okay, so that's interesting. I didn't remember this was a thing. So you can have normal dishes that always replenish hearts and have an additional effect on them based on what you use to cook. Then you can have elixirs that only have an effect on them, and it's based on, like, strength is based on, I think, the ingredients that have the effect on them, and length is based on the monster parts that you're cooking with it. At least I think that's how it works. But if you cook herbs or plants, then you get a normal dish that's not an elixir, but also doesn't replenish your hearts, but instead only gives you a buff of a certain kind. Interesting. Did not know that. Let's see. Speed boost. Temporarily increase your maximum stamina. Why not? I probably need to combine that with monster parts, right? That should count as a critter. Bam! Wait. Why does this heal all of a sudden? Okay, now I'm actually confused. What? So there's elixirs that can heal too? Is that when you put in animals, like frogs? I guess so? Okay, let's do a bit more defense then. What was this? Movement speed. Really don't have much to combine them with at this point. Wait, those are plants. Do I just want to add some apples? Might as well. Problem is you always want to keep at least, 2 to 3 apples around in your inventory whenever you come across those korok thingies that require you to place an apple down into one of the bowls on the ground. That's why I'm always hesitant to get rid of all my apples. Move about silently. Might as well combine these two, just because they're healing as well. Ooh, that's a lot of hearts. Huh. How do they give so many hearts? Okay, I think that should be fine. That's definitely a lot of food stacked up. That's really, really good. Okay, and now we need to move over there as well. So I'm pretty sure that's the beginning of the quest. So let me move back to the mine once more. Grab a couple more lizards. Do 2 more upgrades. Oh. Well, there's one gone. Unfortunate. Grab a couple more lizards. Do 2 more upgrades for my armor. So that I have at least 24. I think that would be great. And then we can actually go to the volcano and deal with the salamander. Man, this really did take a little bit longer than I thought, unfortunately. Thought it would be, especially since I already was in the city and collected all my armor. Kind of anticipated that I would be able to go to the Divine Beast more or less right away, but I, as always, found a bunch of other stuff to distract myself with. Man, that's gonna be so great though. Tears of the Kingdom. Just go absolutely nuts looking at all the details and looking at the entire world. I'm gonna spend so much time just trying out stuff, moving to different locations, doing this or that or here or there. That's really gonna be cool. Okay, hopefully all of these lizards will have respawned. Technically, I think I only need 4. Pretty sure. Problem is the ones under the rocks don't respawn that easily. Oh, there was one. Nice. Ooh, Blood Moon. I was gonna say, the ones under the rocks probably need a Blood Moon to respawn. I don't know if that counts for the small lizards too. Either way, if it does, kind of arrived at the perfect time, right? Yeah, this one didn't respawn. God, this is so ominous. Every time this happens, I really wonder how everybody else is experiencing this, right? Because, I mean, the Blood Moon, everybody can see that. I just wonder if they also see the sort of energy rising out of the ground. Which actually, now that I'm thinking about it, what is that energy? How does it work? I wonder if there's more beyond, because I want to say that you're kind of putting off the Blood Moon, you know, when you're going through the game, when you just see it. It's very easy to just put it off as, oh yeah, it's Ganon's magic, right? It's Ganon can do something, he just has, you know, some sort of super powerful energy at his disposal that allows him to somehow conjure up that energy and respawn monsters. But I don't necessarily think that's all. I want to say that there's more behind it. Maybe, well, it probably, from a development standpoint, just started out as, oh, hey, how do we make sure that the world is still interesting to traverse beyond a certain point, right? How do we make sure that the player always has some enemies to fight? And I don't even know if I agree with that. To a certain extent, I think it would be kind of funny, since the world is so insanely large and arguably has a lot of enemy camps and such available. I don't think it necessarily would have been bad to just, you know, permanently despawn all the enemies once you kill them. Don't really think that would have been too bad. How many lizards do I have? 6. That should be enough. But I also get that they wanted to have a way to respawn enemies, right? To potentially not make the world too boring after a while, although I would be hard-pressed to see how that would happen. But either way, they decided to do this. First and foremost, probably for gameplay reasons. But I can also see them later on maybe coming up with a reason for it and a sort of actual background lore for why the Red Moon happens. I know you can find the guy that's always playing music. I think it was close to where the weird stone mushrooms grow out of the ground. And I think he tells you a story about the Blood Moon and about why it potentially happens. Another one of those things that I wonder if they're going to keep it around to Tears of the Kingdom. Technically, it shouldn't be there anymore, I'd imagine, because we're dealing with Ganon at the end of this game. So, if the Blood Moon does come back, then it's because, well, Ganon also comes back in Tears of the Kingdom, clearly. I mean, who else are we supposed to fight, right? But that being said, you know, are they just going to use the same idea? I mean, it would be fine if they do. Oh, I actually picked up exactly as many fireproof lizards as I needed. That could have been bad if I didn't. Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting to see if they keep that particular thing around. Thing is, with all the information that we've gotten so far about this ancient Sheikah energy essentially sort of being pulled out of the ground, not only the towers and the shrines rising out of the ground, but also literally the energy itself being somehow picked up from a source below somewhere. Because that's kind of what happens when the Blood Moon rises, right? It almost looks like... I mean, maybe we can think about it almost in terms of what our moon is doing when, you know, it's closer to Earth. The tide is rising more rapidly and, you know, it's like the water is being influenced more than when the moon is further away. So I wonder if we could think about it somewhat similar to that, where whenever the Blood Moon comes up, since it's a full moon, it's not only like it's almost as if Ganon is purposefully sort of misusing the fact that the moon is full in and of itself and just sort of putting his energy or his manipulative magic, whatever it really is in the end, onto the moon. And the moon in and of itself would already sort of pick up energy from the ground or influence the ground in some form. And through that added magic that Ganon put on it, now it's maybe able to draw this specific calamity energy out of the ground. Whatever it is. I mean, well, I certainly don't know if there's more information available in Breath of the Wild to find out more. There certainly will be in Tears of the Kingdom, I'd imagine. Another one of those things to look out for, definitely, in the sequel. Because it really looks like that, right? Whenever the Blood Moon comes around, since all of the sort of particles are flowing up from the ground, and this purple energy is flowing up as well, I wonder if that's literally being sucked out of the ground and somehow just manifests in these monsters. Which also definitely brings up the question of who are these monsters to begin with? I want to say, I want to say that in at least one of the Zelda games, it might have even been multiple. I feel like there was some fairly dark lore behind a lot of the, bokoblins and moblins and so on. It might have been Wind Waker, but I don't know if Twilight Princess added something onto that as well. Where, well, Twilight Princess had... Did it have bokoblins? It might have. But the big baddies you're fighting in Twilight Princess are these weird dark energy cube things, right? Or made out of these dark energy cubes. So it could have been Wind Waker. Man, I'm really not sure. I would have to go back to that. Shit. Man, if I only had time, could do another playthrough of Wind Waker as well. And Twilight Princess. And then play Skyward Sword. Oh god. Right. Probably shouldn't be thinking about that. Either way, though, I think that Wind Waker at some point mentions that... that moblins are sort of turned or cursed Hylians. I don't know if it was Hylians or if it was something else, but since in Wind Waker the whole world was swallowed up by the ocean, right? A lot of things sort of got messed up. I mean, they're still called the Rito, right? So the Rito turned into birds because they wanted to fly up onto the mountains and what later became the islands of Wind Waker. It's essentially the, highest, tallest mountains of the original Hyrule. So that was one transformation, but then we have the Koroks that turned into these leaf creatures or plant creatures. I don't really fully remember why that happened. Was it because there was some magic by the Deku Tree? Because that way they were able to utilize the sort of wind magic. Because they can fly, right? They have magical leaves, I think. And so they could get to safety that way. Because otherwise they would have drowned as well. And they are... Well, in Wind Waker, I think they're already descendants of the Children of the Forest. But they're the people that we see in Kokiri Forest in Ocarina of Time, I think. But turned into the Koroks. Anyways, the point being, there are these different transformations that have taken place throughout Hyrule after it all got flooded. And I think the point there was that the moblins and a lot of the enemies that you fight actually are also... I don't know if it was restless spirits or definitely something. Some sort of remaining creature or form or whatever from the original Hyrule that now still existed as, moblins and other monsters. So actually kind of a dark history behind them, especially considering that you're also meant to fight them in technically kill them, right? Funnily enough, they also vanish in a poof of sort of purple smoke in Wind Waker 2, but I think that's not necessarily connected. But well, if we want to sort of weave that idea or theory into Breath of the Wild, I think it's not too far-fetched to say that most of the creatures that are in the world are probably, you know, troubled, deceased spirits of the past, potentially. And somehow this calamitous energy and Ganon, through that, is able to materialize that into these monsters. And then somehow the Blood Moon is able to do that every time and do it over and over and over again. It is very interesting. Man, I so wish the game would go into that more. Oh, well. Anyways. Guess that's it with the lore discussion for now. So I got an additional heart. Let's see. I have 9 now. Once I'm done with the Divine Beast, I'll have 10. I think we get more orbs in the forest as well. Either way, I'll definitely have enough stuff to get the Master Sword afterwards, if I turn some of my stamina temporarily over into hearts as well. But before we can do that, we need to actually deal with the fourth Divine Beast. That's what I wanted to say. So let's get that done. Let's get into it. And also, so I upgraded my armor, crafted a bunch of food. I think I'm prepared. Yeah, I want to say that I did everything that I wanted to do. Probably even more than I originally intended. God. Now I really can't stop thinking about that. It is both cool, but also somewhat annoying how they dealt with all of this in Breath of the Wild. Oh, I need to go... Right. We need to loop around because we need to cross the bridge. Stop it, buddy. No? Oh. Never mind then. Oh. I think the volcano is angry again. Is it gonna keep doing that while we're trying to run to the beast? Probably, right? At least every now and again. Haha. Get stasised. Wait. He died, right? How many of you guys are up here? Being able to do stasis on monsters is pretty cool, though. They just disappear. Shouldn't they die? I guess not. That's unfortunate. Oh, wait a second. Why is there a minecart track here? Where does that lead? Oh. I guess it's just a short thing. I love how these are actually drawn on the map. Makes me wish they had an entire, you know, minecart network available to you to use. That would be really cool. Imagine it with, you know, switches and just like how the cannons work. Multiple different switches, and you'd have to more or less figure out the correct track to take up to the volcano. That would have been insanely fun. Maybe that's just me, but I would have loved that. Can we not stasis magnesis the bridge, by the way? Yeah. See, that's the thing. I really, really wish we were able to stasis and magnesis more things than what we are able to do. Oh, I guess we can take the minecart at least part of the way. That would also make the problem that I had earlier with the riddle that required you, or not required, but had one possible solution of, you know... Well, that was a very short ride. Is there a minecart on the other tracks too, or do I need to take this one with me? Nope, there's one there. Nice. Yum yum. Let's put it on the right way. Oh, that was kind of the wrong way, but whatever. Okay, apparently there's a shrine here somewhere. I'm traveling that direction anyways, though. There we go. How many times can you hit these things? Monster's probably not exactly happy. No, my hammer broke. Oh, that's unfortunate. No, wrong way. Still managed to do it. Okay, there we go. Let's do the shrine first. Honestly, considering that I'm, well, not exactly going right to the Divine Beasts, but I'm definitely trying to focus mostly on the main story, right? I'm doing some side stuff here and there, but for the most part I've been, I think, fairly good at focusing on the main story. And I've done way more shrines than I think I would do, honestly, in this playthrough. Because this is shrine number, what, 37 or something that I'm doing, I want to say? Maybe? Let's see. No, 33. But still, I mean, that's almost a third of all the available shrines already, and I'm not done yet. Right? I mean, we still have the Master Sword to grab, we still have the memories to grab, and go to the castle. Oh, hello. What the hell is going on here? Stalled flight. Let's go back to that one. Okay, pretty sure that I can stasis that. Oh. Do I just need to stasis it while it's all the way up top? Okay, so that way it opens that up. Yeah. Oops. How is that? Seriously? Link. Okay. I think I kind of did it correctly the first time. Oh, wait. Let's pick up the chest first, though. Nope. Man, that was too low. There we go. Hopefully there's something useful in here. Yeah, I'll take it. Okay, so I need to stasis it first. And then quickly run over here. Or not. Oh, wait. Never mind. I need to... do this. Okay. Now I need to stasis it when it's up. Oh, that's already the solution. I thought I'd had to wait again for it to move once more, but that works too. See, I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, though. Look at the difference between the shrine that I did with the water and the torches and this one. That's kind of insane. How did that happen? I mean, to a certain degree, I want to say that maybe they also felt like the shrines needed to be, you know, fairly different from one another to be interesting, and I get that. So if every shrine would be, let's say, would follow a very, very specific formula of, okay, it's always 3 puzzles, and that never changes, I feel like that would have been bad as well, right? That probably wouldn't have really worked. So the general idea of changing it up every now and again, and maybe having some shrines be easier than others, is fine. Also, considering that there are 120 of them, it would have been insanely difficult to make the puzzles exactly the same when it comes to difficulty, right? Did I need stasis for that? I don't know. Kinda, because I could have just jumped onto the cube, right? But then I think the door wouldn't have been open long enough for me to fly into it. Although you're pretty high up, so maybe you could still pull it off if you sort of fly against the door and just wait for the next time the cube jumps. That could have worked as well. That is an insanely fun part, though, about the shrines, is that you can really think about multiple solutions. And I think, you know, coming back to Peeve's playthrough, I think that's another thing that he did, is his goal was, as far as I recall at least, don't quote me on that, but I think his goal was to essentially go into every shrine and solve it in an unintended way, right? So always cheese it to, or not glitch it, but, you know, do something that clearly was not the intended solution. I don't know if that always works, but it's still kind of fun to try, I guess. Yeah, it opened the door too, because when the cube was all the way at the top, like the electrical thing on it activated the switch to open the door. So I think you have to stasis it there, but there might be another way to do that. I don't really know. Or there might be another way to keep yourself high enough for a period of time where you can just wait for the next jump. Or maybe you could... See, I don't know, there are definitely other things to that as well, because the thing that activates the switch is electricity. So maybe while you're in the air, you could in theory shoot like an electrical arrow at the switch and then fly backwards through the door or some shenanigans like that. I don't know. I could definitely see that possibly being a thing. Oh no. Oh, of course he's in trouble again. Yeah, someone please help me. But still, you know, coming back to the part about the shrines, that's the one thing where I really, really wish they would have made sure to maybe not make the difficulty equal between all of them, but definitely look for... oh, shit. I wanted to jump over that. That was bad timing on my part. What is that thing he's wielding anyways? Oh, come on, guys. Do we really need to do that now? Well, that would be overkill. Let's do that. Oh. Link! Stop falling a billion miles every single time you're hit. What's the other guy doing? Also, I think that should have hit a Flurry Rush. Come on, guys. Honestly, I think I dislike two-handed weapons specifically because you're not able to use a shield. Okay. Fighting two of them at the same time can be quite messy as well. There we go. What? Did he just hit me by just jumping forward? God. Really? He's really fast with his weapon. That was way too early? God. I really hope they got rid of that ragdoll effect. As fun as it is to have ragdoll effects in games from time to time. What is happening? Do you think he's eventually just gonna fall over if I spin him around too many times? Huh. It's weird. That was really, really difficult to hit a flurry rush against them. Really thought I timed that somewhat correctly, but... Wow! You crazy strong, Goro! You saved me again! What is this thing? Drill shaft. Goron artisans used recycled metal to forge this weapon. The tip is made from an old excavation bore, which affords it unmatched piercing capabilities. Wait, that is 14? Didn't he deal quite a bit of damage to me? Because technically it should have only been a quarter of a heart with every hit, right? Maybe it's because it was a moblin? Maybe they get some added strength or something. Weird. Can't play Zelda 3. Yeah. Yeah, if you're playing on the Switch, that's very, very true. Although technically you can, right? Because the Switch has a battery. It's portable. So you'd have about, well, sadly, only about 2 to 3 hours to play during a blackout. Thankfully, no blackouts here, so... The big guys are pretty scary. The problem with the big guys really is that they, especially if they team up, it's really, really difficult to get the timing down in order to avoid their attacks. Especially if you're using a big, slow two-handed weapon like this. It's definitely way easier to fight them with single-handed weapons and having a shield than the other, I want to say. Yeah, it looks like there is some sort of base strength going on. So it might be that they probably have different base strengths based on their color, right? Because I think these were black colored, I think, which is, I want to say, the third upgrade to the moblins. Because the base one is red, then there's blue, and then I think it's this sort of black color. And then there's silver, I think, afterwards. Which, at this stage, I don't think the game spawns in silver enemies for me yet. But I'm not 100% on that. I think they're the third strength form that they have. So they have added HP in their stronger forms, but it might be true that they also have some sort of additional base strength going on. How much damage was he doing, actually? Because I have... Wait, I upgraded all 3 pieces, right? That's 24 armor. And the weapon he was using was 14. And the other guy that kicked me also actually dealt some damage, so... I don't know. If so, they have some pretty good base strength, right? Definitely over 10, if that's the case. Maybe something like 12 or 15. Thanks for saving me, brother. I would have been in real trouble if you hadn't showed up when you did, Goro. Zane the Lucky Dime. Hi. What's coming up? What's going on? Came from Jordan K Games. Okay, I don't know them, unfortunately. Still no sign of boss, eh? Yeah, he's got back pain again. Sorry, buddy. Huh? Not coming. But why, Goro? His back hurts. After we went through all the trouble to get them, painkillers didn't even end up working, Goro. I mean, I'm sure it's still better with them than without. At least I hope. Well, if boss can't help, there's nothing else we can do. Suppose I'll just head back now. No, wait a minute. Ah, okay. Thanks for the heads up. I would have bought Rudania.
Huh?
What? You're gonna try to board the Divine Beast? Who do you think you are, Lord Daruk? It's dangerous in there, Goro. Though I guess if you weakened it first, it might be possible. Whoa! What's going on? Hi, everybody. Welcome on in. Hey! That's a lot of people. And that's a really cool, funny spinning emote. Hi, what's up? Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, that's a lot of people. Hi. So we're currently on, preparing ourselves for Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know what you guys were playing over there. I hope something equally interesting. Maybe potentially speculating about what the next game will be about. Yeah, some people. Hi. Oh, thanks for the cheer. What's going on? You were playing Breath of the Wild as well. Cool. Nice. So I hope you were able to come up with some theories about what we are hopefully discovering in the sequel. It's insanely fun to go back through Breath of the Wild, isn't it? I've seen so many people do that, and it's insanely cool to see that and see what this game was. I honestly didn't expect myself to be so, well, to I guess fall in love with the game again. That was probably my best discovery about going back to Breath of the Wild, seeing just how insanely well designed this world was. Thanks for all the follows, guys. So, did you finish? Oh, I was about to ask, just finished a 100% Master Mode run. That's nice. Well, sadly, I'm not on Master Mode, because I'm, for some reason, playing on my original Wii U, and they sadly turned off the eShop. So I wasn't able to buy the DLC for that. I would have had to get it on Switch again. That's nice. That being said, since I started about 1.5 weeks ago, I probably wouldn't have been able to finish 100% Master Mode before Tears of the Kingdom releases. So it was kind of, you know, I was more looking to get a bit more information about the lore and about the game world again. Just getting a feel for the characters and for, well, anything that we might be in store for with the sequel, considering I haven't really watched too much. You know, definitely, obviously planning on playing it. It's only 2 days. It's getting so close. Hope everybody here is also really, really hyped about it. 100% must be crazy. Master Mode does have a lot of added sort of challenge modes and things that you can do, right? I'm not even entirely sure what's going on there. Or what you can do with it or in it, because since I never played it myself, going in blind, yeah, that's great. I watched a tiny bit more. I tried to keep as blind as possible too, but yeah, it's just too fun to engage in some of the speculation. So I did see a bit more, but obviously I won't really go into it because I'd imagine that a lot of other people also want to stay as blind as possible. But either way, I was mostly trying to, well, get a sense again for the different, well, especially for the main quest, for what we're doing with the Divine Beasts, what's going on with Calamity Ganon, and maybe be able to, you know, find possible details or possible things that they could do in Tears of the Kingdom in terms of where they're taking the story. Especially since that original teaser trailer was already pretty exciting, not gonna lie. So I just... I'm not even quite sure what the final trailer was. I don't think so. That was during... Was it during one of the Nintendo Directs? Because they also had a... What did they have? Like 2 gameplay trailers at this point, I'm pretty sure. And like 1 final trailer? I think I haven't watched the last one. Yeah, so I've definitely watched the first teaser trailer and I think part of a gameplay video. That's mostly what I've seen. And otherwise, I pretty much tried to stay blind, especially on, you know, story elements. I really don't know much about it beyond a couple clips here and there, and obviously what we got from the first teaser trailer. So I'm insanely looking forward to what they're gonna do with that, and I don't know. I'm really, really excited, and it's so cool seeing so many people go back to Breath of the Wild and play through it again, and not necessarily all 100% completed, but just go back through it, and it's such a beautiful game. I cannot believe how well designed the world was, and discovering that again, especially since it's been about 6 years since I played it originally, so I didn't exactly 100% Breath of the Wild at first. But almost, right? I did most of the things that were available, but I was also playing it mostly blind, so I didn't, you know, look up any, I don't know, shrine locations or anything like that. Not that they are particularly difficult to find, but yeah. Ooh, but let's get into the 4th Divine Beast here. So I'm getting kind of close to the end. But obviously I'm still planning on doing some other stuff too. I definitely want to grab my Master Sword afterwards and grab the remaining memories. Mostly to go through them again and see if we can maybe pick up on, well, I don't know, hints? Maybe some speculations as to what could appear in the sequel? I'm really not sure, well, I have no idea, but I'm really not sure if if the champions are gonna appear again, if maybe we'll, I don't know, find out other bits and pieces about what they did in the past. I really, really hope they're going to go more into the entire history of unearthing the Sheikah technology, because that's what I'm really interested in, seeing how they powered all that stuff, right? How they, I don't know, it's going to be absolutely crazy. I cannot wait to sink, well, I don't know how much it's going to be, but probably over 100 hours into a thing. Jordan K Games side, thank you. Thanks for the raid again, by the way. Thanks for joining, everybody. Yeah, I might be close. I actually don't have my follow count up right now, but that would be crazy. Well, let's follow Junobo a little bit more here. Well, I don't really get it, but I'm sure you have your reasons, Goro. Poor little guy. Problem is, good old boss raised the bridge of Eldin to make sure that mean Divine Beast couldn't get over here. Is that really gonna stop him? I want to say that Giant Salamander could just walk over the lava, but in order to get to where Rodania is, we'll have to find a way to get the bridge of Eldin back down, Goro. Boss would normally use the cannon to lower it. Can't get across unless we figure something out. Can I get across? I should be able to, right? If Boss can't come down here, then he can't use the cannon to lower the bridge. That means we're out of luck, Goro. Oh, it occurs to me that you know how to use the cannons, don't you, Goro? I love how they... In terms of characterization, even though most of the characters don't get that many lines of dialogue, they always put in some little quirks here and there to make them really sympathetic towards the player, right? Maybe we can get across after all. So, let's just do what I do to help Boss sometimes. That means I'm gonna be the cannonball, and you launch me. Oh, really? Are you sure about that? I've got Daruk's protection, Goro. My ancestors' help can't possibly fail me. That means I can smash into anything and it won't hurt me one bit. My ancestor, Daruk, was a big deal, Goro. That's what Boss says, so it's just gotta be true. And I can use Daruk's protection just like Daruk could. That means there's no need to worry, Goro. So rest easy, got it? Well, go on then. Take aim at the Bridge of Eldin and fire away. Just, you know, be kind of gentle about it. Oh, poor little guy. I feel bad for him. Why do they always have to shoot him across everywhere? I mean, I guess if it doesn't hurt, it would be pretty fun. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, actually, it would be really fun to do that. I mean, it doesn't exactly mean that he's not going to be hurt by the giant divine beast that has gone rogue. Okay, let's see. So we can turn the cannon over there. I think I have to turn it, right? Let's see. Oh, it turns too far though. So I have to shoot them in between somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Super fair, can't be that. Yeah, that was... I think we all sort of had that moment of discovery at some point, right? Hopefully it works? No? Oh, did he hit the, I think he hit the rock. Sorry, buddy. Well, where do you want to go? Do I need to hit in between, or do I need to hit the bridge? Nope.
Take that.
Well, if he hits the bridge, that's not exactly gonna help. Right? Oh, never mind. I thought I had to hit him over to the other side so that he could just lower the bridge, but I guess that works too. Might as well brute force it, right? But yeah, I think we all had that sort of insane moment of discovery when we, when you truly realized, I guess, well, at least that part with being able to paraglide and climb freely, it was sort of their big marketing point before Breath of the Wild released, right? And I kind of knew about it, but I think it was just too insane to really... It's not that I didn't believe it, but it's more so that I guess just didn't really understand the implications of what that would truly mean, right? Just as you just said, with just being able to just go up that mountain and reach areas that you, in any other game, would have been, you know, totally above your level and totally unobtainable. Not only by, you know, having to get there in the first place, but also probably because there would have been some insane enemy there that you just couldn't fight. Whereas Breath of the Wild just allows you to do it. You can just go and do it, and realizing that kind of freedom exists in a game, that was truly something else. And it's still, to this day, coming back to the game, I think it's insane how fun it is to go back and discover all the... Because there are so many interactions with that as well, which is always so mind-blowing to me, going back through it and seeing the insane amount of time that must have gone into the game and into designing its world in a very particular way that gives you the freedom to do whatever you want at any given time, yet at the same time also point you in the right direction or point you towards points of interest every single time, right? That's... Oh, his necklace. I was gonna say, that has a very particular look about it, hasn't it? That was the symbol of the Goron's ruby from Ocarina of Time. I wonder if that necklace... Because it kind of... It doesn't exactly look old. I wonder if it's been passed down to him. Well, certainly, but... You know, ever since Ocarina of Time, that would be pretty crazy. We did it. See that, Goro? We put our heads together. Anything is possible. Poor little dude. See, that's what I meant. I mean, he might be protected against the, you know, the most of the force behind the cannon shot, but I don't know if his head's alright. The power I got from my ancestor, Daruk's protection. Really something else, isn't it? Anyhow, I guess my time as a cannonball isn't over just yet, Goro. So let's get a move on and cross that bridge, brother. Let's do it. Do I have to heal up? I think now he's gonna follow me, right? Is he just gonna... I think he's just past. Yeah, he's just gonna run past. Ooh. Death Mountain marker number 8. Bridge of Eldin. Heat level 2 stars. Honestly, seeing a... if I would approach a sign that said heat level 2 stars, wouldn't you think that it's like out of 5 or something? Feels like a very low level for a volcano, honestly. Non-Gorons turn back or burn. Kept getting killed by things. It's pretty cool first. Nope, dead. Yeah. That is definitely something that can happen as well. Pretty Santa looking guy. They also make them so enticing, right? I mean, that's kind of what I just meant is not only the shrines. I mean, the shrines are very obvious since they glow, right? They definitely point you towards them. And hey, by the way, come here next. Do that. But there's so much other stuff too, whether it be the divine beasts walking or flying around in the distance, but also some natural rock formations or anything really. The glowing guardian, right? First time I saw one, I just said, oh, what's that? That looks really interesting. I mean, I kind of knew that it would be dangerous. Probably didn't anticipate them being that dangerous where they can, at least at the start of the game, pretty much just one-shot you. When they hit you with the laser beam. Okay, so now we need to escort him through that. But yeah, there's so much stuff that just screams, hey, by the way, come over here. There's some fun time to be had. But then, especially the Lionels, they just go, nope, I'm gonna shoot an arrow at you from, 300 feet away, and it's just gonna straight up kill you. Bye-bye. Oh, yikes. Sentry is always a nuisance. No matter where it is or how many of them there are, if one finds you, Verdania will go nuts, which will cause Death Mountain to erupt, Goro. I always get spotted and then magma bombs come raining down one after another. If Boss were here, he'd swat those magma bombs away like they were nothing and force his way up. I don't think you'd be able to do that, Goro. I don't want to cause you any trouble. Maybe the best idea is for you to give me a signal to let me know when I should stop. When I can move forward. Let's hurry and decide what the signal would be, Goro. Got any ideas? A wink? Probably a whistle. Huh? A whistle? Oh, that's a great idea, Goro. When I hear whistle, I'll either stop in my tracks or start moving forward. I like it. Even though it's kind of like calling a horse, Goro. Yeah, it is. Incidentally, it's how I like to call horses. Let's not talk about that. Okay then, I'm counting on you and your whistles to make sure I'm not spotted by those awful sentries. Okay. I don't entirely remember how this section went. I do remember it being somewhat tedious, because it is sort of a... yeah. So, wait. At least he's very disciplined. So I need to run past them myself and make sure he's not spotted by them. Let's see. How far do they actually move? Mind powers would have been great too. I wonder if... No. Would have been funny if you could stasis him. Technically I have the upgrade, right? But I guess it just only works on monsters. Oh, okay. There we go. Can he run after me? Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. Wait up. Oh, that was close. Anyway, that worked. How far is that thing? Where's the next one? Yeah. That one turns back. This one's stationary. I love the music, by the way. I mean, the game overall has pretty great music, but it's just fun to rediscover that there are definitely some tracks that are quite unique to certain gameplay sections. I hadn't realized that that was a thing, actually. Okay, so we need you to get through there. Well, that's probably the easiest solution, right? Let's see, can you... Nope. Let's wait for a bit. Or can I just roll you down the mountain? Ah, that works too. Okay. let's do that. Nope.
This is bad.
Okay, he's a bit too slow to do that. Do we have to start over? I actually don't remember what happens. Oh. That's quite a bat. Or not. Come over here, buddy. Okay. Well,
Wait up!
I thought those would deal more damage, but I guess they don't. Ooh. Probably not the worst idea to heal up, though. And let's see, what do we have? That's for added stamina. Man, I really wish I had some additional stuff that doesn't give you any buffs, but just normal hearts. I don't even know if this helps me to be more stealthy. Oh, he just jumps in there. Is it even worth it? Wait, they turn back pretty much right away. How far do you go? I wish I could just destroy them by him jumping at them. Do I want to test that? Considering that the Divine Beast isn't as dangerous as I guess he made it out to be. Might as well just test what's going on here. Also, I'm pretty sure he's just gonna jump back to me if he lands in a place that he... There we go. Oh, no. Huh. I thought he destroyed one of them. I don't know if that can happen, though. Oh, come on. Go in there. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Oh, there's a third one behind them. Didn't actually see that. Wait, am I missing something here? Because originally I thought I just had to move him sort of in between them. Or can I just shoot him up the mountain? Wait, I need to try one more time. Because I thought the trick was just him... or getting him to a safe spot. So maybe if I just turn it all the way, it already works. Ah, here. Oh yeah, there we go. Huh. Guess I just made it more complicated for myself. I tend to do that, by the way. I like to overcomplicate things from time to time. But that already works. So he's where he needs to be. Or I guess the Divine Beast is where it needs to be now. Oh, why can you post in chat? I don't know, you should be able to. Or were you trying to post a link? I think I'm not allowing links, unfortunately. Otherwise it should be fine. Hi, welcome back. Yeah. I'm trying to prepare myself for Tears of the Kingdom, which we're only 2 days away from, which is kind of insane. Okay, still have to get him through, I guess. Oh, wait. Never mind. I completely got that wrong. The idea is to more or less drive the Divine Beast into the volcano, right? So we need to hit it over and over again. And while we're doing that, we need to get past the thingies here. Honestly, does that mean that I can... Oh, no, never mind. I was trying to shoot it with a bomb arrow, but obviously that doesn't work. Are they weak to something, though?
Right.
Okay. You stay here for a second. I want to see if I can crush them from above. I think I might be able to throw boulders at them or something. Ah, yeah, there we go. Metal crate will work too. I have to go now, don't worry. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. Always a really, really fun time seeing more fans of a, well, beloved game like this. Okay. Whoops. Wrong way. Come on. There we go. That makes things easier. Come back. Nope. Wait. Guess I have to climb over. Oh, you know what it could have been? Maybe you said the word viewers? Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I had to... so the thing is, I auto-modded the word viewers. Because, well, you know how it is, right? There are those weird bots that constantly try to sell you stuff for whatever reason. So when I started streaming on Twitch, you know, I had a bunch of bots always come in and say, do you want to buy viewers, right? Because, yeah, of course, that's something that I want to do. So yeah, I just banned the word viewers, and I think that pretty much got rid of all the bots. Somehow they... I don't think they're clever enough to recognize that that's a thing that you could do. I don't know. At least I never had any problems with them ever since. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm sorry about that. If you try to mention the word viewers, I think it probably auto-modded you then. I think that's the only word that's not allowed, though. Or it should be either way. I'm pretty sure I turned everything else off. Like every auto-mod function or other stuff that was available. The V word. I mean, I'm sure you can... Well, is there like a synonym for it that you could use? Probably. Oh, that's a... It's nice for them to place so many, like, metal parts in here, right? Oh, that's really cool, though. I love how they place the thing in a way that makes it a little bit too high for you to reach with the metal bits. Do I want to wait for a second? It's going to move over again, right? Or is it confused now? Yeah. I guess it's really confused because it's seeing a metal plate below it. Okay, what are we doing now? Oh, never mind. Completely missed the path in the background. There we go. Oh, nice, another... Why was the lizard not running away? Usually they're so fast. What are you doing here? Okay, dude. Might as well use the drill shaft. Little bit disappointed that they don't, you know, fly away very, very far when you hit them multiple times with stasis. Like, they kind of fly away, right? But not really? Okay. Oh, thankfully it didn't go down the mountain. Probably should have used a stronger weapon. I would like to pick up the sledgehammer again, but no slots available. Well, I could get rid of the weird drill. Should I do that? Might as well. The drill's kind of pointless, I feel like. Well, not exactly. I'm a big fan of spears in general. Where's the hammer? There we go. Mostly because of their range. Also helps against the Lizalfos, because they're usually really annoying to fight. Okay, there we go. Let's place a bump in there. Jump in, buddy! There we go. Okay. How do these cannons work? Do they have some sort of magical electrical component that means that they open up automatically when they see a Goron approaching it? How does that work exactly? I mean, I know that it's because of, well, ease of gameplay, right? It's obviously a lot easier to just open it up and it works, but... Okay. Well, this should be fine. There we go. I definitely didn't remember the section being as long as it is. Although, or was this the last one? Is it climbing into the volcano now? Sorry, buddy. How does he always smash his head though? If Daruk's protection is on him. We did it! Direct hit, Goro. Thanks to Dark's protection, that didn't hurt me one bit. My ancestor came through for me. Or maybe he's just... Maybe he has the stars above his head because he's just spinning so fast that he gets a bit, you know, disoriented. If we keep weakening it like this, we should be able to get inside. Don't let up, brother. Okay, you think I have to do it one more time, right? I definitely remembered the section being a bit lengthy. That's pretty cool. When it comes to how they designed it. Kind of like it a lot, but it's also at the same time... Yeah, quite a lengthy section, all things considered. Okay, so you stay here for a second. Oh, that's not... I dropped it so many times I forgot how to throw. There we go. Okay. That's that one gone. Can I hit the other one too? I mean, I could just fly up, probably. No. Okay. I'd have to wait for it to be... Let's see. I can probably just fly up myself. Ah, that works. So, as cool as this ancient technology seems to be, it looks like they did not include some Bluetooth functionality to make them actually be able to talk to each other. Because that way they would probably recognize when one of them gets taken out. So thankfully that's not a thing. I guess the Sheikah weren't as advanced as we thought. Okay, so there's some more wind going on. You stay here for a second. What's up with the boulders, though? Oh, wait, I didn't hit it? How did this work again? I think you can drop bombs too, right? Oh. Well, that doesn't work exactly if they're also inside of the wind tunnel. Well, almost. Well, that's a lot of stuff. Thankfully, it's not really that punishing. I think the worst thing that can probably happen is if the boulders throw you off the cliffside. That would be pretty bad. Okay, so how am I going to do this? Oh wait, did I actually hit the middle one? I did. Did not see that. Nope. Okay, it's coming around. There we go. What? That didn't hit? I disagree. Might as well land for a second to replenish stamina. I was gonna use some stamina elixir, but this works too. There we go. Whoa. No, 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 no. That was a bit too close. Are you serious? Thought it was outside of the wind. Really? The whole ragdoll thing is really not for me. Get out of here real quick. Link! Come on, you can do it!
It is my pleasure.
Well, that works too, I guess. You know what? Let's just run past it. I don't need to get rid of it. Do need to wait for him to catch up a little bit, though. Oof. Okay, that a little bit too close for comfort. Come here, buddy. Come on!
Danger!
I could have just stasised it as well. Mr. Moblin. I was gonna say, he must be influenced by those, right? Didn't exactly work the way I wanted it to, but... What? Oh, I think I forgot to... Oopsie. I think he was still, you know, waiting for me to give him the whistle to come back to me. Or he might have just been afraid of the monsters. That could have also been a thing. Seriously though, these boulders don't really hurt that much, do they? Let's use this. Bye-bye. Did not realize I whistled. Or maybe does he auto stand still whenever he sees monsters? That could be it. Okay, there we go. Switch over to the hammer. Well, it wasn't exactly a stealth section, let's put it that way. But in the end, we managed to do what we came here to do. And now that must have been enough, right? I think he's gonna retreat into the volcano now. Although I don't entirely remember how you actually get in there. Pretty sure there was a way, right? Because it wasn't just climb up and go in. Pretty sure it had some other components in it too.
That was so cool! You really put a licking on that thing, Link! It's time to finish the job. This is our big chance.
Oh, never mind. We just go in right away. That works too. Honestly, in terms of location of the Divine Beasts, probably the coolest one. Arguably, Varmedo, the flying one, is also pretty awesome, considering that you will have, you know, the entirety of Hyrule laid out below you. Being inside a volcano, I want to say that's even a bit cooler than that, though. Let's see.
Hey, little guy. Long time no see.
Yo, what's up?
Is
the sound doing something weird?
Back. You know, I never stopped believing in you.
Huh. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's just for me.
You're here to take control of old Redania back from Ganon, eh?
It's almost as if the Wii U has trouble playing back the voice lines or something. That sounds awesome. Odd.
You're gonna need a map that shows the guts of this place.
Well, now it's fine. Okay, so if I remember correctly, this pretty much works like the Flying Beast in that you can like tilt it and it's like crawling inside of the volcano on its side. Which is, you know, a little bit disappointing that it's kind of similar in that regard. It's an awesome place though. Also, I want to say you're not really allowed to enter the volcano on your own like this without the Divine Beast, right? I'm pretty sure there's something preventing you from doing that. And then once you've dealt with the beast, I'm sure that it gets stationed on top of the volcano, right? And mostly, or most of the time, it says, oh, it's, you know, it's targeting Ganon, it's too dangerous to approach now, or something like that. Right. Similar to the birds, it has its boss room on top of the beast itself. Which, makes me wonder why they chose... Because I was saying that when it was in the camel, in the desert, with the Divine Beast, I thought that it was odd that that one did not have a separate... What's it called? A separate boss room available. Maybe they thought it didn't really need it for some reason? I'm not entirely sure. Definitely thought that it was odd considering that all the other ones have one. And it's also the one that, unfortunately, has the very quick attack, like the zip-zap Blight as a boss fight. Which is somewhat annoying considering that not only is it really quick, but it's also doing the zip-zap movement while the ground is tilted because you're still inside of that middle barrel section of the camel. Yeah. Maybe they didn't really have an idea of where to place a boss room inside of the camel. That could be it. Because I guess in terms of its body form, it would be somewhat awkward to come up with this section. But then again, technically they still could have just put a platform on top of it or something, right? Oh, there we go. No. That's kind of what I was looking for. Because unfortunately it dropped my other torch when I was done with the shrine that required it. Kind of hate getting rid of my hammer again, but it is what it is. There we go. I love how I... Why do I get a torch with a long throw? Special ability. Okay, let's see. Honestly, didn't really remember this either. That it had a dark component on its inside. It does make a lot of sense, though, when you think about its functionality, right? Because if it needs to withstand a lot of heat, it definitely makes sense that it would... Oh. Hello, buddy. It definitely makes sense that it would do so by potentially having insides that are protected through various means from the heat on its outside. So I guess partially the reason for this being as dark as it is probably because it's supposed to be, you know, cool enough on its inside so that the technology within wouldn't heat up and get destroyed. Let's see. And, fortunately enough, it provides a cool gameplay component that is very different from the other ones. Ah, there we go. A lot of chests around this area, though. Thank you. One thing that I didn't properly pay attention to over the course of the playthrough is that I want to say in a lot of places, certainly a lot more than I initially thought, they made sure to place certain weapons or other things like arrows inside of the chests so that you still had a chance of doing it the, I guess, quote-unquote intended way, even if you came in without having those things available to you at the start. Yeah, they even give you a bow. So they give you a bow and arrows to deal with the eyes. They give you a torch to deal with the darkness. That is pretty interesting. Because it does somewhat highlight, you know, at least a small problem, I want to say, in that sometimes the game has trouble dealing with the fact that you can go anywhere at any given time, and that it's very, very hard for the developers to predict what kind of weapons or other potential means of dealing with enemies you have available at any given moment, which definitely does make it somewhat difficult to design puzzles, and arguably is probably also at least partially a reason behind why some of the puzzles and some of the shrines are a bit lackluster in terms of their complexity. Because it must certainly be very, very difficult, you know, when I would try to think about, okay, what kind of puzzles can we come up with if we also... Because you don't really want to over-rely on chests either. First of all, the player has to find them, you have to open them, then it also kind of sucks to have to get rid of other weapons that you're maybe really fond of and still want to use, but you're lacking the inventory space to pick them up or pick up stuff from the, you know, from the chests that you have to use inside of any given puzzle room. So, it is a bit of a difficult thing. It does bring me back to... Oh yeah, and we get a tutorial for the fourth time.
Are noted by the glowing points on your map. To take back Rudania, you'll need
Yeah,
to
I'm sorry,
activate
Daruk.
all
I
of the
know that.
terminals.
It's not my first Divine
You
Beast,
got
alright?
this, little guy.
There we go. And it opens up. Yeah, these are even designed as, you know, heat vents, if you will. I love that so much. I feel like a lot of the Divine Beasts, if you really take a closer look at them, they just have certain details within them that can sort of tip you off about their original functionality, right? Because, yeah, sure, they're partially built to, I guess, fight or trap or somehow capture the calamity or other things, other dangerous things like that, or deal with them. But at the same time, it very much feels like they're also at least partially made for other purposes as well, right? With the elephant, for example, being able to provide water, or potentially, I don't know, fill up water reservoirs, things like that. It's just awesome to think about like that. But, that being said, I talked earlier about how I thought that maybe it would have been interesting to have, instead of having you know, only an unlimited inventory available to you, it might have been interesting to include some sort of pouch or some sort of other accessory that could maybe allow you to, let's see, just use a fire arrow for this. That would maybe allow you to place, you know, different things inside of that pouch, and only those things would be available at any given moment during combat. I think that could have opened up some interesting decisions as well, especially considering that you have a lot of more or less unlimited healing available to you during a lot of fights. Wait, do they close on their own? They do. Interesting. Is there a chest there? I think there is. So I was thinking, what if... Because another thing that I thought about at the start was that I always felt it was somewhat odd that, well, at least the hammer, the leaf that you can use to make wind gusts, right, especially to propel you forwards on a boat, and torches as well. I feel like maybe the game would have benefited from having a fourth category in its inventory. Not only weapons, shields, and bows, but maybe having a fourth one that would sort of be utilities or something like that. And then maybe they could have used that inventory, right, to potentially add certain, maybe even specific items to the divine beasts that would be usable in, you know, any given one of them, and only sort of there. Maybe for a little bit of fun also outside of it, but I feel like that could have maybe opened up a lot more opportunities. Which actually does bring me back to Tears of the Kingdom and, you know, kind of wondering about what they could potentially come up with in that game in terms of adding on to the gameplay experience. Because then you'd also avoid the issue of potentially having to throw away weapons just to get a torch out or something, right? It's no big deal. I could just pick the hammer back up if I really wanted to, but... Which, by the way, do I still need the torch? I want to say no. But maybe I want to keep it. Okay, so it only has 2 orientations, right? Let's see. Wait, does it? Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. This one. Oh, wait, it cannot be moved further down. Interesting. Right. I love how weirdly it looks when you have everything else sort of on its side. With the treasure chests. Wait. I cannot climb this, right? Oh. Let's see. I think I should be able to approach this if I tilt it twice, right? Well, certainly not that way. Although, never mind, I can just stand over here. I should be able to just glide down to it. There we go. Perfect! Number 2 out of the way.
There are 3 terminals
Sheikah Slate
remaining.
authenticated.
All right, let's get moving.
Really missing the voice acting in certain sections. I know I've complained about that pretty much in every single Divine Beast that I went into, but why the hell did they have to voice act the tutorials and nothing else? Odd choice, certainly. What's in here? Oh, yeah, the bow. Never mind. Okay, how do I open that? I don't think there's anything else going on down there, right? Nope. Let's see, it's just a map place. I guess it means it's time to go up the giant ramp. Yeah. I mean, one of the balls has to be somewhere, right? To get into the ball pit. Oh, wait, what's burning? Ah, the torch. Let's go into this one. Wait. The torch can burn up. I mean, I know that it's made out of wood, and the other stuff burns up too. That's somewhat funny to think about. I don't know. I feel like it's still some... Oh, hey buddy. Where did you come from? Oh, there's a couple of you guys. Bye-bye. Where's the eye? Huh. There's even an actual light that we need to grab up here. Wait, how am I going to do that if the torch is burning up? Oh, that's a fire. I'm pretty sure it doesn't count normal fire, right? Nope. Okay, another treasure chest. Is there one thing that I can activate normally before I turn the whole thing back around? Imagine if it'd open up its, you know, big vents again and spew out another couple of those searchlight guardian thingies that fly. That would be annoying. Maybe the boss does that, I don't remember entirely. Okay, can I jump down anywhere? Let's see, where are the other things? Oh, there we go. I had not seen the ball. Alright, so... I guess I mostly want to grab the flame then? If I can do that somehow. Okay, is there a way to get outside of it that is quicker? And gets me here immediately? But isn't the problem going to be that this just burns up? I guess it doesn't if it's too... Okay, seriously, the game is somewhat strange in how it handles heat, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that you can wear an armor that literally protects you from burning inside a volcano, but at the same time is apparently not suited for wearing in a desert and avoid the heat, is somewhat strange, not gonna lie. Although I get the, you know, idea or sentiment behind it. Oh, I think the only thing that's right, so the torch is kind of just burning on your back. It's not actually... Oops. Didn't mean to whistle. I guess it's just losing durability is what's happening. Which I probably don't want to happen. Okay, so if I grab the... Where's the light? If I turn the thing a couple of times, I should be able to just get the torch outside, right? I just need to remember not to sprint, because that turns off the torch. Right. Probably stand somewhere close to the slope and then just turn the thing around a couple times. There we go. Still not entirely sure what the metal thing is for. Oh, no, never mind. The ball isn't rolling on top of this thing, it's rolling inside of it. That's why there's the metal thing. Okay, perfect. And now I just need to be careful to not do that. Oopsie. There we go. Wait, can I grab the... Where is it? No, never mind. I have to turn it back again. Ooh. Why am I suddenly pressing the whistle button? I think I never used that button before. Or almost never, anyways. For some reason I thought that the, pressing down would make Link go down like this with the torch, but it's not actually. It's the attack button. Oh, there we go. Let's try this again. Although arguably the torch could use a couple more sneaky tricks and maneuvers, all things considered. Right, do not press the down button again. There we go. Nice. Alright. There we go. Let's swap back to something else. I think I have to turn it once more though, right? Oh. Where are you guys coming from? There must be an eye still somewhere, right? Funnily enough, I am kind of wondering why they decided to place this metal cube here. Because, I mean... It wouldn't really hurt to just have the ball drop down all the way. Maybe they wanted to make you feel like you're actually, like you as the player are the one that's, actively pushing the ball into the pit. Something like that. Alright, there we go. Next one, done.
There are 2 terminals remaining.
I know.
Just a little more.
It might be hard to believe, Daruk, but I am capable of counting to 5. I think. Okay, let's see. Do we need to turn it back? Probably. Okay, where are the other 2? Oh, wait, we have this here. I didn't even realize there was a small little hole over here. Well, that's gonna be easy. Okay, not gonna lie, I love how this picks up on the shrines that we did earlier with the blue flames. And, being aware of all the tricks you can pull with these. That is pretty amazing. Oh, wait. Wait, did I just turn the arrow off by walking into the wall? Sure. Also, why am I not using this one? There we go. Makes sense, right? Of course I would go all the way across the room instead of taking this file. Okay. There we go. Is it just behind there? Oh, no, that's a metal cube. Can we just turn this stuff off? Well, that's not exactly helping. Unless I turn everything. There we go. I do have to admit, though, for a Divine Beast that can only turn in 2 directions, they really pulled out everything here, right? That's pretty awesome.
Just one terminal remaining. Just one more.
Honestly, I feel like the less stuff is available to you, in terms of the movements you can pull off with the Divine Beasts, the more interesting it almost is. Because it means the actual puzzles have to be a bit more intricate. I don't know if that's really true, though. Thinking back on it. It'd be somewhat difficult to say which one's the most interesting one. I think, for me, I want to say the camel was probably the best out of the 4. Because I feel like they really managed to pull off the whole electricity bit quite well. And I just like that it adds sort of a secondary component to the whole thing, right? Technically, they all have that, except for maybe the bird. I want to say that the bird is actually the weakest of the 4. Because it kind of only relies on... It does have wind as a theme, but I want to say it doesn't really do much with it, right? When you think about the actual puzzles that deal with wind and with being able to turn on or off turbines or things like that, or open up the windows and close them again, it certainly has that theme in it, but it doesn't really do that much with it, I want to say. Whereas the electricity in the camel, they really do a lot with that. The elephant... Well, it's difficult to say since this is kind of the recent one that I did, so maybe there is some... like a little bit of recency bias involved here, but... The elephant I thought was interesting at first, but I feel like it's suffering a little bit from not really doing that much with the water, right? I mean, you can turn its, what's it called, snout thingy? What's that actually called? It's not snout. Anyways, you know what I mean. You can turn that to redirect the flow of water, but... Oh, wait. This way. Unfortunately, I think they're not doing enough with it, right? Partially maybe also because it is really only one direction that it can turn. So, because of that, it's somewhat obvious what different bits and pieces you can hit with the water, right? So, what parts of the Divine Beast actually interact with it. Let's see, can I hit you? Not with the fire, there you go. This might have been the eye that summoned in the skulls earlier. But yeah, I just think that because the elephant has that linear movement, it kind of means that it's somewhat easy to spot which parts of it will be connected to that, right? Which parts of it will be influenced by that specific function. I want to say that it's kind of easier to spot maybe than in other places. Okay, seriously, where the heck is this? Can I pull that off? Turn it back on. Whoa, Link! Don't you fall off? Wait, shouldn't the... Where is it? Is it in between there somewhere? Ah, shit. I need to get back on it. There's another one. Where are you guys coming from? But because of that, I would say that I would probably count the camel as number 1 because of its interaction with electricity. Not entirely sure if this one takes the number 2 spot, though. Although, arguably, it is very interesting that they have that whole bit with the darkness going on at first. Okay, doesn't it make sense to... No, I probably want to stand... Oh, wait, there it is. Huh. Seriously? I am not allowed to stand on the terminals? I guess not. There we go. Okay, let's do this one more time. I guess you're supposed to stand on the platform. Yeah, over here. Maybe the terminals are just... I mean, technically, I guess they are a bit slippery, considering that they're not really... Well, they have rounded edges, I guess. I don't know.
Nice. That was the last terminal. Now go ahead and start up the main control unit. There should be a new glowing mark on your map. You're gonna need to make your way over to that. Stay focused, little guy.
Okay. I love how they're changing up the music. That's a little detail that I definitely didn't remember. Because whenever I thought about Breath of the Wild, the one thing that I was somewhat disappointed about was not the music, like not the musical pieces or songs that you can hear in the game, but, well, the lack of an instrument that you can play yourself, that was one thing, but also, at least partially, that the music does stay a little bit more in the background compared to other Zeldas, where I feel like it's way more pronounced. And I mean, the developers specifically spoke about that too, that they wanted to kind of draw attention more to sounds of nature, right? Especially when you're moving through, I don't know, rolling hills or the plains of Hyrule. Really put that sort of Breath of the Wild nature aspect in front of everything. And playing it again for a second time, I think that I definitely kind of was a little bit wrong in how I remembered it, with music not being as pronounced as I thought. Like, because there are quite a few music pieces, especially here in the Divine Beast as well, where there are unique music tracks that actually do also change as time goes on, right? And as you're dealing with them. Okay. Well, before I engage with this one though, I'm gonna take a very quick break, because it's been a while, and I'll be right back. And then we're gonna deal with this boss fight, and I honestly don't fully remember what it does, but I'd imagine that it might have something to do with a lot of flames. So I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. And we're off to dealing with this, whatever blight it is. I want to say this is by far the most prepared that I've been for a boss fight, but maybe those words are going to come back to bite me. One thing that I was definitely really, really glad that I did is that I actually went with more of a, I guess you could call it kind of a casual main story playthrough of the game. Because the first time I played it, you know, I did everything. Like, everything I could find, every shrine, every interesting bit that I could see in the distance needed to be explored, and unfortunately the one thing that happens when you do that is that you, well, pretty much over-level most of the Divine Beasts. So I want to say that the first one that I did on my first playthrough was still somewhat challenging and, you know, interesting when it came to the boss fight, but I definitely remember that I was quite disappointed actually with a lot of the other ones, mostly because they, you know, they didn't really give me much trouble. Okay, let's see. What do I have? Didn't I have, yeah, this thing I was looking for. Mighty Fried Wild Grains. That was good. Oh, that deals less damage than I thought. Camera is a bit weird, but sure. Okay, that's the scimitar gone. Is this a one-hand? I think it is, right? Yeah, see, this is sort of what I remember from this. Because I'm also pretty sure that I did this last in my first playthrough as well. Well, now it might be a bit more interesting.
That flaming ball is dangerous.
Can I... Oh, wait. Can I hit you with an ice arrow? Not really. Oh, oops. What the hell is he doing? Oh, he's just chugging big meteors at you. Nope, no stasis available. Okay. I guess he's just gonna keep the fire shield? Yeah, I don't think that's doing much. Wait, can I... Is he gonna suck in the bombs? No. Maybe I was just too late on it. Oh. Did not realize that it was still tracking me. Okay, buddy. What's your deal? Ah, there we go. I was gonna say, that looked like something that you can, you know, chuck bombs into. So there we go.
Now's your chance.
It's a bit weird to hit. Because he's floating like that. Oh, wait, my bow broke. Might as well use this one. I don't even know if the ice arrows deal bonus damage. I don't actually think so. Probably a normal bow would have done the job as well, but there we go. Yeah. It is what it is. So, as much fun as I had with the other three bosses, at this point I think that I pretty much just have enough stuff available. Even though I didn't really use that much, all things considered, right? Because I have to use the flame-proof armor, or fireproof armor, which meant that I had less armor available technically, although I did upgrade it twice. So I guess not really anyways. And I only used one attack up thing. Wasn't even really hit that much, yeah. That is certainly an aspect that I hope they address in Tears of the Kingdom. That being said, I am not playing on Master Mode, right? Because with the DLC, I think this game definitely offers up quite a bit more challenge than the base game. I just wish that the base game had already contained some idea of how to deal with this problem, right? In that, what happens when you overlevel, or... Well, it's not really overlevel so much as overgear enemies like this. Things. It was, yeah. Definitely was on the easier side when it comes to fights. I wish that the first phase had already contained, maybe not the flame shield, but certainly more flame elements, right? The first phase felt like it wasn't really in tune with the whole fire theme, volcano theme that we got going on here. Yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure that I didn't open up all the chests, but it doesn't really matter. Either way, though.
Great work, little guy.
I'm looking forward to what they're doing with that in Tears of the Kingdom. And even if they don't really change it, It's not going to be a big deal.
I owe you big for this. Because of you, my spirit is finally free. Can't thank you enough. I feel like I should apologize. I was doing all I could to protect Hyrule when that thing got the best of me. Sorry that me wrestling with the rubble caused such a mess.
Resting with the rubble. That's a good way of putting it.
Good news is, Ruthania is now back under our control. That means that our century-old Ganon beatdown plan can finally go into effect. I'm gonna take this down the mountain. I'll have a better shot at Ganon there. And then, once you've made your way into Hyrule Castle, we're gonna light that thing up.
Sounds like a plan, buddy.
I want to give you something. It's a special power of mine called Daruk's Protection.
Which is probably going to come in really, really handy.
I'm a spirit, but it might be useful for you. Here it comes!
Especially because I feel like once we go to the castle, I might still be lacking a bit, both in armor and heart pieces. So it's probably good if we can protect ourselves against a couple more, one-shot attacks with this.
From this moment forth, the power of protection from the depths of my soul now lives inside you. Good luck, little guy. And give my regards to the princess.
Well, that's the fourth divine beast done. So in theory, right, just in theory, we are now ready to face Ganon. But we are missing one very, very vital piece for the for Hyrule's champion, and that is the Master Sword. So that's what we're gonna go do next. I think, thinking back on where it is, it's not actually that difficult to get to, right? I do remember that the tower that was next to it might be a little bit annoying. So I'm pretty sure it had some of the weird Ganon slime next to it. I mean, these cutscenes never fail to impress. And arguably this thing probably has the coolest out of the laser activation animations.
Well, that ought to do it. We're set here. Now we just gotta wait for the perfect shot. Once Link is in the castle, Ruthania will unleash an epic blast. Ganon won't know what hit him. Hyrule looks pretty good from up here. Even after 100 years.
It does, doesn't it?
The old rolling grounds sure are a sight for sore eyes. I wonder how the Gorons fared after the Great Calamity. I sure hope everyone down there is still going strong after every... Huh? Hey, look at that. Still going strong indeed. Ha!
I'm sure that's definitely left a big impression on Mr. Yonobu here. Sure, he's not really gonna forget this day for a very, very, very long time to come. Another thing that I was going to say, though, that I never really paid too much attention to, even though it seems kind of obvious in retrospect, is that because, as he just said, right, they're technically only taking aim. It's not really a laser that they're shooting so much as sort of just an aiming laser shot. And the actual shot, or the actual moment when they truly hit Ganon, isn't going to occur until we enter the castle and face him, right? And I guess one little detail that I'd never really paid attention to is that their lasers really, truly, pretty much exactly look like a big version of what the Guardians are doing to us every single time we get near to one.
You, all of the divine beasts have returned to us, and the spirits of the champions are free. We will all be awaiting your clash with Ganon at Hyrule Castle.
Thanks for the follow. Yeah, about that, Zelda, I think I still, unfortunately, need to get the Master Sword. Which, funnily enough, she never points you towards that, right? It's only ever the champions, or not the champions themselves, but their descendants, that are saying, hey, by the way, wasn't there this legendary sword that I don't really know where it is, but apparently it's in a forest. Hey, brother! Thanks so much for appeasing Rudania, Goro. I don't exactly know what you were doing in Rudania, but, well, it seems to have calmed down, Goro. Yeah, no, while I was up there, I could have sworn I saw Lord Daruk standing on top of Rudania. Okay, one thing that I didn't mention earlier, but whenever he says Goro, for some reason, that reminds me of Goro Akechi from Persona 5, and I don't really know why. Maybe because I watched a couple streamers play through that recently. I don't know. It's just sort of weird. It's a funny little weird quirk either way, right? I wonder, was that his ghost? I don't know how to explain it, but somehow I feel a lot braver now, Goro. Huh? Ah, that's right. I talked to Boss about you, and he said to bring you to him. An order from Boss can't be refused. Move it, Goro. He's right over there. I love their rolling technique, though. It reminds me of one of the best parts of Majora's Mask, right? With the, well, the masks. And when you're a Goron, rolling around was a lot of fun. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Not gonna stay at your inn for now. I have bigger and more important issues to handle right now.
Ah, it's you! You know what told me everything. You really are something else, brother. You know that?
I feel like I changed his voice like 3 times now. Not that I'm really good at that either way, but...
I can't believe you conquered Rudania. Color me impressed. But good grief. Did you have to do it just when my back pain went away?
Maybe we should have just waited, you know, like half an hour for the painkillers to kick in and you could have just helped us, but... I guess not.
I was all ready and raring to go at Rudania myself.
I'm sure you were.
Now that you've gone and made it look like I was just fibbing about my back pain this whole time. Imagine that. Me!
I guess he's already had to repel Rudania a number of times, so it's not like he is, you know, disingenuous or anything.
Oh. I'm also happy to see Junobo finally got his act together. I know that's your doing as well. But enough backpatting and other such nonsense. Take a look at this. The divine beast of our Rudania has calmed down and returned to his peaceful ways.
By the way, did they ever explain what Va means in this context? Divine beast Va Rudania? It's something like off? Something else?
Now we can get back to digging for ore around Death Mountain. Oh, right. I've still got to thank you, brother.
Really don't remember what we're getting from these guys. Maybe it was some sort of strong shield.
There's some treasure in my house. Grab it. Keep it. It's yours. It's a sharp blade. Oh, never mind. That Daruk himself once wielded. I'm sure you'll be able to make good use of it. However, well, as a Hylian, you probably already know this, but apparently 100 years ago, the Hylian champion had a legendary blade, the sword that seals the darkness. Yeah, no, you're not the first person to mention it. Thanks a lot, but I know where it is. I'm gonna get it. Don't worry about it. Sword is rumored to sleep in the Lost Woods just west of here.
Oh. Okay. Wait, are they progressively getting more clear in their direction towards where it is? I think they are, aren't they? I want to say the first one, or after I dealt with the first Divine Beast, they just said, oh yeah, there's a sword that seals the darkness somewhere. And then somebody else mentioned, oh yeah, it's in a forest. And now he's pointing to the Lost Woods and exactly to their location as well. Maybe it's just because it's closest to this place. Or maybe it's depending on, you know, when you do the last Divine Beast but still haven't gotten the Master Sword, they just say, hey, by the way, that's where it is. Go get it.
I bet you'd like to find it, eh? You should go looking.
Probably means Divine Beast. Maybe Guardian? I don't know. Could be. I mean, it would be sort of a double up, right? If, because they always say Divine Beast va Rudania. So it wouldn't be Divine Beast. It would be Divine Beast Rudania, right? Divine Beast, Guardian, Rudania. It could be Guardian. It sounds a little bit more like the, you know, maybe like the Dutch. Is it von in Dutch? It would be von in German. Sort of, you know, or maybe off. So Divine Beast of Rudania. Boulder Breaker. 60. Wow. This two-handed weapon was once wielded by the Goron champion Daruk. Daruk made swinging it around look easy, but Hylian would need an immense amount of strength. Just pocketing a giant two-handed sword. Don't mind me. Okay. Cool. So that's done. Obviously, the memories still remain. You've reclaimed the 4 Divine Beasts by defeating the Volcano Phantoms. You should Impa. Oh! Really? I did not realize that you had to return to Impa after dealing with this. Because I thought... I know that there's that one... Well, the cigarette lighter ball next to her. Someone in chat said that. I don't know who it was when I went there for the first time, but either way, you get that after doing something. Was it after the Divine Beasts? Because don't you have to return to Impa once you have all the memories too? I thought that is when you get access to it. Maybe she just tells you something else? Considering that he just pointed to the exact location of the Master Sword, I'm a little bit surprised that the game doesn't keep that or keep track of it as a main quest, honestly. Because I kind of thought it would. But maybe that happens after we talk to Impa. Anything else that I still want to do here? I don't really think so, honestly. I think, so the Master Sword I'm pretty sure is right around here, right? And I want to say that, well, this one I'm not too sure if this has like a northern component to it, this path. I think this one has, but this one gets us very, very close to the castle, which would be pretty dangerous with all the guardians walking around. I guess if we ride through it, it could work. Well, I need to take a look at where the tower is anyways, which is probably maybe easier to see from this one. So I can take a look over. I think the tower was somewhere around here. I don't think it was too far in. And then, as far as I remember, the road to it also wasn't exactly too complicated. We do have to do those Korok tests, though, going through the forest, I'm pretty sure. That I do remember. But other than that, I want to say that I'm pretty much done here. Reddit post suggests that Ba is the manufacturer. Okay. Interesting theory. Is that for real? I mean, I guess what is true, though, is that it's probably some sort of ancient, or it's supposed to be ancient Sheikah language, right? I would say. It can be anything you want it to be, yeah. Actually, that does brings me back to the ancient. Is it ancient Hylian? Would that be based on the on what the Sheikah were saying? So when you play through Wind Waker, right, you get the option to do like a New Game Plus run, and in New Game Plus you can understand the, I think it's called Ancient Hylian in Wind Waker, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Well, anyways, when you're playing through New Game Plus in that game, you can understand what they're saying. And there are these ancient divine beasts, kinda, as well. Divine ancient guardians of certain places, like the Deku Tree, for example, that speak in that ancient Hylian language. I wonder if that's really just Hylian? Would it be based on Sheikah? I don't really know. Did Ocarina of Time have something like that? Kinda, right? I think Ocarina of Time used it in textures, I want to say. Not necessarily in dialogue. Either way, it could go back to something like that. I'm just slightly, now that I'm thinking about it, I am somewhat... confused maybe that we don't really get to see any ancient Sheikah texts as much. I guess they're sort of implied with their technology, right? But they're not really pointed out, at least not the way they are in Wind Waker. Well, okay. Let's just go back to Kakariko. Might as well talk to Impa. She's probably going to say what we're supposed to do next. She might point us towards the Master Sword. Maybe that's where you get the quest for it. Because I still think there should be a... I want to say there was a quest for it. Maybe it's only when you actually approach the location. Good thing is, though, I definitely have enough hearts for it. It means Divine Beast, yeah. I guess it could also have, you know, sort of a very general meaning of, yeah, Divine Beast, big structure, I don't know. Could have a whole number of different meanings that all kind of still mean more or less the same thing. Alright, since we don't really need the fire protection anymore, I don't think, might as well swap back to our usual outfit. Because everybody needs to recognize that we're the Hylian champion, right? Although, we definitely still need the Master Sword for it. Impa! I'm back! I did it! I sense it. Their presence. Taruk, Horbosa, Revali, Mifa. 100 years ago, I put my life on the line to fight alongside everyone. But I could not protect them. They died without fulfilling their destinies. I have lived all this time thinking they died in vain. I wonder if she must have been a fairly strong Sheikah fighter too, right? Like the other dudes that we see on the outside that are constantly doing their, you know, fighting movement. I don't know. I always picture a younger Impa here in Breath of the Wild looking somewhat like the Impa we meet in Ocarina of Time too, right? Sort of young, energetic, very, very skilled at battle. But this energy I feel from their presence, it seems they have not given up. I can also sense that they were all overjoyed to see you again. She's always giving you such weird looks sometimes. Now you all serve the same purpose. Now it is time to attack Calamity Ganon while he is awake. Hurry to the princess. Go, now. But what about the memories, though? Oh, so this quest just points you towards... Okay. I believe you will find Calamity Ganon in Hyrule Castle. Even with the blessings of the divine beasts on your side, you must be careful. Calamity Ganon will be well protected. Be prepared for anything. Okay, thanks about that. I mean, the castle's kind of obvious and hard to miss, so... right. Okay, so now we have the memories. I'm really surprised that they don't give you a quest, since he so directly pointed you to... Oh yeah, it's in, you know, in the forest west of here. Feels like that should give you... Maybe they didn't really want you to have a specific quest marker. I mean, they still could have just pointed at a stable next to it or something. See her jump around, sort of like Yoda in episode 2. She just suddenly starts drawing some insane old Sheikah weapon and goes off. Sort of a little creature jumping around her foes, completely annihilating them. Honestly, that would have been a really funny scene. Well, okay. So I suspect that maybe... Well, I definitely know that after I get all the memories, she's going to give me access to the energy ball that'll allow me to activate the... Wherever it was. It's somewhere here in Kakariko, right? The ball pit. I think that just... No, that's not giving you an additional shrine. It does something else. I don't really remember what, though. Either way, Master Sword. Let's see. What would be the best location to approach it from? Okay, first of all, let's see if maybe by traveling here we can get a sense of our surroundings there. And see where the tower potentially is. And after that... I mean, I guess I'll just travel there, right? It shouldn't be... Don't need to make too much of a fuss around it. All right. Oh, I forgot this was the tower with the weird dude that wants you to jump as far as you can. Oh, there was another shrine there. That is north of here. Okay, so the forest is really far away. Thankfully, they did place that... Well, isn't that the Deku tree? Giant tree in the middle of it? That's the tower I need to get to. Let's see, where the hell is that? Oh, holy shit, that's really close to this one. Yeah. So it might be worth it to jump over from here. I think this tower technically is fairly low to the ground, but that's mostly because it's standing on a giant mountain already. So I might have to, you know, traverse some rough terrain here too. But for the most part, we should be able to get there. Do I want to pick up the shrine? Nah, not worth it. I might have to change, to briefly change back to my fireproof clothes though. Because I think I might be at least briefly jumping through very, very hot air. Oh, I completely forgot about that. I think this is the first time I read one of the tips. I read one of the tips in this playthrough. The second one, I mean. I completely forgot that horses can just stay on the road you're currently traveling on when you're not directing them anywhere else. Not a bad feature at all. Not exactly something I usually like. Not a big fan of any sort of auto movement or, well, things that sort of take control away from you. Okay. You cannot actually see the tower from here, so I might want to just jump around the mountains. At least that way I don't have to climb them. I actually wonder, if I still want to grab all the memories, right? I wonder if I'll have to grab all the towers for that too. Well, technically, obviously I don't, but, oh yeah. Might be worth it to just climb up this one again. Jump down. Guess I was losing a bit more height than I thought. It is pretty awesome, though, how far up Rivali's Scale can actually take you. I think initially you think it's actually not that much, but once you use it a couple of times, it really, really makes traversal a lot easier. Although, I'm still not entirely certain if I would go for the bird as the first Divine Beast again, if I were to play this game for a third time. It is difficult to say. I don't know. You probably just want to jump from rock to rock here. What's up with the suspenseful music? Is that always just playing when you're close to Death Mountain? Man, I cannot wait to get to the castle. But of course, first the Master Sword, and then the memories. And then we're ready. Ready to face Ganon. And defeat this evil once and for all. Well, until Friday. Until Tears of the Kingdom releases, and for some reason he's back. And voiced by Matthew Mercer. Actually, does Ganon have voice lines in this game? Guess we'll see. I don't think so, although maybe? Oh, that's the one. Okay. Well, I mean, this seems like a good way to approach it. Honestly, considering its surroundings... Oh, yeah, I remember! This one's the tower that has the, at the part of the skull stuck on top of it. That's actually really neat. So there is, I remember that. There is like a giant swamp around it that you're not really able to traverse. And pretty much a big monster camp as well. And the skull, which usually you just find sort of lying around normally, has been, well, broken in two. And partially is now stuck on top of the tower. Which I must say, I really like that aspect. This idea of, okay, these towers really just sort of just came up, right? Link awoke from the Shrine of Resurrection, and then we activated the towers on the Great Plateau, and that at that moment, I mean, yeah, sure, you see the cutscene happen and everything, but not a lot of games would have necessarily combined that in this way, right? Where they really make it look like, okay, this is actually what happened, right? I feel like a lot of other games would have just taken that cutscene as, okay, you know, guess these towers exist now, and not really think about it too much, and just making them sort of a gameplay element, kind of a boring one at that is always the exact same thing. And not only did Breath of the Wild come up with with this really, really awesome idea of actually utilizing your sort of digital telescope to make proper use of the vantage point that the towers have, but also at least they're kind of like mini arenas sometimes, right? Where they all have slightly different challenges attached to them in terms of how they work and what they require you to do from time to time, and it's pretty cool, pretty neat. They didn't have to do that, but they did it anyways, and I like that. Oh, why is it getting cold all of a sudden? What? Let's see. Let's swap back. That's a weird change from literally burning to death to suddenly being cold. But okay. I guess we're gonna equip this one. If you come here after Death Mountain, you are able to skip this. I mean, look at that. It's kind of an insane monster camp, not gonna lie. There we go. Perfect landing. The Woodland Tower. And I think from here it really isn't too far to the Lost Woods. They're pretty much right behind us now. Although, it is equally funny to me that they decided to place that fog inside the woods because they needed a way to force you to enter them in a very specific manner, right? So they came up with this idea of fog that would obstruct your sort of path that you needed to travel. It's a sort of a magical, mystical fog. So if you try to enter the Lost Woods from any other direction as the intended one, it's kind of just putting you towards the start. Although, now that I'm thinking back on it, I think you can be very sneaky or cheeky and actually drop smack dab in the middle of them, right? Because you see the Deku Tree here, and if you enter them from this direction, which you're kind of supposed to do, you have to traverse the fog in a, like, you have to follow, I think, flames or something. But I think you can technically, you know, either jump off from Death Mountain or from some other area that's very, very high up. And I think, I want to say there is a way to land right in the middle where you don't have to traverse it in sort of a weird way. Why didn't it delete the pin? Well, either way, I'm going to enter it normally. Because it's also just fun to do that. And as far as I recall, there should be at least 3, potentially 4 additional shrines inside of the Lost Woods. Not that I really need an additional heart at this point, because I can just convert my stamina back into hearts, but it's nice to have anyways. There we go. I also just love the fog effect, right? And, of course, the music. Lost Woods. Very mysterious place. Thankfully, I accidentally kept this torch around. Of course, that was entirely on purpose. Well, that being said, you're just following the flames either way. I don't know if the torch would even do much, honestly. Oh, I love that. That little bit in the background, right, where it's kind of very, very subtly hinting at the Korok sound. This is not the right way. Wait a second. What am I missing here? I mean, I see another flame over there. I'm pretty sure that's not the one I need to follow. Or maybe it is. Never mind. First time I entered these, though... Oh, you even get another torch here. Nice. Oh, that might mean, though, that from this point forward, I need to light this stuff myself. Let's see. What did you have to do here? I just remember absolutely loving that they kind of brought this idea back from Ocarina of Time, where you're really lost in the Lost Woods. Of course, in Ocarina of Time, well, also considering its sort of technical limitations. Oh, there's a... Nice. Let's pick that up. you know, it was obviously done much, much simpler than this, where, probably don't need that, where you just have this one sort of square room with 4 exit points, and the exit points are just, well, they look like a dead giant tree that you can run through, and it's just getting dark, and if it's the right path, it'll just turn light and get you to the next room, and if it's the wrong one, it just, you know, has a brief loading screen and puts you back at the start. I think, you know, considering, you know, Nintendo 64 technology, that was really cool. And it was a really awesome place to traverse. And yeah, when I saw this with the fog, it was so cool to me how they brought that idea back. With the Lost Woods truly being a place that is very, very difficult to traverse and eventually will make you lose your way, which I'm definitely feeling right now. Also, this is pretty scary, right? These sort of mouth-looking openings on the trees. It's cheating, you're supposed to follow the music. Well, that's the trick that you'll figure out eventually, right? In Ocarina of Time. Which I'm not entirely sure if that works here too, actually. Never really tried that. I don't think so, right? It's not really changing. I honestly don't really remember where I had to go, though. I thought that at some point it would just put me back to the start, honestly. Maybe it doesn't, though. Or maybe it's fine if you carry around a torch. Huh. Not gonna lie, I love how much I actually forgot about this place. Yeah, that was not the right way. Okay, it always puts you back here. That's neat. Okay. It briefly showed one of the shrines on my radar. Seriously, though. What am I missing here? Are you just supposed to run forward? Because that's where we came from. I don't really see anything. I just ran this way, though. Because I thought that you just had to find more torches to light. And now we're at the edge. I'm kind of sure that's not the right way. Bunch of openings in the trees here, though. Seriously, these trees look proper scary, don't they? Definitely fitting the theme of this place. Wait, what the hell am I missing? Is the tree pointing me in any direction? No, he's just kind of grinning at us. Probably knowing that we're actually lost. I mean, that's where it came from. Either I'm overlooking something really, really obvious here. I was so sure that you just needed to follow the torches or something. No! Yeah, ha ha ha! Hmm. I mean, the trees aren't exactly pointing the right way, are they? Huh? I don't even see anything here. Or did you have to talk to somebody else first? Was there like a quest I needed to get before I could do this? You're getting a craving for playing Nintendo games again? Ah, they're really something special, I have to admit. As much as, you know, Nintendo sometimes has some weird decision-making going on, and their hardware is never really up to date and stuff. They truly can be something super special, right? I don't know. They just have this very unique formula to their games sometimes. Even if sometimes it doesn't really work out, or they have technical issues or limitations or whatever. Thankfully, they do still try a lot of, you know, a lot of stuff that other games just don't really do. Even indie games to some degree. Oh yeah, I know the feeling. That's why I bought this game for Wii U, because for the longest time I just didn't really have that much spending money for a Switch. Which is also why I bought the Lite first. Now thankfully I still had a bit left over to get the normal one to be able to play on my monitor. Why the hell am I not remembering how this worked? Because this is kind of supposed to be the starting point, right? Maybe you're supposed to follow the tree faces? Was that it? Didn't I already sort of try that? Nope. Oh. Oh. Huh. Now it really put me back at the start. That is strange. I guess it thought that I was still at its beginning stages. That was weird. I must have hit, because I went somewhat backwards, I must have hit a different loading area. Interesting. Well, that certainly means that that's definitely not the right way. I guess moving forward it is then. I feel like I already went in most directions that I theoretically would have been able to. Yeah, for a second I thought that I at least did something, or that a quest or something would pop up. Even the smaller trees have like, faces on them. Interesting. Okay, seriously, I distinctly remember this being fairly obvious the first time I came here, but apparently not. Why do I not remember how to do this? I was so sure that you just had to follow a light or something. Or was it the flow of the air thingies? Do they change direction sometimes? Oh, maybe it is. Oh, are you supposed to follow the wind? If so, that's actually not that obvious, I want to say. Although I guess it really is the only visual clue that you're getting here, right? Okay, another turn that way. That's really cool. How the heck did I forget that? Okay, now it's pointing us to a shrine already. There we go. I think I made it. I completely forgot about that. That's so awesome. It's a very subtle hint, though, I'm gonna say. I feel like the reason why I forgot about it is because I kind of did it, or I must have done this, I don't know, fairly easily the first time I came here, for some reason. And now we're here. Get ready for not that good of a frame rate, I think. This place was by far the, you know, the area where both the Wii U and the Switch had the most trouble loading stuff in. Which I'm not even entirely sure why. Maybe because of the dense vegetation? Hestu, it's been a while! Hey, buddy! How are you doing? And there we have it. The legendary blade. The Master Sword. And once again, the subtle music coming in the background, right? It's definitely picking up on those well-known melodies from the other Zelda games, but very, 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 very subtly, and only the beginning parts of the melody, not much more. Okay, so I do remember there were 3 trials, I think, that you had to deal with. I don't know if there was a shrine directly here, though. I want to say there was a way to teleport right back into the middle, but maybe we have to do 3 shrines in order to get access to that. Well, let's talk to the person I know first. Also, what does the sign say? The Test of Wood. Forest exit shortcut. Okay. What do they mean by shortcut? Hey, buddy! You're making music in a different place now. Shalaka! It's you! We meet again! What's with the silent treatment? Don't you remember me? I'm the musician of Korok Forest. Has to. Of course I remember you. I'm impressed you found your way through the Lost Woods and made it here. So, have you brought me any Korok seeds? Yeah, I sure did, buddy. If you return my lost Korok seeds to me, I'll expand the size of your inventory. Please give me more bow inventory. Yes. I was desperately lacking on bow inventory for a long time now. I don't remember how many Korok seeds I'd have to give him for another weapon slot, though. There we go. Da-na-na-na-na. I wish that was voice acted so much. That would have been so fun talking to him. Expand a band bow stash, Shakala. So then, do you want to expand another stash? Okay, how much is that? Okay, I just need 5. Okay. So technically, I could get that, and then I would have 2 left over for another bow slot, right? I think. So let's do that. Ding, 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 ding. You must have a lot of confetti in those maracas. Right, that's what they were called. Expand the band weapon stash, Akala. Yeah, bow stash, please. Okay. And then, sadly, we're already out of Korok seeds. Honestly, I picked up a lot less Korok seeds than I thought. I mean, I still expanded my inventory by a bunch, so it's not exactly like I didn't pick up any, but all things considered, before I began the playthrough, I definitely thought that I would pick up more Korok seeds and less shrines. but I guess the shrines are kind of more obvious to discover, and if you're not really going out of your way to explore different places, then apparently the Koroks aren't as obvious as I thought. Okay, who the hell are you? You could be... You're Mr. Hero! Mr. Hero is here! That's a cute nickname. Mushroom on my head suddenly sprouted today, so I knew something was up. All right, you do have some mushrooms on your head. Is that healthy? Are you... I guess so. I guess mushrooms can be pretty healthy for, like, growing on tree trunks, right? Typically not on their heads, but I'm sure it's fine. It was a prediction that you'd come, I think. Now then, the Korok trials await. Wait, you haven't even touched the sword yet. What are you waiting for? You've got to go to the sword first. They'll tell you all about the Korok trials once you've taken care of that. Yeah, buddy, about that. I don't really think I will be able to pick that up. I completely forgot that these guys had a bed and a store. They're really making a living out here, right? Although I do wonder what they're selling, or who they're selling the stuff to. Considering that it's really not that obvious how to get to this place. Wonder if they've even noticed that there is fog on the outside. I guess I'm gonna try to pick up the sword then, huh? I know that I can't right now. I thought we would get a shortcut here somewhere. I mean, now that I remember how, it wouldn't be too difficult to get back in here. Oh, we need to get the memory first.
You are our final hope. The fate of Hyrule rests with you.
Very determined Princess Zelda. And a pretty short cutscene. Huh.
Who is that? Did I doze off again?
Unexpected voice. But okay.
Well, it's you. You finally decided to return. Better late than never. After 100 years, I'd nearly given up hope on seeing you again. Even my patience has limits, you know.
Sort of suddenly sticking the head out of the
that
nest.
Look on your face tells me that you have no recollection of me, however.
Nope. Can't say I do.
I have watched over Hyrule since time immemorial. Many have referred to me over the ages as the Deku Tree. That is the weapon created by the ancient goddess. The sword that seals the darkness that only the chosen knight can wield against the Calamity Ganon.
Sure glad the goddess did that at some point in the past.
Believe it or not, it was actually you who wielded that sword 100 years ago. But I must warn you to take extreme caution. The sword stands as a test to anyone who would dare attempt to possess it. As you are now, I cannot say whether you are worthy or not. If you sought to free the sword in any sort of weakened state, you would surely lose your life where you stand.
Weird laugh.
Best of luck, young one.
I have to say though, the Koroks are really cute, aren't they? As much as they, well, literally give you shit, they're pretty cute. Well, also, obviously, there is that direct connection with the Koroks in Wind Waker 2, so yeah, that works pretty well. The sword cares not for your physical might. it is moved by what lies within your heart, Link, or more specifically, 13 of them. Zelda should have Mipha's voice. Yeah, I do think that the English choices for some of the voices aren't really fitting, right? I don't know. It's a bit of a shame. Yeah. Well, sadly, I don't speak Japanese. I know that you can still obviously infer the meaning and you have the subtitles, and it does, you know, probably sound more fitting. Well, it is somewhat of a shame because I want to say that a lot of games recently, or over the past, you know, 5, 6, 7 years maybe, were pretty good in terms of their English voices and voice acting and choices, both in direction and the actors they chose. Sadly, this one, not really. I mean, I don't mind it too much. At the end of the day, there really aren't that many voiced lines in this game to begin with, but yeah. It definitely takes out a bit of the gravity of the situation, I want to say. It cuts through bravado and superficial enhancements. Only true strength can draw it from its resting place. Well, thanks for reminding me that I cannot use a hearty radish to pull it out. The only way to know if you have what it takes is to try. Nah. Sorry, buddy. I've already done it once. I love how it suddenly just gives you a main quest. Oh, hey, by the way, yeah, this is actually really important. I mean, I know that all the champions point you towards it. I really wonder why they know not... Because he's so specifically mentioned, go to the Lost Woods, it's west of here. Why this quest didn't pop up and say, oh, hey, you know, this is the beginning of the Lost Woods and point you at its entrance? Bit weird, but... Because I also thought that it actually did that. Or maybe I missed a trigger for that? I don't know. Through the Lost Woods and deep within the Korok Forest sleeps the sword that seals the darkness, a weapon said to be capable of striking down the calamity. Though you came to claim the sword, the Deku Tree told you the blade would test you. Although you wielded it 100 years ago, can you pull the sword out in your current state? Which actually brings up a couple of questions. So, what exactly are the shrines about then? Because the shrines are the things that have the orbs that give us back the strength that apparently Link already possessed 100 years ago. How exactly does that work? Like, is this Shrine of Resurrection sort of connected through a network of Sheikah shrines and they all prepared those orbs to be picked up by the person that would rest within the Shrine of Resurrection? America just doesn't have good voice actors? Well, I mean, they do. A couple. There are definitely some good American voice actors. It's just, yeah, there's not that many, right? And the problem is we've reached a point where the good ones are so recognizable, even if, which is why you also have to have like super, super good voice direction, right? Because I think that's lacking more than anything. Is that it feels like they typically only go in, you know, and for example, they get Matthew Mercer and then just say, hey, you know, do your Matthew Mercer voice. And then we get, you know, this. So I want to say it's the voice direction sometimes that is lacking too. Yeah, and then the demand must be crazy high. Although, arguably, I want to say that they, which is why I brought up the whole thing about voice direction, you don't necessarily have to get the most recognizable voice actors. I think that whenever you do have a game that has really, really good voice direction, or where they really had an idea of what characters were supposed to sound like, You can definitely find, I want to say, new voice actors that are really, really good. The problem is, I feel like a lot of the times they're not even looking for that, right? Maybe because they also want to go with the sort of safe choice, but with that, we're always sort of ending up in the same place. And, you know, without much variance when it comes to voice acting. I do like the voice acting in Final Fantasy XIV because they picked, like, British voice actors, right? Which is, yeah, certainly, at least it's different. Different to a lot of games. That being said, I mean, I guess you can't argue that the voice acting, for example, in Uncharted and The Last of Us is incredible. You cannot even really call it voice acting because it's proper acting. I mean, they were on a stage and acted out the scenes, right? I guess the new God of War, for example, also cool idea. You know, whatever you want to say about the writing of that, but yeah, it can be done. Problem is, it's not sometimes. Yeah, and the whole money thing, that's another issue, right? That is also a very, very good point. Sadly, it's one of those examples where I feel like in the pursuit of efficiency and always wanting to make the most money, sadly, companies are actually preventing themselves from getting more money, right? Because if you at least invest a little bit into new talent, eventually you're going to find new, really, really capable people. And technically at that point, when you discover them, you can, you know, get them for cheap and they might still be really, really good. But if you don't even try because you're scared or you want to play the safe card, you don't really want to spend that money for whatever reason, then eventually you're kind of running out of good people. Right? And sadly, that happens to so many industries where they're so focused on maximizing their profit that they don't realize that they're actually cutting their own profits because they're not willing to look for better opportunities, right? They play it too safe, like way too safe, actually, to the point where they're actually losing money. And they don't really want to admit that a lot of the time. It's kind of dumb, but yeah, sadly, that's sort of how it works a lot of the times. Oh, did they send it out? Nice. Well, I hope that it does arrive in time. That is always why I'm not, you know, well, at least if I want to have a game on release, typically I don't like to rely on, what's it called? Purchasing it like online. I like to go into the store myself because then I can be 100% sure that I'm actually going to get it. But yeah, obviously that's a much more comfortable way of doing it. Yeah, small production. Although, that being said, I do think that every now and again you have either indie games or other, you know, smaller productions without a lot of budget that can still have really great voice acting when they're playing their cards right and when they're sort of, I guess, approaching it the right way. Every now and again, you do find games that, although I have some trouble coming up in my head with a good example right now. I definitely remember playing a couple though that had pretty good voice acting for what they were, anyways. And I mean, even the voice actors we have now had to start somewhere, right? So it's not like they started out as that, you know, super well-known voice actor. So clearly there is a way to start. It's just, well, sadly kind of difficult. Okay, so we have to go through these trials. Anything else I needed to do beforehand? I hadn't... So, what are the trials about then? Because if I had more than 13 hearts right now, wouldn't I be able to just pull out the Master Sword and be done with it?
Oh. Mr. Hero? Hey, are you the hero? Could it be? Welcome to Korok Forest. You're much, much cooler looking than I thought you'd be.
What did you expect?
But to be sure, you're up to the task at hand. I prepared a trial for you. What do you think? Will you accept my trial?
Yeah.
Hooray! Show me a rod with the power of ice, please.
Oh, shit. Well, thankfully I do remember where one of the Ice Whiz ropes is going around.
You can wave this rod to freeze monsters in their tracks. Ice Whiz ropes love to wreak havoc with them. If Mr. Hero were to wield a rod with the power of ice, he would be even stronger and cooler.
Yeah, don't really know about that. Can't disagree with the stronger part, but sure. Oh yeah, one other thing that I wanted to mention though. I really have a soft spot in my heart for the Deku Tree. So when I guess when I first encountered The Legend of Zelda as sort of a game franchise, right? I was still really, really young and, well, didn't really know much about video games, right? Just got a Nintendo 64. And honestly, the game, you know, for a fairly young child, Ocarina of Time isn't necessarily the easiest game, right? Not necessarily from a how to defeat bosses perspective, but it does contain some, you know, cleverly designed puzzles where you kind of have to think around some corners. I still made it through eventually, but I definitely remember that, well, it was also somewhat scary in certain parts. And that kind of meant that I remember starting it over a couple of times. Not exactly from the start right away, but I do remember sort of playing through the earlier parts of Korok Forest, getting to the Deku Tree, and then at some point just sort of stopping in that first dungeon. And then eventually I picked it up again. I mean, not that long afterwards, but I started over and got through that first dungeon. But because the first thing that you do in Ocarina of Time is talk to the Deku Tree, and because he's so, I don't know, brave, sort of an old grandfather giving you, you know, tips and sort of taking you under his wings, but also considering that, you know, especially for a younger child, the Deku Tree dies, right? In kind of a sad scene once you are done with the dungeon. Later on, you'll learn that there is a new Deku Tree actually growing in front of it, like a small little one. But it takes some time to get to that place. And yeah, I mean, that sort of scene and that gravity of the situation definitely was just a kind of a profound memory, I think, for me back then. And definitely, I think one of the scenes that I just, you know, very vividly remember from back in the day. Which is why I always like talking to the Deku Tree, and I'm a big fan of it being such a big staple of the series and being brought back every single time too, right? I mean, certainly not the only thing. There is a bunch of stuff that is, you know, present in every single Zelda game, but the Deku Tree is just one of the things that I always like when I see him. Yeah, there was some serious topic. I mean, Ocarina of Time had some pretty serious tones, themes, some really scary parts. But always with this hint of, like, even in its scariest moments, it has a very, that was sort of the magic of it, right? And what I guess eventually made me fall in love with the series is this combination of it being, like, having these serious undertones, having, you know, scary parts, dark parts to it, especially also when you eventually go into the lore about some of the backgrounds of where that stuff comes from. But it also always has this, well, I mean, that's why it's called The Legend of, right? It's like a sort of legend, fairy tale story that eventually, you know, the good side is going to triumph. And that sort of, I guess, hopeful feeling that is carried through the series is something that, even though as a child maybe you don't fully grasp what it means or where it comes from, is still definitely something that is clearly present and felt through the game's design, which I thought was really cool. It's almost like a... well, can you really say Disney movie? Sadly, Disney, you know, is getting more and more of a bad rap these days too. And, you know, deserved to a degree. But, I mean, the best sort of Pixar movies or something, right? There are these things where adults can get a lot out of them, children can get a lot out of them, and they're still picking up some heavy themes every now and again. And Zelda, albeit I would definitely say that Zelda generally is darker than a Pixar movie, but it still has that, I guess, same basic concept of being, you know, having these happier parts, these parts that are a bit lighter, maybe not go too in depth on its topics so that children can still understand what is going on roughly, yet it still definitely also gives you more when you're there to look for it, right? When you're older and maybe understand more of its either lore or, you know, background surrounding it, or the subtle hints every now and again that are given to certain characters in what they've experienced or the loss they've experienced or the, you know, pain or pressure they're in. Which is quite interesting. And of course, as an adult, which I know I keep bringing this up, but I still would like that they would lean into that a little bit more, especially considering that a lot of its fans now are probably generally on average much older than back then. But I also recognize obviously the need to get new people into the franchise, and you're not going to do that by having a game that targets, you know, 30 to 40-year-olds. So, Although, that being said, maybe, you know, I think the other day we talked about a potential sort of spin-off RPG that they could have done. Maybe that would have been a good idea too, where they could have had maybe a bit more of a serious, more story or character-focused game alongside the main franchise or something for the people that wanted that, right? Oh well. Us Koroks all got together and prepared some trials for you, Mr. Hero. If you pass the very tough trials we've prepared, pulling out the Master Sword will be a piece of cake. Probably. Among the trials is an extra tough one, designed by me, the Elder of Korok Forest. So will you test your mettle in the Korok trials? Yes. You know, if you keep doing everything everyone asks of you without question, you're gonna get conned eventually. Thanks for the lecture, buddy. I know. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, the Korok trials. Thankfully, we're not the Warrior of Light, though, because then... Although... never mind, disregard that. I was gonna say, if we were the Warrior of Light, eventually we'd have to pick up shit, but... I mean, the Koroks are already making us do that, so... Never mind. Long story short, you need to visit all the shrines in the Korok Forest so that you can be considered a real grown-up. Trial 1. In the Southwest Forest, Trial of Second Sight. Trial 2. In the Northwest Forest, the Lost Pilgrimage. And in the third corner, we have the Test of Wood. Okay. If you can overcome the Korok trials, you can overcome anything. We've also prepared some wonderful prizes for you. Now, show us what you're made of. Alright, do your best. What I don't remember, though, is with these trials, I want to say that the shrines you get to in the end directly give you orbs, right? Or do they require you to do shrine puzzles too? Because there are definitely most of the shrines that are connected to quests actually work in a way where they kind of directly give you the orb in the end. Forest Temple was insanely spooky, yeah. And arguably it's not even really the spookiest one. I mean, the Desert Temple, I want to say also was pretty tough. Although maybe more so the ones in Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess also had some really dark themes from time to time. But Ocarina of Time, much more so than Twilight Princess, also combined those themes with more gameplay, I want to say. I don't know, somehow Ocarina of Time was really, really clever in how they were, or how they sort of structured those themes in combination with the sort of particular themes of the dungeons you were going through. Because, well, for example, in the Forest Temple, one of the coolest parts probably is when the when everything sort of turns on its side, right? So there's that one. Was it only one or was it multiple? I remember there being at least one sort of well, not tunnel, but one walkway or something that you had to get through where it sort of twists, right? And it turns the next room on its side. And one puzzle is that you need to untwist that pathway to then turn the other room back into its correct orientation. And I don't know, that combined with the music and combined with the ghosts that you have to activate and find, and them sort of hiding in the pictures and stuff, pretty cool. Majora's Mask was very confusing, yeah. Which is why I never really played through it, and I desperately want to. I just wish I could somehow get my 3DS connected to my monitor properly so that I could play on the big screen. Funnily enough, that is also, you know, partially sort of coming back to what I said about as a kid starting over Ocarina of Time a couple of times, because I was sort of, well, not always spooked, but sometimes also just stuck on certain things, or not quite sure where I had to go next. Funnily enough, it almost accounts for that, because I distinctly remember that when I was like really playing it for the, not really first time, but, you know, sort of shortly after getting it, I would essentially play as a kid, right, through those first 3 dungeons where you get the 3 diamonds, and then stopped when you turned into an adult, because that is definitely a point where the whole game sort of, even though it has some darker tones going on before that, that's where it fully sort of swings the other way, right? And suddenly you have those zombies in Hyrule, in the city, and just a bunch of stuff that gets, you know, fucked up, and the world is sort of twisted and demonic all of a sudden. And it also, it's reflected both in the music and in how certain places are built. Kakariko Village, for example, getting much sort of darker feeling with ominous clouds going on. So funnily enough, as a child, I sort of stayed a child and only played through that part of the game, and eventually came back to it later when I was a bit older. Not an adult, but at least a little bit older to play through the rest of it. Well, either way though, I delayed my lunch a little bit today. Well, I also started like half an hour later, but I want to grab some bites to eat. So before we go through these trials, I'm definitely going to eat something. Then go through these trials. I don't think they're too difficult. So hopefully that will be done quite quickly, and then I can just return here, and we're going to take the Master Sword and be on our way to collect the last memories until we finally face Calamity Ganon. Oh yeah, taking a short break, or that, well, not that short. Oops, that's not what I wanted to. Wait, let's. Sure, we can stay that way. Should be fine. Yeah, but bit of a break. I'll grab a bite to eat, and then we can go on. I thankfully still have time today, so we'll go on. Definitely for a bit more to. I don't know if I'm gonna get all the memories. I would kind of like to focus on, like, completely on the castle tomorrow and on the end of the game. Don't know if I can do that exactly, because the memories, they are quite all over the place. Although I did grab a couple of them already. But either way, definitely gonna eat something. So feel free to stick around. Otherwise, thanks for being here as always. It's been a lot of fun already, and hopefully some more fun bits coming up, so I will definitely enjoy my meal, thanks. until in a little bit. All right, welcome back, everybody. Here we are. Bit of a faster lunch break today. But that being said, I also had a pretty healthy breakfast. There's still some meatballs left over from yesterday. Well, either way. Didn't really want to eat too much there, so maybe it's also just the excitement of being back in Zelda. I don't know. Whatever it is, let's get these trials going. Wait, that's not the way I came from. That's the way I came from. So, one thing that I always forget that I'm not... Oh, that's a... Didn't want to pick that up. Is the Wii U has that screensaver option going on, where the screen is like going darker after a while, which is a bit weird, I guess, for the break screen. Not that it really matters, but I don't know. Maybe I should look into how to turn that off, actually, if that is an option. I'm not entirely sure. It might just be permanently available or permanently turned on because of the gamepad, because you probably want to save as much battery on that as they can. This is just where the trial starts, right? For a second there, I was kind of afraid I would just run to the fog again and be transported back to the entrance. I really find it quite interesting that they're not really seemingly giving you a fast travel point before doing the trials. Into the forest, I mean. Which is unusual. Definitely didn't think that would be the case. I don't know, something in my mind. So there's 3 trials, right? All of the trials pointing you towards an additional shrine, which is kind of why they said, oh yeah, we're gonna sort of help you get the hearts together. I mean, they didn't directly say that, but that's what they implied. You get the hearts back together to, well, to be able to pull out the Master Sword and use it. I thought there were 4 shrines here, so maybe you get an additional orb at the end, or an additional shrine. Or maybe there's just a fast travel point at the end, at the very middle of the forest? Because this way, there is none. Well, either way, let's do these trials. I remember them being actually pretty cool. One of these neat little gameplay sections that do stuff a little bit differently than most of the rest of the game. A alien seeks to attempt the Korok trial. Is that even allowed? Who cares? Are you here to attempt my Korok trial? Of course. Oh, wow. You really want to try it? I guess it was worth asking after all. Let me tell you about the trial. All you need to do is keep going and not get lost in the mist. Easy, right? What's wrong? You don't look very excited. But don't worry. I've got a cryptic little hint for you. The hungry trees will show you the way. Spy their iron to win the day. Okay. Hungry trees probably meaning the ones that have, like, their mouths open. Spy their iron to win the day. Some iron chests in them or something? Didn't I make that sound cool? Think about that as you take on the trial. Right, let's do it. Trial of Second Sight. Okay, the hungry trees show you the way. That's a hungry tree, and that is probably made out of iron, yes. Oh, so the trick is to just use your magnesis to see which ones have iron boulders inside of their mouths. Okay. Kind of missing another one, though. Maybe it's not as easy as that. Hungry trees show you the way. I don't think it's exactly where their mouths are pointing, right? Maybe kinda? Oh, there's the next one. I just didn't see it because it was slightly behind the hill. Okay. So now where do we go? that one's looking that way. Ooh. Oh, hello. What's up with you guys? I didn't expect there to be enemies here. Oh, sure. Strike bone with bone. Yeah, honestly, I really don't remember that being a thing. I know that there were other enemies in the other sections because you had to, I think you had to avoid them. Aren't there sections that require you to be kind of sneaky? Oh, no, I did. I just wanted to pick up the stuff. Unfortunate. Guess we're starting out again. By the way, I think the game turns off your shrine locator thing, right? Sometimes it's on, but there's definitely some, you know, something going on here that sort of, makes your shrine locator not work. Okay, where was it? No! Oh. I wish that it would give you a second to sort of run back to where you came from and not immediately just fade out. But I guess it's kind of a protection against you cheesing through it, right? Because otherwise you could maybe just test what the correct path is. Wait, didn't I originally walk this way though? Oh no, wait a second, I walked this way, right? And then he's looking over there. And that's where the boulder is, yeah. Okay. And now that's the next one. What the hell are you doing here? Get out of here. Yeah, it's a bit strange that they have these enemies appear here, especially if it can... Because they... Since they're skeletal enemies, I guess the chances would be pretty high for their skulls or their materials, you know, either of the two, to fly out of bounds, so to speak, right outside of, was this the, yeah, this is the right way, outside of the intended area of the trial. Bit of an odd choice, but it works either way. One thing that I wanted to say is how cool I think it is that they... I mean, the game does that from time to time. It's a thing that pops up, you know, every now and again. But can I pick this up? Oh, it's rusty anyway. Ah, well, whatever. But yeah, the game uses that sort of trick every once in a while where it uses the runes as a sort of a waypoint, right? So instead of making you actually use stasis or magnesis, in this case you activate it to see what's made out of metal. So it's more a visual component than anything else. Feed me the aged shield, guarded by monsters eternal. My brother will repay you in kind. The aged shield. Oh, it's this thing. I didn't even see there was a shield. Thought it was some sort of weird, small, I don't know, metal object. There we go. Boink. How does that work exactly? What are these trees made out of? I mean, they're still... guess they're kind of ghost trees. Do they belong to the Deku tree? Why do they look so haunted? Okay, the jellies have kind of given up. Let's see. What do we have here? Some amber. Yeah, oh well. I don't have a leaf. You know, buddy, it would have really helped if you'd given me a leaf. Oh, never mind. Sorry, forget I said anything. There is one. It's another one of those interesting situations where you kind of wonder why they really didn't give you a special inventory slot for these things. Oh, wait, wrong way. Wrong way! Because it's kind of awkward, right? They constantly have to supply you with these things. Please place my chest in my mouth. The Shield Eater's brother stole it from me. Oh. Oh, seriously? I have to grab the chest? The Shield Eater's brother. So the trees aren't even really, you know, kind to one another? What exactly is going on here? Oh, seriously? Oh, there is another leaf here. It does kind of, I don't know, not exactly suck, but I guess they're sparkling. Otherwise, they would be kind of hard to see and spot in the water, right? Because it is very, very foggy in here. Kind of brings it back to that washed out look we were discussing yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think. There we go. Don't exactly know what you want to do with it. I don't really... Can trees eat metal chests? Maybe he just wants to keep it as a keepsake. Family heirloom, something like that. We probably shouldn't tell him that we opened it up and took what it contained, but... Oh. Mr. Froggy. I've seen him running away. Okay, let's see if these shrines immediately give you an orb, or if they contain some sort of other puzzle. Oh, nice downpour. I don't... sometimes I like that. It depends. Or I guess it depends on how humid the air is afterwards, right? Because if it's really, really hot in the air, it's like walking into the sauna or something. That's not nice. But sometimes you get that really sort of refreshing... I don't know. Not only refreshing smell, but where it really feels like you're sort of everything, sort of all the filth has been washed out of the air and it's just really clean and yeah, can be quite a nice sensation. Honestly, a pretty rare one. Ooh, nice. Really wish they would give you the stuff more often in the shrines. Okay, first trial done. Good thing is I still had an orb, so even if there are only these 3 shrines in the forest here, it still gives me an additional heart. Although either way, I will have to convert some of the stamina into hearts to pick up the Master Sword. I'll convert it back though. Not even necessarily because because it's better that way, but just because I'd hate to lose my, you know, my second stamina wheel. Just looks so much nicer being a completed wheel. Okay, so if I run this way, it should hopefully just put me back at the start of the trial. I think it was 13, if I remember correctly. Or more than 13. Might have been that it takes 13 away. But I have 10 now, and the second stamina wheel can be converted into 5 additional hearts, so I'm just going to go in with like 15, and that should definitely be enough. Congratulations! You completed my Korok trial. I hope you found something nice inside of the shrine. Yeah, kind of. Why is it pointing me towards the shrine, though? Did I just overlook that one? Is there one behind the... Was it like behind the deco tree? Maybe that's worth a look, huh? I find it weird that it's now all of a sudden pointing me towards one. Take these. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I wish that would work. That would be pretty cool. Why is it pointing me in this? What do you want? Glowy Hoppy? It's Mr. Hero! Yay! Mr. Hero came to visit us in the forest. What took you so long? Well, yeah. Peaks thought of a trial that will make Mr. Hero stronger. You won't have to fight, and it's not scary, but you'll need to be extra careful, so I want to see a blue pea. What? It's a blue, glowy, hoppy thing that glows in the dark. Just about Peak's size. Oh, the thing from the funny little creature that always hops around next to one of the fairy fountains? Is that what he's talking about? I wasn't quite sure. So you can catch those? Or does he just want a picture, maybe? I just really want to see a blue pea, even if it's just a picture of one. Okay, yeah, it's a picture. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you can capture those. I knew you were a nice guy, Mr. Hero. Thanks for listening to Peak's request. So, I don't know where they live, but I heard they're little blue glowing critters hopping around Hyrule. Apparently, they're called blue peas. I wonder how glowy they are. Aren't you curious? Blue peas is a very cute name, although I'm not entirely sure if Peaks here remembers the correct name, or if that's just what he made out of it. If you show me a blue pea, I'll be sure to thank you with a gift. Good luck. Legendary rabbit. Oh, there's supposed to be rabbits? Really? Okay, seriously, where the hell is that shrine? Ah, there it is. There we go, okay. So I did remember correctly. I could have gone here first. Well, whatever. Okay, this should technically contain an actual trial, though. So yeah, then I was correct in saying that you get 4 orbs in the Lost Woods, you know, from 4 shrines, and it's 1 additional heart. Not exactly that helpful, especially if you're coming here early, but oh well. Ah, this looks interesting. What's this about? Fateful stars. Look to the stars for guidance. The constellations are the key. Right, those ones up there. Actually, now that the game's pointing that out, those constellations appear throughout all of the shrines, don't they? Those orange dots, they're always on the walls, right? Huh. I wonder if there's some meaning behind that. I mean, maybe it's just sort of supposed to show that the Sheikah... I guess they're slightly modeled after old Egyptians, right? As sort of a very technologically advanced culture, even back in the day. Although, obviously, the Sheikah were quite a bit more capable compared to the ancient Egyptians, I guess. But, I mean... Egyptians still had that whole, you know, astronomy thing going on. They were actually quite skilled when it came to math and also looking at the stars and stuff. So, maybe that's kind of where this came from. But, well, if I think back to what I was talking about this morning with the blood moon, makes me wonder if somehow they were, well, not necessarily able to draw power out of the stars or constellations, but certainly, I don't know, do something with them? Well, at least they definitely were capable of you know, watching the stars quite closely and potentially deriving some knowledge from their positions and movement. Very interesting. But what are we supposed to do here? So I need to place 2 balls, I guess, on either side. We have 5 possible rows, and the rows are all connected to one specific constellation. Oh, I think it corresponds to the number of how much they are. So the small one with the 3 dots appears 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times? Yes, okay. So the first one needs to go there. See, with this shrine, I don't really mind that the puzzle is sort of not that big, because it's, well, first of all, it's a very, very unique puzzle, right? I don't think there's any puzzle that is very similar to this in the game. But also, it does bring up those questions, right? I feel like this, much more so than most of the other shrines, definitely brings up some more questions about the Sheikah and about what they even did with these, why they exist in the first place, right? Which I also quite like. Okay, let's see, that one, that's that one, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, pretty sure it's 3. To a certain extent, I do actually appreciate that, you know, compared to, for example, I don't know, Elden Ring, where every single item, for some reason, has some sort of super important backstory related to it. To a certain extent, I appreciate that Breath of the Wild takes more an approach of, okay, the shrines are purely gameplay, right? They're puzzles, and they're not really much more than that, beyond maybe some overarching meaning behind their entire existence. Whereas in the FromSoft games, it feels like even little bits and pieces can be very, very important, right? Okay, let's see. That's... I think that's only 1, right? And the other bit would be 2, I'm pretty sure. Because it can be quite beneficial. If a game is already interesting in and of itself and brings up a lot of other interesting questions too, then I feel like you don't always need to have, you know, some super important, in-depth, complex meaning behind everything. But then again, seeing a shrine like this, I would say that it could have definitely benefited from having a couple more like this, where it's not only a puzzle, but also some connections associated with it. Oh, I think if I add these to the already existing ones... Wait, isn't that the same? It's 2 of those. I guess it's only 1 of those? It's gonna open up the chest, right? Wait, what's the difference? There's... Oh, no, they're all different. Ah, well, never mind. I don't really care that much about that chest, to be honest. Watch this one chest be an actually super important and rare gear piece that you can only get here, nowhere else. Ah, well. Guess I'm out of luck then. Alright, 2 more trials. Let's see. I don't really remember what they were about, to be honest. But at least now I have a teleport point, which is really important for being able to swap out stamina for hearts, and then just quickly come back here. Alright, where is a trial number 2? Not rabbit trial, the Korok trials? Okay, 1 is over here. Is it this way? Isn't this the way I just went? No. Maybe not. I thought this is where it just was. Oh, there you are. Sometimes they're so far out in the distance. Wait. Shouldn't there be a Korok here somewhere? There you are. No. Wait, what? But there is another one up there. They're so far into the forest that I'm always kind of scared that it's just gonna load me back to the start because I'm running into the fog, right? Oh, you're Mr. Hero, right? You're gonna do the Korok trial. Yes, yes. Are you Namazu? Yeah. I knew it. I'd like to ask you a favor then. My little Oki just now set off to do the Korok trial. Normally I'd go along too, but Oki insisted on going alone. I let Oki go, but, well, I'm just getting worried. Oki. Could you please follow Oki without being seen? I want to be sure nothing bad happens. See a small oak? What's it called? Oki. Oh, I think... was this the one where you're not allowed to be seen by the Korok because they're supposed to think that they did it on their own? Or I guess they're still doing it on their own. You've been recruited to watch over Oki's first trial. Follow Oki without being seen. You know what? Do I still have... I do. I was gonna say, this is finally a reason to use some of my sneaky stuff that I have. Yeah. And off he goes. I don't remember if I can actually lose him. I think it's more so that he's not supposed to see you. Well, I'm pretty sure you can also lose him if you're not, you know, going after him fast enough, but... He can be quite fast. I didn't even expect him running like that. I remember this tree. Hopefully he's not going to turn around eventually. At least my shrine meter is already picking up the shrine, so it cannot be too far. I like the way he's sort of hopping along. Seems really happy, right? For being a small little Korok in a... You know... Arguably it's somewhat dangerous forest. Definitely also very foggy. And with a cute little sound too. Okay, that's the right way. Ooh, are there bees? I don't know if you just needed to follow him or if at some point some, you know, monsters or other weird stuff attacked him. I don't really think so. For a second there, I thought he would look back. Because I think there was... Was that a tree branch falling down behind him? Ooh, pretty flowers. Halfway? You serious? Should I follow him through the tree? I am afraid that I would lose him otherwise. Even though this is kind of an obvious path. I was kind of scared he would look backwards there. Thankfully, Tiny Oki here is pretty sure of himself, it seems. Because I would certainly turn around, like actually turn around and look behind me a lot more than he does. No. Why did he think there was a ghost? Oh boy, I think I was really lucky there. It was just a shadow. Oh boy, without my stealth stuff, I'm pretty sure he would have seen me there. I was actually really sure he would see me. I mean, he was standing like 4 meters in front of me, right? More or less directly looking at me too. This isn't so bad. I'm not scared one bit. Would be funny if he suddenly started singing or something, right? That's what I always did as a kid when I was scared. Oh, okay, I'm a little bit scared. Poor little Oki. Scary! Oh, a wolf. Please don't attack me, though. Where did he... Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Where did he go? Wait, am I supposed to... Oh, boy. Was I supposed to kill the wolf? Oh, I have to do it again. No! Seems like you got turned around and lost in the woods. I was actually a bit surprised when Oki brought you back. Anyway, Oki's going to head out alone again. I was thinking you could try following one more time. Okay, I don't know how much sense that makes, but sure. Let's do it again. Okay. Yeah, that was a bit weird. Are you supposed to kill the wolf? Oh, technically I could just shoot an arrow at him, right? Yeah. Weird, but okay. It's sort of an escort quest, right? It takes a really long time for him to get through this. I'm pretty sure that I remember that I had trouble following him the first time. Because the problem with quests like this is, if they don't have, like, things to fall back on, so for example, in that particular scene there, like, if there isn't sort of a backup for you to know where he goes or something, if you lose him once, it's pretty much over, and you have to do the entire thing again. I don't know, it's a difficult decision to make, because on the one hand, I really like these quests, and it's really fun actually following him and seeing his little interactions with things, but if it does go wrong, it is somewhat annoying to do the thing all over again. And it also... well, it doesn't exactly make sense, right? So, it is what it is. I guess you can also suspend your disbelief somewhat. It's definitely not the worst of these kinds of quests that I've ever seen, right? It's actually quite cool. And it helps that little Oki here is quite a cute little dude, so, you know, that already makes it quite a bit more bearable compared to maybe some other games. That was the tree branch. Now I was checking out the thing again. Yeah, I was really, really close to the end, right? I don't know, I feel like I remember getting lost at the exact same time last time too. I just wasn't sure if I was supposed to... Like, is he gonna come out again once I get rid of the wolf? Or is... Ooh, pretty flowers. Or was it just meant to follow him? I'm not quite sure. Oh, the flowers, right? Well, didn't I only pick the ones that I already ran past? So I guess it would still work if you still manage to get to the end. You can sort of catch up to him again. Brown bearable. Aw, really? Wait, you're not a ghost. Were you following me? And again. Wasn't I? I thought I was at the exact same point last time I was in that tree. Weird, but alright. Okay. Let's do it again then. Oh boy. Well, I guess eventually I'm gonna get really good at this. Would be maybe awesome if they had... Like, if you're doing a quest like this, it would probably be really cool if there were, like, at least 3 different variants. So that it's still exciting when you do it wrong, like, once or twice. I guess I was a bit overconfident with him not seeing me there. Because I still had the stealth stuff going on, right? Guess I must have just been a bit too close to him. I really like his movement, though. Patience. Yeah. That is very true. I guess I just got a little close. A little too overconfident in him not seeing me. Well, thankfully I do still have another stealth boost. I'm not even entirely sure if that helps. I guess so, right? Because, I mean, why not? But... I mean, him turning around and seeing you, I'm pretty sure that's based on the noise you make, right? At least to a certain extent. Sometimes when he stops and looks around, he can potentially also just straight up see you. But for the most part, it's probably based on the noise you make. But then again, I'm also pretty sure that the first time I did this, I probably didn't bother putting on a stealth boost. Although, that being said, might have also been that the first time I did this, I already owned the stealth set you can get. I'm pretty sure gear impacts loudness level, yeah. Not entirely sure how. I want to say that, for example, sort of metal-based armor is louder than cloth. Things like that. And for example, the very heavy fireproof Goron armor would definitely make more noise than this. That being said, I guess it wouldn't be too bad going in naked, as weird as it seems. Ah, that's also really good. Heal, though. You know what? Let's try without. I know that he turns right. I can just stay here. I just need to remember that after the tree, he'll run back towards me. Because he thinks he's seen a ghost. I do wish it would be maybe a tad more dynamic, right? Not even necessarily 3 different versions of this, but rather just him maybe hearing Link from time to time. Okay, now it's going to turn back, right? Or not? Yeah, okay. Don't be scared, little Loki. Probably was nothing. Okay, it turns back around. Seriously, though, is it a good idea to kill the wolf? I don't know if he would see me, or if he would sort of point at that and say, who killed the wolf? I was supposed to do this on my own. I don't know. so far. Okay, I think he went left though, right? When the wolf appears. Yeah. Okay, you can't do that. Huh? Why is there a big steak lying on the ground? Suddenly I'm hungry. Just question mark. Steak on the ground? Steak. I love how he just approaches it with a big question mark above his head. And then, oh, it's just steak. You know, nothing to worry about. Completely normal. I'm almost there. Give me the flowers. Okay, little guy. Please, let's get through this. Imagine if I had accidentally drawn a bomb arrow. There's definitely sort of an alternate reality where I see myself doing that. Just a big boom in the middle of the forest. There's the shrine. Ah, there we go. And there he goes. I don't know. Once he's done the trial, I hope that I can approach him. I mean, eventually I'll have to, right? Should probably wait for the quest to update. Woo! I finally made it! Nice. Oh. So he's celebrating. Please tell me I can just go to him. Yeah. Must have been the wind. The wind carried over a big steak. Hey, buddy. Yay, I made it! I finished the trial! Okay. Who's there? Hey, are you that hero guy? You know, Mr. Hero? Yeah, I'm Mr. Hero. I'm the hero guy. Name unrelated, though. Guess what, Mr. Hero? I did the trial all by myself. Aren't I brave? Mm-hmm. You're very brave, little Loki. No, yeah, you're probably here for the shrine. The great Deku Tree said that the monk's blessing is waiting in the shrine ahead. Why don't you go take a look? Well, thanks, buddy. Yeah, in retrospect, it's quite a bit of fun. It's just, I'm really not sure now. I guess you are supposed to kill the wolf, because I feel like what I did wrong there is I thought he had run ahead, and I just sort of needed to follow him, right? Because he was scared of the wolf. But I think what actually happened is he hid somewhere, and once I had killed the wolf, he probably would have come back out and just resumed his path, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. Yes, that was sort of my problem. Dark Choker. What do we get here? Oh, just a normal one? Seriously? Why did the other one have a grade? Or wait, are they called grade? Yeah, I think so. There we go. I think the trial that I still need to do was the most interesting one, though, I want to say. Not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure that one had actual enemies in it, though. Well, technically the first one did too, with a couple of skeletons. I want to say the next one was some sort of stealth thing too. But with monsters. I don't know. Guess we'll see. Yeah, I was definitely worried that he would sort of turn around and say, "Ooh, who killed the wolf? I didn't do that." So you can run past it. I guess he probably kind of takes a turn and hides a little bit, but eventually continues on to the shrine, right? I mean, we really weren't that far away, so... yeah. I really don't remember how I did this the first time, though. Whether or not I killed the wolf. Pretty sure that I didn't do it on my first try, though. I'm all grown up now. You want to go back to the shrine, just follow the flowers. They won't let you down. Well, I picked them. Sorry about that. That's right. If you follow the flowers, you won't get lost. So it's really only more that you're supposed to follow him because otherwise you wouldn't know the way, right? Because he's showing you the way. But I guess if you already know the path, could you theoretically just go up to the shrine? And because he wouldn't be able to see you if you're far ahead of him, right? I guess maybe you wouldn't, you would have a hard time maybe initially getting past him, right? Because you'd have to kind of sneak around without triggering the fog pulling you back. So I'm not entirely sure if that will work. I guess maybe you could pull it off. Okay, one remaining. And then we're gonna get the Master Sword. I did like, however, how he, the big question mark above his head. What happened over there? Doop, 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 doop. Oh, well, that's a stake. Okay. Moves on. Guess we need to be grateful that wolves just turn into big stakes when you kill them with arrows, instead of a horrifying dead wolf with an arrow through its neck. Because then it would be more recognizable that somebody shot it, right? Okay. How do we get to this trial? Guess back here somewhere? Maybe? Or not? I love the difference in lighting in this middle section. So it's still somewhat foggy, but there's definitely, you know, sunlight shining through the leaves of the Deku Tree. Very beautiful difference between the outer sections of the Lost Woods and this inner bit. Oh, I guess it's this way. Didn't see the path leading up here. Should have probably just followed the giant glowing whatever they are. They look pretty awesome though. If you have Yuli. Well, to be fair, the Wii U is much older, right? And technically the hardware isn't that much better, considering that Breath of the Wild doesn't run exactly much better on the Switch. Although it's still arguably very impressive that they were able to put all of that into such a small body. Then again, now with the Steam Deck being out, I guess it's not that impressive anymore. But arguably the Steam Deck also came, what, like 5 years later, right? So, hey, hero guy, I was told you'd be coming. But do you really think you're ready for the test of wood? Some say it's the hardest of the Korok trials. Wood is always... never mind. But it's not complicated. All you need to do is equip this Korok weapon set and reach the shrine at the back of the area. Are you ready to try it? I'm ready. Alright, go get it. You have to keep the sword, bow, and shield equipped the whole time. If they break or you unequip them, you're out. Okay, that I didn't remember. I did remember that it had something to do with monsters. Okay, that kind of sucks because I don't know... Your inventory is full. I was gonna say... You need to make some space for a sword, shield, and a bow before we can get started. Alright. Suppose the main goal was that it ran well on the 720p. Yeah. Is the... Wait, initially? Isn't it still 900p though? While being docked? I guess... Do I want to... What do I want to keep? You know what, let's just get rid of the Rusty Claymore. Don't need that. We have a bow slot, and thankfully also shield slot. There you go. Inventory. Sorted. Go get him. Okay. Having to drop items to free up space. Yes, that is very much one of the most annoying things. Thankfully, this game does keep it somewhat, you know, less annoying by being able to just throw weapons away quickly. in comparison to some other RPG games where you truly have to spend, you know, what feels like half of your journey in your inventory sorting through things. Breath of the Wild is quite easy when it comes to that, but it's still not exactly optimal. I just wish, I never understand. And I've brought this up already with the chests, right? Whenever you open up a chest and you find a weapon, but your inventory is full, why do they not allow you to swap that weapon out and just, you know, open up your inventory, say, do you want to swap a weapon for this one? And you can either cancel out or you can pick a weapon that'll get dropped automatically and the one from the chest is going in your inventory. But no, of course, the game has to close the chest again. It's even giving you another dialog box for you to then having to go into the menu, drop your weapon, click on the chest again. It's doing the same opening animation. And then it's showing you the same weapon again with its description, and then it's going in your inventory. Of course, that's a very good way of doing it. Same thing here. It could have just brought up the menu and said, you know, get rid of a weapon, and there you go. Get you started. Or alternatively, they could have also just given you some sort of temporary inventory that would disappear again after you did the trial. It's only really minor complaint, all things considered, but I don't know why. It feels like that wouldn't be too difficult to implement, right? Oh, wait, was this timed? What the hell? No, it's not. With the Forest Dweller's sword, Forest Dweller's bow, and Forest Dweller's shield equipped heavy. Oh, right. So I guess the main objective of the trial is to get through without that stuff breaking. And I think I remember why that was so difficult. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some monsters ahead that will try to burn your wooden equipment. And honestly, I mean, I brought that up so many times already with the, what was it? Like having an extra inventory that would be there only for sort of utility items like torches and the leaf and maybe the hammer for getting minerals. They could have adjusted that particular inventory to where it's not expandable, but instead sort of dynamically adjusts whenever there are quests or something else that force you into having certain items, right? They could become part of that, sort of a key item inventory if you want. Even though, well, the game does have a key item inventory, but still, sort of beyond that, I feel like that would have been cool. Do I just want to try to run through? I don't know if that's a good idea. I mean, these enemies aren't exactly dangerous. Oh, wait. Really? What the... Can I use bombs though? Okay, that works. Some jelly, give me that stuff. Oh! Stop it! Holy shit, how far did the stuff flow away from that bomb site? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I definitely remember this part. And then, of course, lightning too. Oh no! I didn't see it! Damn it! I didn't see that it was a swamp! I thought it was water. I thought, okay, yeah, sure, there's that lightning jelly next to it, so of course it's water because they, you know, want to make you go into it and then being shocked by the jelly, but nope. Honestly? Ooh. That's not a good idea. Might be not the worst idea to try to get rid of most of these things with bombs. Because that way I'm not really losing durability, right? That was perfectly thrown. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Oh. Oh, right, I can just do this. There we go. was just trying to not blow up the bomb right next to me. That probably wouldn't have been the best idea either. Oh, wait. Are the boxes still destroyed? Huh. Interesting. That makes things easier. That was a bit too close for comfort. There we go. Whoa! Didn't actually think it would kill it in one go. Guess the bombs are a bit more potent than I gave them credit for. There we go. At least use it once. I don't know how much durability these things actually have. Probably somewhere around 20 hits, maybe? Okay, I should hopefully be able to... That's one of them. Second one. Yeah, I think bombs make this significantly easier. Oh, wait, why did I... Does this bow shoot 3 arrows too? There we go. He is slightly confused. There we go. Still not exactly sure how to get through that last swamp area. Oh, whoa. Oh my god! I didn't realize that the bomb was actually knocked behind me. I thought it had just disappeared for some reason. I guess that octopus can target really, really well. I mean, he hit the bomb mid-air. Thankfully, can still hit them in the water. Or not. Let's see. Oh, what? That still counts as being hit. It's a bit... Oh, at least that works. Oh, I should be able to create ice blocks here though, right? Yeah. Did they get destroyed? Stop it. There we go. Seriously, there's another one? Also, I still heard some bats somewhere. And I should probably be careful not to use up my, my arrows too much. Who's making that weird sound? Is that just the swamp? Okay, let's see. Maybe I can do a cheeky bomb throw over there. Who's making these weird sounds? There we go. Perfect. And anything else? No. Is that one of the... Maybe some of the material? The weird pulsating octopus hearts? Are they making that weird sound while they're in the water or something? There we go. Hopefully, there's most of the enemies dealt with. So I feel like it would be a good idea not to use the bow anymore. Oh. Wait. Why? Might as well. I don't think I need the torch anymore now. Alright. I think it would have been funny if they had made the, oh god, for a second there I thought I was falling into the swamp. It would have been funny if they had made the ice pillars that get made out of swamp water sort of dirty looking or something to indicate that they're actually different. Were you the guy that was making that weird noise all the time? Oh. There we go. At least the game should indicate when, you know, stuff's getting close to being destroyed. Okay, last area. That's a very sneaky guy here. Pretty sure he would hit me, you know, from behind if I were to just proceed. Oh, really? Question mark. Yeah, didn't account for that, huh? Okay, anything else going on here? Ah, there we go. Okay. Nope. That's not nice. Okay. Wait, didn't I hit you? Are you serious? Is he... Oh god. Standing really close to that fire. Wait, what exactly is... Are you supposed to do this without, just without being hit? Nope. Stop it. There we go. I must have been a little bit too far off for the game to count the hit. That was really weird. Okay, there's probably gonna be at least one more, right? Maybe? Oh yeah, you too. Have fun. Have a great rest of your day. And thanks for being here as always. It's already been a lot of fun. I'm gonna keep going for, well, probably a little bit more. Not only to get the Master Sword, but also to get some more memories, I think. Oh boy. Okay, that was definitely a much bigger explosion than anticipated. Holy shit. Also, the choo-choo jelly actually took a really long time to... Oh! Would I be allowed to use Rivali's Galen here? I was just thinking about that because of the upward draft from the fire. Probably not, right? I'd imagine there's some sort of ceiling, because that's also how it works when you approach the Lost Woods. Oh, come on, Link. You cannot really fly in. It's going to put you back to the start as well. No more fire. There we go. I already heard some weird squelching sounds again. Go! There we go. I can? Really? I thought that once you reach maybe a certain height, I guess if you time it right and you kind of get out of the upward draft, you would definitely be able to do it. I just thought that after a certain height, it would sort of count as being out in the fog as well. But then again, I guess they would also... It would be kind of cool to be able to skip some of the puzzles with using some of your abilities, right? I mean, why not? That's why they're there. Congratulations, you've passed the test of wood. Well done, hero man. Happiness awaits you at the shrine. Oh, yeah, if you ever want to do the trial again, just let me know. See ya. Can you do all of them again? I don't remember. Or was it this one specifically where it tests you on how fast you're able to do it? Well, either way. Lost Woods. Completed. Well, almost. I do still need to pick up the Master Sword. At least they let us keep the cool Kokiri set. Is it Kokiri, I think? Wooden, well, the wooden pieces, gear pieces, whatever. I don't think that they're particularly durable. I like the design of them, though. Specifically of the shield. That is definitely one of the downsides, right? I mean, even without considering whether or not you like the whole durability system of the game, one downside to it is definitely that you, I want to say, don't necessarily get the same sort of attachment to these items as you do in the other games, right? Because with the way the other games do it, I mean, Ocarina of Time, for example, right? Having the Kokiri shield and then the Hylian shield and the mirror shield. I don't know, I always had a fairly strong connection to those items. Mostly also because they're not always easy to get, and you definitely remember where you got them. And what kind of cool interactions you have with them, right? In case of the mirror shield or the iron boots. This one gives a giant ancient core again. Why did only one of them did not give the giant core, but a normal one? So, yeah, that's a little bit of an issue there. It's just, as beautiful as this gear is, it just doesn't really give you that same sort of connection that you'd have with the gear in the other games, unfortunately. But I guess that's the same with every sort of game system, right? Is that if you go one way, you're sometimes taking away from another thing that another system had. It's not always a bad thing. I mean, that's why we have all the different Zelda games. And honestly, I'd much rather have it this way, where all the games are very different in their approach and what they do, instead of them all being the exact same thing or a carbon copy of one another. Right, FromSoft? FromSoft is doing a bunch of really cool stuff in other genres there. I mean, that's why Sekiro by far is my favorite FromSoft game, just because it deviates so much from the others. I really wish they would have, you know, did some more interesting things with Elden Ring. Not saying that... Oh yeah, now you can do it with the time, with it being timed. Yeah, don't really want to do that. I guess I can pretty much fast travel out of here right away. Let's quickly go back to the Temple of Time. Because I think that's the only place where you can actually swap your stuff around, right? I hope I remember that correctly. Because I was so sure. Yeah, sure, I can just convert my stamina back into hearts. I mean, I know you can. Ooh, never mind. Never mind. I don't think it was actually at the Temple of Time. Isn't that the other weird statue in Hateno that lets you do that? And doesn't it also require... Shit. I think it requires payment for it, doesn't it? Seriously, though, how have I only picked up 17 Korok seeds versus over 30 shrines? That's definitely very unexpected. Yeah, I don't know if the Temple of Time was able to do that. Now I distinctly remember the statue in Hateno being able to do it. But why would that one be special? Ah, well, anyways, might as well have a quick look back here. It's been a long time since I was here. Well, technically not. It was beginning of last week, but... fairly long time in-game. Either way, I can acquire one more heart, and if I'm not allowed to swap stuff around here, then I'll just go back to Hateno real quick. Thankfully, I did remember that, though. That would have sucked to run around the entire world without really having any pointers as to where you could swap that out. Because the game technically doesn't even really tell you that that's an option, I'm pretty sure, right? You just kind of... If I hadn't done it in my first playthrough, I wouldn't have even known about it, I think. Well, guessing that I didn't know about it in my first playthrough, and so I probably fairly surprised when that happened the first time. Although, I'm also pretty sure that in my first playthrough, I definitely went with more hearts in the beginning. Because I, well, wasn't quite aware of the extensiveness of the traversal system. Oh, hey, buddy. I actually need one of your horns. Horn pieces. Well, technically 2. Won't really be able to get them now, though. How late is it? So it's after midnight? I guess after midnight he's always above... Is that the Lake Hylia? I think so, right? If I had the teleport point on the tower over there, I might be able to fly down. Grab its horn. I don't remember where he spawns, though. Also, wasn't there one... That's not him, though. One of the dragons is corrupted, right? And you need to hit... I think that's one of the side quests, actually. You need to hit one or multiple eyes on its body. Okay, heart container, yes. Let's see. I'm 80% sure that I won't be allowed to switch here. And not gonna lie, I'm definitely missing the heart pieces from other games. I know that I was already thinking about that at some point. Conquer the shrines and claims the spirit orbs. So, yeah, okay. I wasn't able to do that here. Only question is, I think I want to say it was somewhere at the start of the village to the right. Sort of at a little bit of a cliffside next to a pond or something. Let's see if I can still find it. I have an image of in my mind of where it was, but since it's been so long, not entirely sure where it was. He really winds up all over the place. Where does he spawn? Is he the one that spawns in the jungle area? Because I do know there's one dragon that spawns in the jungle area in that pond above one of the waterfalls, I think. He sort of just flies out of the water. I think that's the one spawn location that I remember. I don't know if it was Farish, though. Alright, let's see. The shrine is next to the model buildings and the house that you can apply. I don't even remember where that quest was. And technically, this is already outside of the village. Why is it raining so much? Is that it? Yeah, it is. Right, it's this weird angel demon looking thing.
Oh, so there is someone still pay me homage.
Oh, that was a weird sound. You can talk?
You don't say, you can hear my voice.
Yes? Now that is a surprise. What were you praying for? Long life, wealth, like so many of your kind. Whichever it was, you came to the right place. A dealer in life and power, that was me once. Alas, my life for money bargains didn't sit well with the goddess Hylia. I wonder why. She trapped me in the stone statue long, long ago. The villagers here call me the horned statue and don't even bother to wipe away the bird droppings. I mean, you're not exactly pleasant to look at. Sorry to break it to you, buddy.
One would think years upon years of such treatment would have made me mend my ways. One would think wrongly. I've only been biding my time for the moment someone who can hear me appears, someone such as you. I've said enough. Now then, shall we strike a bargain? And stay that way. No further action on your part is required.
Oh, wait, he just steals away one of your hearts?
My touch is as subtle as ever. Note how I took that essence from you without leaving a mark?
Give it back! Of course, there was a quest attached to this. Horn statue... The only thing to do is talk to him and try to convince him to give it back. Give it back, buddy!
Did you think I'd deceive you? Perish the thoughts. I hope that ours will be a long and profitable relationship. So which will it be? As I may have mentioned once or twice, I'm a dealer in life and power. I can provide a valuable service for you. I take heart containers or stamina vessels from you, and then, for a price, return whichever of the two you like.
Give me a heart.
A wise choice. Now remain still.
I don't remember how expensive it was, though. Did you just want rubies? Or was it something else? Oh yeah, he was the dragon who spawns there. Okay, then I remembered that correctly. I roughly know where the others are, eventually, but not exactly where they spawn. I think the one high up in the snowy mountains, I think that's the one that has the corrupted stuff on them, right? And then the last one appears closer to the... Well, not exactly towards the desert, but... Isn't he flying above that ravine sometimes? Where at the very end of the valley, the giant ancient old shrine pieces are with all the guardians that are targeting you?
You look skeptical, not to worry. Money and life are all as one to me. If you're ready to begin, first I'm going to either sell essence for 100 rupees. Okay, if you want to buy an essence back, the price rises up to 120. Before you cry foul, know that you may choose which one I return to you, heart or stamina vessel. Eager to help temper with your essence. Okay. So, I have 11 hearts now. I think I need 13, but might as well go with a bit more. Just to be safe. So I'm just going to go for 15. Should be fine. Which would mean that I'd have to convert 4, though. And I have 1,300. Should be enough. Let's see. Yes, please. Yes. Stamina. Yes. Oh, right. Never mind. So it's only 20 rupees to exchange. I completely misunderstood what you just said. So he buys them off me for 100, and then I can buy them back. And he essentially makes 20 rupees out of every... Okay, then it's... if you wanted to give me more stamina bells, so... Yes, please. Yes. It's actually kind of funny how you can even use this as sort of a money lending scheme. Wait, that was 2... Yeah, go for 2 more. Would be kind of funny, just give up everything, take the rupees, and then just buy something entirely different. Oh boy, that's a lot of stamina gone. Okay, and now I want to buy that back. Yes. I want one back. Heart container. I really like the sound they went with. This ooey ooey. It sounds a little bit ominous. Not exactly super unfriendly though. I mean, not exactly friendly either, but just ominous, I guess. It's a pretty cool sound. Okay, well, if it's this cheap, I can just pretty much, once I have the Master Sword, come back here and convert it, because I want the stamina back. Because that'll definitely make it a lot easier. Currently, no. Okay. Thanks, buddy! And now, back to the Master Sword. But yeah, with the... more stamina, it's definitely going to be easier to get to all the memories, right? Because, well, otherwise it's somewhat annoying to traverse the giant world, especially if you... Well, I probably... At least I'm going to try to mostly sort of fly from higher places to where the memories are. At least if I still actually know where they're located. I mean, I at least know it roughly for all of them. But, it's probably going to take a little bit of time getting them all together. Also, by the way, for the memories, I was
initially a little bit confused because I knew that there were essentially 4 memories connected to the divine beasts and 12 that you can find in the world, right? But it's 18 memories in total. And I think one of them was, let's see. These are in chronological order, right? You just had shelter from the storm. Wait, actually the one with the Master Sword is not here, or are we getting that now? I feel like there might have been another one I didn't know about. There we go. Yeah, I think it's 13 that you need, right? Because I'm now left with 2 1/4 heart. So 13 technically would have been enough. There we go. Champion and sword finally reunited. I know there's one memory with the Master Sword.
Will come for you.
Yeah, it's this one.
Until then, you shall rest safely here.
It's kind of the last one, right?
Although the slumber of restoration will most certainly deprive him of his memories, please trust me when I say that I know he will arrive before you yet again.
If I may be so bold, what is it that you are planning to do next, Princess?
The Master Sword. I heard it speak to me. It seems that my role is unfinished. There is still something I must do.
I sense there is great strength in your dedication.
The music coming in.
Great Deku Tree, I ask of you, when he returns, can you please relay this message? Tell him I...
Now then, words intended for him would sound much better in the tones of your voice, don't you think?
Yes.
Man, I really wish that music would have just stayed around for a little bit longer. Well, maybe just have to wait for Tears of the Kingdom, right? Hopefully it's gonna appear there more. But the sword itself also kind of rested, or got restored, right? By the way, this is a beautiful image. I love this image of the Master Sword in Breath of the Wild. It does look very... I want to say there's one other Zelda game, one of the very old ones, right? That has a fairly similar image like this. I mean, they're all somewhat similar when it comes to the Master Sword, of the Triforce symbol sort of being there.
What you just saw happened where you stand 100 years ago. After you were separated from the sword, the princess thought to bring it here, where she knew that it would be safe under my watch. She continues to fight, trapped deep within the confines of Hyrule Castle. Her heart cascades with faith that you will return. She has a smile like the sun. I would do much to feel its warmth upon me once again.
There we go, Master Sword, and it sucks. 30 attack power. Still really annoyed by that. Well, technically it's 60, but yeah, the charge runs out really quickly, and then it needs, what, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes to recharge? It's a bit weird. The legendary sword that seals the darkness. Its blade gleams with a sacred luster that can oppose the calamity. Only a hero chosen by the sword itself may wield it. That blade has a name. It is the Master Sword. Man, I really need to play Skyward Sword, right? Because that's sort of the origin story of the Master Sword, isn't it? When used against Calamity Ganon, or those tainted by his malice, it will become suffused with holy light. At such times, the true power of the sword will manifest. But be warned, do not rely too much on its power. If you wield it without need, its power will be exhausted, and it will no longer be of use to you. Should this happen, you must wait for the sword to recover. It was your partner a century ago. Use it with care, and wield it bravely for the one who waits for you. And we get the hearts back. That's also cool. Complete! There we have it. And thankfully the game actually does give you an additional weapon slot whenever you pick it up, which is nice. Imagine drawing out the Master Sword, you know, you get the emotional cutscene, and then suddenly it just pops up, bam, your inventory is full. And it makes you go through all of it again. But yeah, thankfully they at least thought about that. Okay, right. Let's see. I probably don't really want to keep it equipped, right? Let's drop back to that one for now. And then... well, I really don't actually need it. I'm probably just going to use it in the last boss fight. Although I don't even know how fast it might deplete there. But either way, that's the Master Sword done. Let's very quickly go back to Hateno to exchange those hearts again to get my stamina back. And then I guess we can go hunting for memories. I think there's definitely a final one once you get all the other ones when you talk to Impa, right? I want to say I remember that, because that's why there is a quest for the memories to begin with. It's because you get one additional one. I'm pretty sure... the only thing that I'm not really certain on anymore is whether or not you'd be able to get an additional one at the end of the game. I think the ending does change slightly if you haven't collected all the memories, I think. There might be like one additional cutscene if you have all of them, right? I think, though, that that one isn't one of the ones that appears in here, right? I think. So this still says 9. Let's see. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's one more. And I think the 10th one might be the one you get from Impa once you come back to her with the other 9. The cutscenes are really, really cool. It just makes me want to have more of them. The memories are probably one of my favorite parts, you know, aside from the absolutely gorgeous open world that this game has. The cutscenes are so awesome, and they hint at so much more going on, right? But we don't really get to see much of it. Okay, I wanna sell heart containers, and I need to get 4 stamina back, right? Yeah. I mean, I definitely like to hunt down the memories. I think it's a cool bit with the world being as big as it is, to give the player sort of an additional thing to look out for. And when it comes to quote-unquote collectibles, you know, making them actual memories that are meaningful to the story is definitely a far better thing than it being some random thing nobody really cares about. That being said, I also really, really wish that the game just had way, way more cutscenes in general. That would be of equal quality and sort of animation quality and stuff as the ones the memories contain. Okay, I have 4 of the essences. I want one back. Stamina. Also, I think we have to be really, really grateful for these menus to be, you know, very quick. I feel like they could have made this much more annoying by showing you the same sort of you get the vessel back animation with the big jingle coming up and it being shown to you. Really love that this is a very, very fast process. The funny thing is, aside from the Master Sword, this kind of option isn't even really that important overall, I want to say. Unless you've really, you know, I don't know, unless you really didn't think too much about it and you suddenly realize, oh, I need way more stamina. Okay, without any, right? Just wanted to double check, not that I'm leaving one with him. There's a memory. Yeah, sadly I won't be able to see that without the DLC. But then again, I guess that was added on, so I'm not really fully counting it. Right. I guess that really only leaves me with going and getting the memories. Nice. Which one do we start with? Where are they? Here they are. Okay. So these 3 are already collected. This is inside of the castle, so I might want to go for that last. Well, it's not exactly inside of it, but it's sort of on the outside. Let's see here. Probably start with the easiest. That's in front of the castle. Shouldn't be too difficult to get considering that I have the tower that should be somewhat close to it. That's on the other side of the peaks. Don't exactly remember the location of this pond. Okay, there's some sort of structure there. I don't think it's too far away from them, but it's not exactly close. I should have a... Oh, right. I always forget that it's the same menu as the map. So the peaks are here. Is it this lake? Because there is a structure here, huh? That's the Great Plateau. Let's see. If I stand on top of the tower, I might already be able to see the memory location, actually. So, yeah. I'm probably going to go for the ones first where I know that I have teleport points somewhat close to them. And then continue on with... Because there are definitely at least 3, I think. We still possibly need to grab one of the towers before I can approach them. So that's probably going to take a little bit of time. Yeah. Another thing that I absolutely love about the memories, though, is that they combine into this sort of chronological order, right? So they're not exactly shown to you in a chronological order, but they eventually combine into this story that, honestly, for how quote-unquote short the cutscenes are, if we compare them to, you know, most other games these days, I guess they're sort of short and sweet, but they manage to at least allude to a lot of stuff, right? A lot of things that you can speculate about, which I like a lot. Okay, let's see. Somehow the picture makes it look a lot more friendly than what this place looks like in reality right now. It is directly... Oh, oops. It's at a place where you can directly look through the mountains, right? So it's sort of in line with them, which would definitely match up with that lake. But I'm not entirely sure. Huh. It must be over there, though. Could have potentially also marked the other shrine. That being said, I don't know if I really want to go for that many more shrines. I think if I'm gonna just, you know, pass by one on my way to a memory, might as well pick it up. But beyond that, I think I don't really need that much more. Because I think it's also, considering how somewhat easily I was able to deal with the blight in the volcano salamander divine beast, I think I don't want to make the last fight easier for me, or the castle easier for me by, you know, grabbing too many memories. Not memories, shrines. And getting even more heart containers and stuff. Also, technically, since I do plan on exploring the castle quite a bit, I think you get quite a bit of stuff in terms of weapons and equipment from the monsters inside of the castle. Yeah, this should be it, right? So I don't really want to go overboard with that. Okay, it's not this tree, though. Let me double check. So it's like a small little stone jutting out of the ground next to 3 birches. Okay, so it's not this one? I don't think that's just a bush. Where is that stone? Oh, there it is. I was running away from it. Great. I do also think, by the way, considering how absolutely ginormous the map is, it definitely speaks to the insane level of level design and sort of overall... I always struggle to name it, but yeah, level design, world design, art design as well, that I could pretty much... I haven't really been in this region at all in this playthrough. So the last time I came here was like 6 years ago. And still, by just looking at it, I mean, sure, the double peak mountains are quite the, you know, iconic feature of the world map, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I think there are not that many open worlds that would be able to pull this off, where you just look at a picture and immediately go, oh yeah, I think I know where that is. And then just, you know, have a quick sort of 1-minute survey of your surroundings and immediately get to the right place. That's definitely a pretty big compliment, I want to say, towards the world designers of this game. And I mentioned it earlier too, it's... yeah, considering the size of the world, it is so insane to think about how every little corner of it just feels so, like, built with so much purpose, right? Where it feels like designers really went in and make sure that it was like perfect for traversal.
From here, we'll make our way to Goron City. Then, we'll need some adjustments on that divine beast so Daru can manage it as easily as possible.
That's a long
He's figured out
way,
how to
though.
get it to move. However, it's apparent that we still have much more to learn. But to think, that divine beast was actually built by people. That means we should be able to understand how it works and how to use it to our advantage.
Tim is high.
These divine
Yeah, I do
beasts,
too.
so much we don't know.
They're really cool.
But if we want to turn back Calamity Ganon, they're our best hope. Tell me the truth. How proficient are you right now wielding that sword on your back? Legend says that an ancient voice resonates inside it. Can you hear it yet, hero?
I love how much they're able to say with... Maybe it's a good thing that they're very, very short, but... I still wish there was more of it. It is very, very cool how they're able to say a lot with an arguably very short cutscene. Because I think it shows, well... It shows a lot of things, right? It definitely shows that they have a very weird relationship going on where, you know... Link almost seems like the only person Zelda can really trust in, yet at the same time, she also really doesn't fully like him being there and having that company around all the time, because she doesn't like that thought of having to be protected. But then seeing her sort of talking over the details of her plan with Link, because, well, there aren't that many people she could confide in. So, yeah... sort of definitely leaves a bittersweet aftertaste. And then they even throw in that cool little detail about there being a voice inside of the Master Sword, even though I'm pretty sure this game doesn't really mention much about that at all at any given point, but it's still a pretty cool reference to the other Zelda games, and just hints at there being more, you know, complex ideas going on with that sword, right? It's definitely not just a very powerful sword that for some weird reason chooses a hero, or a hero just wields it. There's more going on there. And I'm super excited to see how Tears of the Kingdom hopefully will expand on that and tell us more about potential connections between the Master Sword Ganon, the weird Calamity energy, but also the Sheikah, how they even came up with using that energy in the first place. I was going to say it could technically also just do them one after the other. Except maybe this one. I mean, I could grab it. Let's see. The one in front of the castle really isn't too far away either. It's right here. Problem being there's a lot of guardians around. What's easier, coming from here? Because I know a lot of guardians are running around sort of in this area. I mean, I could just run past them. But it might be easier to take the tower and travel to it, honestly. Interestingly enough, I think the memories aren't actually that hidden, right? Especially if you've done the 4 divine beasts. They are, most of them anyways, aren't really exactly difficult to get to. Which, well, obviously is also done on purpose. I don't think they necessarily wanted you to, you know, really exhaust like every single corner of the world if you didn't want to. But instead, of course. But instead, they probably wanted to make it so that I guess, far reaches and corners of the world are more a sort of a playground for people who really wanted to explore and just find more and more stuff. Which I definitely appreciate, and I did on my first playthrough. I really went to every corner of the world and did everything there was to find. Also, by the way, why am I running around with this weird accessory? Let's swap back to my hood. Not that it would exactly help against a guardian shooting a laser at me, but, you know, at least it's some protection. Okay, how far away am I? I mean, probably still the better approach versus the shrine. Unless I'm running directly into the arms of a guardian, which I'm not entirely sure. Then again, now I have the Master Sword, and they are a bit easier to take down. Having the sword around. Okay, that's a destroyed one. I want to say there was at least one guardian somewhat close to this middle place here. But I might be wrong. from that. I really, really love... Man, this game worked. I really love how they weren't afraid... Oh yeah, there you are, buddy. Okay, need to be careful of that guy. They weren't afraid to just really put in giant plains in the middle of Hyrule here, right? I mean, what other open world game do you know where it's really just giant open plain full of grassy fields? And yet it so perfectly encapsulates what this game is and how it works. And that even if you don't necessarily have too much detail to look at here, it just makes the detail in other areas of the game all the more important and all the more sort of visible and interesting to look at. But there's another one. Yeah. And another one. I think that's number 4. 4 guys going around here? Okay, let's grab the memory quickly before one of them sees me. I think this is one of the memories that shows the champions all being together, sort of towards the end of their journey, I think. Or maybe the very beginning. Either or.
Hero of Hyrule, chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. You have shown unflinching bravery and skill in the face of darkness and adversity, and have proven yourself worthy of the blessings of the goddess Hylia. Whether skyward bound, adrift in time, or steeped in the glowing embers of twilight, the sacred blade is forever bound to the soul of the hero. We pray for your protection, and we hope that the two of you will grow stronger together as one. Forged in the long distant past, the sword...
Gee, this is uplifting. She's making it sound like we already lost.
Wasn't this your idea? You're the one who wanted to designate the appointed night with all the ceremonial pomp, grandeur, and nonsense we could muster. And if you ask me, the whole thing does seem to be overkill. I think I'm on the same page as the princess regarding this boy.
Oh, give it a rest. That boy is a living reminder of her own failures. Well, at least that's how the princess sees him.
Ouch. That's a pretty harsh assessment, actually. I don't fully remember, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be reminded once I see the corresponding memories, but... yeah. I didn't fully remember that she specifically... Oh, of course. There we go. Get lost. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't really considered that that's how she views Link as well. I mean, it had already been very apparent from the other memories that we've seen that she, well, is definitely resentful towards him, mainly because of, well, there is something going on, if I remember correctly, with her not really being able to draw the power for Triforce, or at least the power to control all the sort of Sheikah-based technology as much as she wants to. And I think she knows that she, in theory, should be able to, since she is the descendant of the Sheikah, right? At least that's, yeah, I think that's right. Either way, she can't really fulfill her own role, and then being protected on top of that, she doesn't really want to have that, and it's sort of reminding her that she's not really doing what she's supposed to do. She's not really, you know, the guardian of the people as well. And also sort of being oppressed by, well, being the princess and being the descendant of those people, right? Forced into that, I guess, infinite struggle against Ganon with the Calamity, instead of being able to go on her own way and do whatever she wants to do. The whole scene was interesting to look at. It's very cool in that it's also fairly unusual how they're displaying that, right? But that was very, very well done, especially with her being sort of monotone and really clearly not being into what she was doing there. Which also shows that she just, yeah, probably isn't that fond of sort of princess obligations and the whole, I guess, bureaucracy and weird rituals and things that come with it, right? Yeah, and her dad is, I think he should be part of one of the other memories, right? I'm not exactly sure which one. It might actually be the one at the castle, I want to say. But he wasn't exactly, well, I guess we cannot really say that he wasn't supportive or anything of her, but rather that he didn't really know how to handle her not really taking her role the way she was supposed to, right? And instead of sort of going to her and trying to help her maybe find the role, he just sort of said, well, that's what you need to do it, more or less. It's kind of a tough place to be in, right? I think it should be this one. Yeah, maybe I'm going to grab that one too. Let's see. Which one is this? That's behind the castle. I'm pretty sure... Oh, that's where it kind of just was, right? That's the Lost Woods. That is the tower. By the way, nice little detail. The tower is not there yet. Because it wouldn't be, right? It's still in the ground. Oh, that kind of sucks, though. I almost flew by that place earlier when I was approaching the tower for the first time. Do I want to go there first? Technically, I'm also fairly close to this one. Oh, no, never mind. I'm standing right in front of the castle now, right? Yeah. So let's... Because the other one that I saw should be somewhere over here, I want to say. So let's grab this one first. Should be possibly here? Man, I must have flown directly past it earlier when I was approaching the Lost Woods. Probably should have taken another look at the memories. Would have saved some time right now, but oh well. Might as well go back there a second time. Although I guess I might have to wear the fireproof armor again. There we go. Quickly swap over. Although technically I'm also pretty sure that one piece would have been enough, but... double check the picture. So we need to face the river pretty much directly. Which is this river right next to the... Yeah, it should be pretty much here. Probably somewhere close to this pond. You know what? Let's just put a pin down. That's what they're for, right? Actually, might have an easier time flying over there and then taking that cliff to go back. Oops. Yeah, that's not the best idea. Wait, this is not made out of wood? I guess it's mostly metal. Okay. Equip that, and... Guess this one. For a second, I was definitely confused why I was burning. Since I'm wearing the armor, but yeah. Taking that lost woods equipment over here to the volcano. Not the best idea. Okay, that should be it though. I'm so much looking forward to how Tears of the Kingdom is gonna build on the story as well. Is it really just gonna be a direct follow-up? Are they gonna... How are they going to continue telling the story? I'm really looking forward to finding out more about that. Specifically, how much they're gonna go into what potentially happened in Breath of the Wild. But I guess I also don't really know how long it's been or what kind of time span even is between the two games. But whatever time span it is, I want to see how they're going to handle it, right? Are they just straight up going to continue the story? Maybe just with a brief sort of recap or, you know, just, yeah, essentially mentioning a couple of things again? Or is it going to be... Is it going to be very different and only very loosely connected? Which, considering that, you know, the story is told in this very brief memories here. I guess we can delete it again. Either approach would work, right? Okay, there is that one weird stone jutting out. I'm definitely too far to the right. It might be either up there. Can't be too far off, though. Could be up there. Oh, you know what? Oh yeah, it's here. Right? That stone on the right, that stone on the left. Question is how high up though? You don't see me. Oh, okay. So the right stone is only barely visible, and the left stone very close to the lake. So... wait, is it that one then? Could still be more over here then. I feel like now I'm moving too far into the wrong direction. Oh, hi. Might as well grab the Korok while we're here. Oh, there we go. Thanks, little Mr. Korok, for showing me the correct location. Really? Oh, wait, it's missing a second one. Yaha! Bye-bye. There we go. Okay, yeah, there we are. Showing the two. It's a very interesting perspective, though. I mean, it's not necessarily difficult to find, but the perspective is sort of downward looking. Which makes it not immediately recognizable, I guess. Let's see, which one was this? Probably something to do with the Divine Beast here on Death Mountain, I want to say. But wait, did the photo show the monster camp, by the way? Was that Or maybe the monsters took over a camp that existed there previously.
Look too bad, actually. You're fine for now.
Holy
But you
shit.
know, there's a fine line between courage and recklessness.
The hell did Link
As
do?
brave as you are, that does not make you immortal. It seems that not only is the frequency of these types of attacks on the rise, but the scale of beasts we are facing is intensifying as well.
Surely he couldn't have done that by himself.
I fear that this is an omen which portends the return of Calamity Ganon. And if that's the case, I'm ready to expect the worst. We'll need to make preparations as soon as possible.
God, the ominous music. That is so cool. I hope they actually expand on that theme, honestly, in Tears of the Kingdom. Little Korok. Huh. What was he just doing there? He was just awkwardly looking at his weird tablet device. Yeah, that was kind of insane. The amount of monsters there. There was like 3 silver Lionels, I think. Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that Link took them all down by himself. Maybe some Gorons helped, but... I mean, there was... Some shit was seriously going down, right? Once all of those monsters appeared. Look at the castle. All of its swirling darkness. Really does look very ominous, doesn't it? Okay, well, next memory done. Actually, this is a lot quicker than I thought. Okay, so this is behind the castle, right? At least from, like, when you're facing it from the Great Plateau, I think it's sort of to the left, behind it, to the northwest. I'm pretty sure. Or is it? Yeah. Because the sort of cliff side of the castle is the back side of it, right? And it's one bush and a tree. Let's see. I think it might be somewhere over here. Maybe. Yeah, that's the cliffside of the castle. I think it's sort of looking this way. So maybe it actually is this tree. Let's see if we can spot it from the tower. Shouldn't be too difficult, actually. And judging by the distance, it also shouldn't be too difficult to just fly over. Hopefully. I really want to know how Tears of the Kingdom handles all of this. There is so much you can do with those cutscenes, right? It's kind of insane, honestly, how all of the... Like, how long are they? It's like a minute, maybe 2 minutes each. And they still give you so many potential options of what other story beats a sequel might contain. Which is pretty crazy to think about. Okay, so the tree might be that one. It looks like a very suspicious tree. Do I want to grab the shrine? Let's see, let's mark it, go over to the tree, and I'm just going to see how far away the shrine is from that location. Why is it pouring all over the place? Everywhere I go, it's always raining. Except right next to the volcano, but then again. Which brings up my gear. Let's change back out of the... Technically, it doesn't really matter, because the armor value is the same, and, you know, running around with fireproof stuff isn't exactly bad, but... This just looks more like Link, I guess. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Might have as well dyed the hood green, right? Okay, yeah, this looks to be about right. It's raining again. That tower's up in the snowy mountains, though. Although I do have gear to cross them. I don't know if it would be worth grabbing it, though. Is there a memory up on those mountains? I don't think so. Oh yeah, that is a very suspicious looking tree. I think that's it, right? That must be the tree. Okay, the bush is to the left of it. Yeah, there's a couple of stones. The castle looks very, very close, but I think that's mostly due to the big, these big protective pillars right next to it. Hey, there's the other dragon. Hey, buddy. Can I take a picture from you, of you from here? I can. Dinral. Not exactly a beautiful picture, but it works. Yeah, the giant pillars jutting out from the ground. They're really, really impressive. I'm not the biggest fan of them necessarily, because I feel like they're almost a bit too ginormous. I mean, obviously... Oh, hello, Dale. I forgot that that was a thing. Let's see. Oh, they don't actually leave that much stuff behind. You guys gonna come back, or...? Not really. But yeah, the, really... Stop it. Oh, you know what? That works. They're even still burning. Burning flock of bats flying away. That actually looked pretty funny. So obviously the big pillars are necessary, right? I mean, that's the Sheikah structure that they built in order to... Yeah, thank you. In order to contain Ganon, right? Which does bring up a couple of questions as well, honestly. Looking at it, those... I mean, it's not exactly a... how can we put that? It's somewhat of a weird structure, right? And it has a very, very gigantic size. Now, it needs to be that size in order to, I guess, facilitate the energy that it would need to contain this sort of calamitous energy within it. Which is also why we probably see the swirl around it, right? That means that this malicious energy is contained. I'd imagine that without the big pillars, it would just sort of spread throughout the entire land and pretty much destroy anything in its wake. That being said, I think, well, it's a bit unfortunate because the castle also just looks really, really cool. And while I get that the big pillars definitely add to that look, they're almost a bit too distracting. At least in my opinion, they're a bit too in the way, for the lack of a better word. But it is another one of those things where I want to know how Tears of the Kingdom is going to handle that. Are we actually going to see how they were built? Will we get to know how they work exactly? Why they even... So I guess it all sort of comes back to one central question, and that is how did the whole... I mean, I know Skyward Sword sort of does delve into that, I guess, existential question of where does this cycle of life and death even come from, right? What's up with the Triforce? Why are there these opposing forces going on all the time? And why does it keep happening over and over again throughout history? So we do have some answers in that regard, but I still think that there is just more information under there, right? Because with all the calamity and with these shrines and seemingly this malicious energy for some reason protruding from the ground, it seems like there is potentially a very, I want to say, technical component to it, right? It's not really just a legend or a tale of how the world got created by some gods or something, but it almost feels like it has an underlying, well, not exactly technological reason, but it's kind of hard to describe, but yes, something beyond that, right? That explains why this is going on still, why it keeps happening, and I mean, you'd imagine that if the Sheikah were able to build this kind of technology, why weren't they able to get rid of Ganon once and for all, right? Because I want to say with this level of power in your hands, surely there would have had to been a way to handle this whole situation in, you know, differently and actually finally get over that whole repeating cycle. But maybe there is some sort of really, really important reason as to why that wasn't possible. Well, either way, let's recall this particular memory, which maybe even shed some light on it? Question mark? Let's see.
There's one.
I guess it's a bit more of a light-hearted one.
The flowers we have in Hyrule aren't just beautiful. They're also quite useful as ingredients for a variety of things. This one here is called the Silent Princess. It's a rare, endangered species. Despite our efforts, we can't get them to grow domestically yet. The princess can only thrive out here, in the wild. All that we can hope is that the species will be strong enough to prosper on its own.
Well, it is still around, thankfully.
Is that what I think it is? Look at this. I don't believe it, but I actually caught one. This delicacy is known to have very, very potent effects under the proper circumstances. Ta-da! Research from the castle shows ingesting one of these can actually augment certain abilities. We wouldn't be in a controlled environment out here, but with your level of physical fitness, you'd be a perfect candidate for the study. Go on.
Eat it!
Taste it!
Eat the frog! I'm sure it's not gonna mind at all getting its head bitten off by Link. It is kind of cute seeing the two interact, not gonna lie. Though, yeah, definitely, well, not wonder what happens, but kind of know what happens, but either way, I mean, they can sort of look over, you know, the problems that Zelda has with Link, but at the same time, oh, this doesn't actually do much against him, does it? At the same time, also clearly, you know, they were able to do some stuff together, but it doesn't necessarily mean that just because they had some happy memories as well, you know, that it, I guess, made the others easier to bear. For a second there, the Silent Princess as a flower actually reminded me of Hyrule's flower that you receive in the Endwalker story in 14. Actually, I don't think the two really share any finer details with one another, but for some reason I thought of it when I saw that flower Zelda was pointing at. Does make me wonder if... I mean, it's them who gave it their name, but... Well, coming back to the whole Sheikah technology, right? One question that definitely keeps cropping up is how can it be that seemingly a lot of these structures have endured for so long, and not only endured, but still... are still... well, not necessarily guarding, but it feels like they're still in the place they're supposed to be, right? Maybe not all of them, but a lot of the shrines are still close to very important structures, which really doesn't make a whole lot of sense if they're truly 10,000 years old, right? Oh, I can grab that stuff later. I want to say that would have been incredibly unlikely that after 10,000 years they would still sort of occupy the same place. It might be logical to a certain degree, right? I mean, surely certain places, and that's true for our world as well, just naturally lend themselves to life, you know, close to rivers, maybe in a river delta, wherever there is, you know, ground that can be used for planting, you know, food plants and things like that. Obviously, you will find that civilizations will sort of tend to go back to those places over and over again. But somehow, I still find it weird that these things would be so closely related, right? It might be partially due to them potentially knowing at least some stuff about this, the Sheikah technology, and so they would maybe also tend to build around, you know, possibly old structures or old technology that they found and somehow were able to utilize. So in that regard, it's not that it doesn't make sense at all, but it is certainly a bit of a strange occurrence, I want to say. And then probably the strangest of them all... Oh, wait, that just makes you lose the... I didn't realize. Kind of the strangest of them all certainly would be the structures around the castle. Because I don't think, you know, the... like Zelda and the Hylians would have been able to... Oh, are you serious? That they really would have been able to, I guess, rebuild them, or possibly relocated them to where they place the castle now, right? So... Ooh, that... Okay. Wait a second, what do I need to do here? First of all, I probably want to get rid of those boxes. That was a giant explosion, what the hell? And this probably can turn... This... Oh, it turns... Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, I lost it. Might as well just get the, get the chest first. I don't know. Again, it just... it feels to me like something else is going on there. I don't exactly know if some sort of weird time loop or something to that degree would be, you know, a good explanation for what the hell is happening. But, I mean, it might be. I don't know. That is kind of what I'm looking for. Not necessarily only in Tears of the Kingdom, but certainly just in general, is an explanation of what might have happened here. I don't know. Okay, placing it down here should definitely get it all the way over there, right? So in theory, I only need to wait for the door to open up. There we go. Yep. Another thing that I don't fully remember is if there was another shrine either inside or very, very close to the castle. I know I think there's at least one sort of to the right of the castle that I haven't gotten yet, but... I honestly would be somewhat surprised to see a shrine more or less on the inside of it. Then again, maybe that would, in theory, give you kind of a cool teleport point to potentially, I guess, quote-unquote, save your progress going through that. Because the castle is kind of built like a dungeon, isn't it? So, well, I mean, you can save the game, you know, a lot of the time, but I also didn't know there was a stable back here. Well, I mean, I have the teleport point. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure if that's maybe how they give you a... Because otherwise, right, you would be able to teleport back out of the castle, but you'd have a hard time, I guess, reaching that same point of progression unless you stay within the castle for sort of the entire duration of exploring it. I know that it also has a bunch of sort of points that you could approach, but it's one of those things where I'm not entirely sure anymore if there were any shrines directly inside of it that would potentially allow you to teleport back in if you wanted to. I also know that this is, I think it's somewhere close on the outside of the wall, right? But I think it'd still make more sense if I want to deal with the castle tomorrow, I more or less take the entire stream to really, really explore that dungeon. I think it would be pretty cool to just pick up that memory sort of last, at least from the ones that I have here. That being said, I think I know where this one is, but I think I also currently don't really have a point that would be close to it. It's a bit further out, because I think it's actually quite close to that second research lab, which I eventually maybe wanted to go to too. So maybe that's another one that I'm going to leave for tomorrow, and I could pick up these 3 today. Still, this one shouldn't be too bad because I have a shrine that is somewhat close to it, I know. This one, I honestly don't really remember anymore. Is that out on the big Hylian field as well? Okay, let's see. This one should probably be easier to locate. I'm pretty sure that's the mountain range north of the desert, right? And then the mountain on the right should be at least somewhere close to Rido Village. So that's the Snowy Mountain Range, right? And then I think that's the mountain that you see on the right. Isn't that also the mountain that glows at night? Mount Daphnis. Would it be here? No, it could be this one. That looks very suspiciously like the place we're looking for, isn't it? Yeah. I would be surprised if that isn't it. Man, so many other cool areas to explore. I'm almost a little bit sad that I don't have time to go through the entirety of the world again. Because there's so many cool other places to explore, right? Like the mountain that glows at night. It's sort of a random thing. There might be a shrine there, I don't know. But I think it's mostly about... Isn't there some side quest with a sort of ghost horse spirit that you need to pacify? Or was it a ghost horse that you can acquire? I don't really remember, but... either way, there's tons of those little really, really cool looking places all over the world that would be super, super fun to go back to and explore, but yeah. Well, we also do have Tears of the Kingdom coming up, right? What shrine is it pointing me towards? Was there one right next to... Because I saw the Lionel Colosseum there in the back. I think there might have been a shrine sort of next to its entrance. The good thing is that all the shrines also always provide you with a teleport location. So it's not the worst idea to pick them up. Well, there was, but not exactly the way I thought. Okay, so there's some weird moblin camp over here. Yeah, that must be the place, right? With those mountains in the background and the other mountain range to the right of it. Okay, what kind of shrine are we looking at, though? That must be down here somewhere. And then... Yes, I'll just cross the river. Should be easy enough to do, right? With Rivali scale, I can just fly up. And that should be it. So let's grab this shrine real quick. Oh, it's just standing here. Yeah, nice. I think this one I already looked at a few times from the Great Plateau Tower. What is also really, really interesting to me is that, I mean, I mentioned that earlier with the memories not really being out of your way. Some might be, but for the most part, they're kind of close to... Thanks for the follow. For the most part, they're kind of close to the pathways you're traversing anyways while exploring the world, right? Which also, on the other hand, kind of makes sense, because we are more or less retreading the paths that Zelda and Link took in order to reclaim our power and deal with the Divine Beasts and with the destruction that was left behind after Ganon's ploy came to fruition 100 years ago. I guess I'm just really, really... I'm still just really astounded how much thought went into the design of this world, right? Where a lot of other games... I feel like... Well, I know that I'm sometimes going on a little bit too much about how AAA games sort of suck, and that's not always true, but it definitely shows whether or not developers truly put effort into designing an open world, right? Because it's... Sadly, I feel like a lot of the times nowadays, they sort of go with, okay, let's design a huge open world, right? Maybe it's even procedurally generated to an extent, and even if they then still go in and sort of manually place objects, and even if it looks incredibly beautiful, sometimes it feels like a lot of the areas in open worlds never really have proper purpose, right? So you're standing there, you're looking at it, and everything looks, beautiful, and it's like, 4K, best graphics you can think about, right? Everything looks hyper realistic. And you stand there and you kind of go, well, why is this here? Why are we here? What are we doing here? And sometimes it really is hard to come up with an answer. Whereas here, well, we're there because we have to be there in order to retread the steps that we did 100 years ago in order to figure out what went wrong and how we can potentially, this time, actually deal with Calamity Ganon, right? And that is definitely one of, the big, beautiful aspects of this world's design, is that it just seems it has so much purpose behind it, right? It isn't always story related. The purpose can also be that, oh hey, we came up with a really cool puzzle the player needs to solve, or with a really cool, unique encounter, or something, right? But it always feels like, okay, this part of the world has been designed to facilitate this idea, right? Whether it be a piece of the story, or a particular cool encounter, or something, right? But it always has purpose and a reason behind it, and you can look at it and immediately go, oh yeah, that's what the developers thought. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be perfectly executed, right? But at least understanding sort of the purpose behind it makes it a lot more interesting to traverse the world versus a world that just sort of seems to exist to look beautiful and not for any proper reason. Do I still have a hammer? I have this thing. First time I saw the glowing menu, I voted because I didn't know what it was. That's... yeah. I can see that happening. I can definitely see that happening. Although there are some sparkly Koroks as well. Oh boy. Oh! I could have also used... I didn't even realize there was a metallic ball up there. That would make things easier. Oh well. Okay. Stop it. Oh. Ah, well, almost. God, I'm really not the biggest fan of two-handed weapons, I must admit. They're really, really slow. Okay, what do we have here? I can't pick that up anyways. Shoot that down. I don't know. Even though I've probably mentioned this 3 times already. Oops. I almost got crushed by the ball, but every time I'm surprised again that these swords make noise when they're lying on the ground. Edge of Duality. A curious double-edged sword crafted using Sheikah technology. It was originally made for Hyrulean knights unfamiliar with single-edged blades. Okay. Another one of those weird, curious details. How did they still have swords with Sheikah technology? Is that because they rebuilt them? Did they find them and refurbish them? I mean, the Sheikah are still around, which is even weirder to think about, right? How can they be still around after 10,000 years if... well, unless some interesting time shenanigans are going on, right? So many weapons. I like the bit about the sparkly thing, you know, being dangerous though, because that's kind of what tends to happen. I mean, the game is really, really good. It's just insanely good at... I mean, it comes back to the world design, but also to, well, everything else sort of feeds that design. In that, you know, enemies can look very enticing. Everything, really. I mean, if you see a dragon for the first time, you probably would assume that eventually he's going to attack you, which technically they sort of do, right? They have some stuff around them that might hit you if you're not careful, but it's more their aura. It's not really, they're not enemies, right? They're not opposing you. It's more so that they just happen to have very strong dragon auras around them. But it is quite cool that, I don't know, there's a billion different things to look at and to see and, you know, to potentially kill you in this particular case. And also, considering that you don't necessarily have to follow the main quest for Ippa right away, there is actually quite a high chance that a lot of players probably wouldn't even know about the memories, right, when they first saw one. Oh, huh. This is another fairly expansive shrine. I like it. Let's see. I should be able to open these with no. Huh. Really? These can't be stasised? Guess not. Okay, so that's a hammer. I'm pretty sure that I have to just go around, right? And I'll eventually come back here. Ooh, that one can, though. Is there a... Aw. You just fall down. I was gonna say, I thought there was a hidden chamber or something below it. Never mind then. Okay. Oh, I like this shrine. Very, very cool one. Lots of stuff and puzzles to explore. Okay. Yeah, I think we're actually going to be circling all the way around again, aren't we? Huh. Alrighty. I think the device should move something. Oh, right, it's movement based. Okay, this is gonna suck probably. This is pretty annoying to do with the tablet though, not gonna lie. Oh shit. I actually don't have enough space below my desk to do this. Oh god. Probably gonna destroy my Wii U tablet here with this. Honestly, I'm actually quite surprised now that I'm thinking about it that Nintendo did, because I feel like they're so protective with the Joy-Cons from the Switch, right? And it feels like, you know, and they did that with the Wii remotes too, where it feels like they constantly, oh god, I need to go. Right, let's see. Okay, there we go. With the Wii Remote 2, where... And that was true for, or is true for the Switch as well with the Joy-Cons, that a lot of games that use, well, movement and motion controls, with Nintendo games is always, there's like a billion messages before you can play the game that says, you know, be careful not to, you know, throw the thing in your TV, because you're going to be very, very sad if that happens. So... honestly surprises me a bit that they don't give you like a big warning with these shrines about that stuff. That being said, I probably could have turned off motion controls. Actually, that would have been interesting to see. I guess you would just move that stuff with the left analog stick then? Okay, wait a second. I can burn that off. And I can stasis this. This doesn't move though, right? How's the ball supposed to get over here? Let's see. Oh, wait. What does the... Ah, well, that explains it. Okay, so we need stasis, we need a fire arrow, and I need to stand on the button. Can I shoot a fire arrow through there while that's going on? Yeah, I should be able to. Actually, might want to go for the fire arrow first. Huh. Well, that's not exactly enough momentum. Oh, wait a second. Do we need to stasis the ball? Oh, come on. No. While the ball is stasis, the new one doesn't appear. Wait, what? Oh, this doesn't even move? Huh. Weird, but okay. So... what exactly needs to happen? Is there a way to get more momentum on them? Oh! Yeah. Okay. That's how it works. I still need the stasis, though. Because if the ramp is up high right away, then you just don't get enough momentum on the ball. There we go. Boom. And we're through. And now we're back in the room that we saw earlier with the funny little hammer thing. Which I also need to stasis. There we go. Boom. Boom! Well, hopefully nobody was standing behind that thing. Oh, oops. Somehow I always keep confusing the throw and drop buttons. I don't know why. I guess throwing the bomb usually was the same button in older games? I don't know. Man, this is a really fun shrine. Okay. That's the end. And we can still grab this though. A diamond. What? I think that's actually the first one that I got in my playthrough. Which is crazy to think about, considering that I probably got, I want to say, I don't know, 90 or something in my first one. Eventually, you'll just find them all over the place, right? Well, not exactly all over the place, but there's a ton of mining or mineral outposts? That's from another game, right? Well, anyways, the mineral rocks where you get the diamonds and other things. Nice. Right, that is this one done, and now I'm just going to go over and quickly use Revali Scale to get the memory next to the cool-looking soldier on a horse statue. Oh, right, I marked it. Completely forgot about it. That is actually an interesting comment that you made earlier about, you know, not really knowing what to expect. I feel like that is super, it almost, I want to say it almost sucks when you already encountered a lot of video games, right? And you're just very, very familiar with a lot of the different structures that are quite often employed within them, right? In the sort of different gameplay formulas and genres that are that exist out there. I want to say that can sometimes feel somewhat stale. Or maybe stale isn't exactly the right word, but definitely... It definitely loses a bit of that, of those surprising moments, right? Which, on the other hand, also shows, you know, with Breath of the Wild having this completely free movement system that I think not a lot of people really expected, but also, well, at least in my case, as I mentioned... Oh, hi, what are you doing here? Alright, come on. Bye-bye. Is this a cork? No, it's actually not. Pick up the banana. But that is what was so special about Breath of the Wild, that it's sort of... Well, technically, the idea of this open world traversal had existed back in the day, because that's kind of what they wanted, right? They wanted to bring Zelda sort of, quote-unquote, back to its roots, in the sense of just exploring the open world with not that much else going on. So that was also really, really cool to see as, you know, bringing sort of that gameplay element back that existed so long ago that most people just weren't really familiar with it. And then also obviously doing such a great job at it definitely helped too. But that being said, I do sometimes wish that, well, we kind of had the ability to, you know, lose particular memories maybe. Not even just to be able to replay games without knowing certain story beats or interesting mechanics, but rather also to not be too familiar with game mechanics overall, right? Because that can sometimes feel... Well, a game might not even be necessarily very bad in how it approaches a certain, well, gameplay part or something like that. But, you know, it's with music, or same thing with music or art or movies. At a certain point, or books in particular, at a certain point, so many things have already been done that not only is it insanely hard to come up with new stuff, but even if you do something sort of almost on your own, or you have a cool idea and you execute on it, it might still be somewhat close. Oh, are we getting another blood moon? Yes, we are. I might as well wait for it to be over. But it might still be very, very close to something else that was sort of created with the same idea behind it. And it just, I don't know, kind of sucks that something that might be really, really good on its own gets sort of somewhat diluted by just, you know, happening to be close to something else that, I don't know, 5 years ago tried to do something else entirely, yet somehow still ended up with similar elements. Yeah, how do people figure this stuff out? That's the cool thing, right? It really, really feels like, not only in its world design, but specifically the gameplay as well, just facilitates having so many different solutions to problems. Which also makes it quite fun to replay, honestly, because it's, yeah, if there might be totally different ways to do certain things that you just possibly didn't really think about before, right? And it is quite possibly also, a pretty good example of what you want video games to be in terms of their general approach. Because, yes, the game does sometimes contain tutorials, and sure, certain NPCs or other things tell you how to do stuff, or what buttons to press. I mean, there are sort of pop-up tutorials as well, so it's not perfect in that regard. But I feel like its approach to teaching you how to play it is still definitely a good one when it comes to facilitating a lot of different levels of players as well, right? So whether it be you, played video games as a child and then somehow as an adult come back to them, or you've never played a video game before even, or if you're really, really familiar with them. I feel like there's something here for everybody without necessarily turning off the other parties, right? Because I want to say that is one of the biggest struggles for a lot of games that come out nowadays, where they, well, because they cost so much money to develop, they're pretty much forced into a position where they need to facilitate a lot of different players, but oftentimes really struggle to find a solution to that in how to approach it, right? And it often ends up being, well, either there's way too many tutorials where, you know, more seasoned players are going to feel put off, or they're going to feel bored and they might just put the game down because they don't want to, you know, waste their time with a 3-hour tutorial about basic game mechanics. But then if you do it too complicated, or if you assume too much knowledge from other games, possibly not even within the same, you know, franchise, but even in the same genre, right? I mean, there's a ton of stuff that if you play a lot of video games, you'll just naturally pick up on, right? Especially when it comes to controller movement. I mean, there's a lot of standardization that has happened over the last 20 years, where you can pretty much pick up a game in any genre. If you've played one of the games in that same genre before, like first-person shooter, for example, you'd pretty much immediately know most of the movement keys, right? Unless there's some super innovative, intricate design behind them, where it's like a simulation game or something. Maybe then it would be different, but I feel like even though Breath of the Wild definitely isn't perfect in that regard, and it also, to a certain extent at least, has not, you know, overly complex mechanics or controls, it definitely still succeeds a lot in just bringing those different ideas together. Which is another very, very beautiful feat that the game honestly quite effortlessly achieves. Which is another aspect, right? Sometimes you feel like the developers did think about it, but ultimately kind of tried to brute force it, and that sometimes also doesn't really work.
Be sure to take the time to soothe your mount. That's the only way it will know how you truly feel. Your advice was quite helpful, thank you. This little one and I are getting along quite well now. At first, I wasn't sure if I should outfit him with all of the royal gear.
I was going to say, that looks pretty cool, though.
Maybe he should have to earn it first. But it works. He wears it like a true natural. I'm trying to be a bit more empathetic. Benefit of the doubt, you know? See that mountain? That's Mount Lanayru. It takes its name from the goddess of wisdom. Lanayru's decree is very specific. It says no one is allowed under the age of 17. For only the wise are permitted a place upon the mountain. I've prayed at the Spring of Courage and at the Spring of Power, yet neither awoke anything inside me. But maybe up there. Perhaps the Spring of Wisdom, the final of the three, will be the one. To be honest, I have no real reason to think that will be the case. But there's always the chance that the next moment will change everything. Tomorrow is my 17th birthday. So then I shall go and make my way up the mountain.
An interesting thought. As if turning 17 suddenly makes you a wise person. I mean, it would be cool if it worked like that, but I highly doubt that anybody has ever really experienced that. I did like the part where she mentioned that she was trying to be a bit more empathetic. I want to say that this probably sort of happened a bit later on. So I guess in that sense, it is quite interesting that they decided to put that dialogue together with her mentioning the Spring of Wisdom. Because it is her wisening up, like, definitely. Because I think it shows that at some point she realized, well, you know, I cannot really change the situation I'm in. I cannot really change that this warrior is supposed to protect me and is going to follow me around. So I think she realized that she can spare herself a lot of trouble and just in general probably be a bit more happy by just, you know, taking the situation as is and making the best out of it. At least that's how I'm interpreting that scene to a degree. Which doesn't always mean that that's the best approach, right? I mean, it heavily depends on... Because sometimes you should definitely change your circumstances, right? And not just stick it out and try to make the best of it, because sometimes that just doesn't work. But in this case, I think it does, or at least it seems to. Because, well, at the end of the day, one of the themes that all of these memories have in common, or the thread that sort of goes through them, is that she seems to resent Link and also her position and the power that was given to her, but also the expectations that come with that. It seems like she isn't necessarily resenting those circumstances. Per se, but instead more maybe or maybe it's the fact that it happens now, that she doesn't have the freedom to decide when those circumstances occur. Something like that. It is somewhat difficult to put into words, right? But I think that's sort of it. It's not... She doesn't... you know, super dislike Link as a person or anything. It's more what he represents. And I think at a certain point she realized, well, he can't do anything about that. I can't do anything about that. So if we need to, you know, work together to achieve our goal here, then why not embrace it, right? Try to make the best of it. This is one of those places in the game world that just... you almost wish there wasn't a Calamity Ganon around. It was just sort of a peaceful world. I think I could stand here for like hours. Just watch the time of day pass by. Cloud color change. Lighting changes. It's one of those places that makes you wish that we wouldn't be exploring this land 100 years after a calamity took place, but instead before, when everything was still whole and, well, maybe threatened by Ganon, but definitely, you know, still a thriving civilization. Although, arguably, this place has held up remarkably well. So, it might have been that some people tended to it. As we can see, there are some people here. So, could be that either travelers or other people from the surrounding villages potentially... Wait. What a lovely morning. What are you doing? I wanted to talk to you. What's wrong? Hello. I guess I cannot talk to you. I think he might have been surprised by the rain and doesn't really know what to do. Well, so this one, I think this is actually one of the springs that she was mentioning, right? Not the one of wisdom, but one of the other two. Let's see. This one I definitely know, as I mentioned, and there's a shrine close by that I've already been to. But this one, I cannot remember where this was. I want to say that it must have also been somewhat close to, like, Central Hyrule. Part of me thinks that it could be... It could also be here? Because initially I definitely thought that it was on the way to the Lost Woods. Do I want to try to ask the painter about it? Or, you know what I'm going to do? I mean, it is already getting somewhat late. Let's grab this one, and then I think I can just keep the other three for tomorrow. And tomorrow I'm gonna, like, first thing, probably go for the woods, maybe ask the painter where it is. Then we're gonna go over here, potentially grab the other research lab, and then I can approach the castle, and we can go towards the end of the game. One day before Tears of the Kingdom releases. But no, that actually does sound like a good idea. So I'm going to grab the last one. Or not the last one, but the second to last one. Which is here. At that gate. Also, there's a Lionel here. I think. Yeah. I definitely remember that being here. Because he's already shooting arrows at you when you approach the gate here. But that... I don't... Is that the gate that is on the picture? It might be. If I go to this shrine, I should be able to jump over to the other side. I know there are a couple of enemies around that area, but... I'm pretty sure that there was an entrance to the left, right? So I can leave the cave, not below the waterfall, but next to it. And then I should be able to just jump over, and by just following the path, we should be able to see the memory. I just need to make sure that I'm not flying too far away. So I need to make sure to not land too far on the right. Possibly already having passed the memory. Oh. This is actually quite a bit further down than I remember. Okay, one look at the thing. It is towards the end of the path, though, clearly. I'm pretty sure it's this gate. So the memory is up here. So let's just fly over. Actually, if I stay on this side... Well, I don't have enough height to get to the other side of the way. But this way I might be able to just circumvent a couple more encounters with enemies. Yeah. There we go. Ah! Didn't immediately activate the paraglider. There we go. It's okay, guys. I'm just passing by. Don't need to worry about me. Oh. Well. I guess there is another one up ahead either way. Let's see. Mr. Moblin. Sorry about this, but I have to sadly deal with you. Damn. Spike Bogle Club. That's pretty bad. Don't need to take that with me. Let's switch to the Knight's Broadsword. I still haven't actually tested the Lionel shield, because apparently it can deal damage too when you are when you're guarding against an attack. I would actually like to test that at some point. Lanayru Road. This does lead towards that spring she was talking about, though, right? I wonder if this memory is gonna talk about that again. Well, maybe they're talking about something else while approaching the spring. That could also be the case. Oh yeah, I think it's after, actually. After her visiting the Spring of Wisdom.
Well, don't keep us in suspense. How'd everything go up there on the mountain?
So you didn't feel anything? No power at all?
I'm sorry, no.
Then let's move on. You've done all you could. Feeling sorry for yourself won't be of any help. After all, it's not like your last shot was up there on Mount Lanayru. Anything could finally spark the power to seal Ganon away. We just have to keep looking for that thing.
That's kind of you. Thank you.
If I may, I thought you... well, I'm not sure how to put this into words. I'm actually quite embarrassed to say it. But I was thinking about what I do when I'm healing. You know, what usually goes through my mind. It helps when I think about...
Well, that doesn't look good.
It's here.
This is it then.
Are you sure?
Positive.
It's awake. Ganon.
Let's stop wasting time. We're gonna need everything we got to take that thing down. Now, champions, to your divine beasts, show that swirling swine who's boss. Link will need to meet Ganon head-on when we attack. This needs to be a unified assault. Little guy, you get the Hyrule.
Little guy.
You can count on us for support, but it's up to you to pound Ganon into oblivion.
Come, we should go. We need to get you someplace safe.
No. I'm not a child anymore. I may not be much use on the battlefield, but there must be something I can do to help.
I don't know. That looks pretty bad, to be honest. I did not remember that the memories would actually contain the moment when Ganon first appeared. Also, I want to say that... well, maybe I don't know enough about it, really, but I definitely want to say that Zelda... She doesn't really seem to be realizing that what she's looking for... I think she's kind of... she thinks that she needs to come up with, you know, some sort of Superman-like power to see the way of the darkness, because she knows that technically she should have that ability, right? But it feels like the reason for why it's not really there, or for why it doesn't seem to exist within her, is because she's looking for something that is already there, right? So she kind of innately like carries that ability with her because she is the Triforce holder. And I guess she just doesn't know how to trigger it really, right? Or how to wield it, but instead is kind of looking for it. So I guess it's almost like she's looking for the wrong thing in a way. Well, 3 is still missing, as I mentioned. This should be next to the second research lab. This I'm not entirely sure. I could actually... Well, since I need to teleport somewhere anyways, we might as well stop in... What makes more sense? So that would be back here. I guess I could... I don't remember... Oh, the road starts here. Right, right. That's the fork in the road that I need to take. So I could probably start from the stable if I wanted to. But let's very quickly go back to Kakariko. I want to see if the painter is there currently. Maybe we can ask him. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Tears of the Kingdom so much because of that. I really, really hope that we're going to do a deep dive into, well, a lot of that stuff, really, right? Possibly even have some things that do directly link back to these moments, right? To the 4 champions, going to the divine beasts, dealing with Ganon, and ultimately failing. Because that whole idea of Ganon using all of that technology against them seems like such a big, mysterious plot that feels like it definitely just needs way, way more exploration, right? It feels like something that isn't really being touched upon that much here in the game. Hey, buddy. I can tell just... yeah, there must have been time. Oh. Huh. Do I need to talk to him in other places for him to mention where the memories might be? I guess so. Well, I could potentially also try to find that memory on my own. There's only so many roads with suspicious-looking trees next to them. Okay, one of the memories was here already. I need to keep that in mind because the other one technically probably isn't super close to it. I don't really know if it would be here, though. I'm really wondering, but this seems to be the only place that I have a hard time recognizing. Well, it is also very difficult to recognize as a picture, right? Because you don't really have any big features in the distance that you can pick up on. Yeah, I really, really hope that we're going to get to see more of her, more of the champions, and more of the story in general. I mean, it would be... I guess it would be somewhat fine if they still kept the champions a bit more on the sort of, oh yeah, this happened 100 years ago, and we're going to go a little bit deeper into who they were, or especially their sort of, well, their races and what they are about. It could also work if they're following the, well, the new champions, right? All of the different people that we've met that helped us deal with the divine beasts. Because, I mean, at least logically speaking, they should also be there again, right? Because why wouldn't they be? Problem, obviously, is that they definitely received a lot less characterization in this game. So, yeah, from that point of view, it might be easier to pick up on the threats from the champions instead of the new ones, but I really cannot believe that I can't remember where the hell this photo was. It really does look like something that would be in Central Hyrule. I want to say that the entrance to the Korok Forest just looks different. Possibly would be a bit more sloped as well. I mean, there's a couple hills here with trees. I could possibly just take a horse and ride through all of them. One quick look back at this tower. Oh, did I? I guess it's, I mean, it's not too difficult to, you know, pick up on, you know, just hills next to it. I think I'm kind of close with guessing that it's in Central Hyrule, right? Just don't really know how to get to it. Although maybe I could just go to the stable there. I'm pretty sure that it's not here. This looks so different. Oh, there is a stable here, though. Wait, so I was thinking that it's... That is the other stable. Could be there. Because it's not here, right? The rocks have a different color over here. And also the road is way more sloped. There are so many stables that I didn't actually visit. Where's the other one? Another one's there. I mean, technically I could just go sort of make a trip down this path. That's the other one. So it wouldn't be super close to it. This looks a bit too dense. Let me quickly go. I want to know where it is. If I don't know where it is, it's going to bother me the entire time. At least with the other two, I know where they are. There we go. Grab the trusty horse real quick. I actually ended up using the horse way less than I originally intended to. I still think... Or rather, I'm still going back and forth on... Should they really allow you to just whistle for your horse wherever you are? I don't know. It does feel a lot more immersive to actually having to go to a stable to get your horse out. Something about that just really, I think, works with the sort of type of world that they've created. With it feeling like you're properly traveling to certain places. I think it works really well to, at the same time, also kind of require the player to actually pick up their horse from stables. But on the other hand, if you miss out on certain stables, it can also feel like a sort of arbitrary restriction. I don't know, maybe a hybrid system actually would be a good idea. That forest also kind of looks suspicious, doesn't it? It feels like the trees are on the wrong side of the road. I mean, a hybrid system, so maybe since the stables technically are somewhat connected to certain areas, I guess they could have also made it so that once you have found a stable in any given area, then you'd be allowed to call your horse wherever you are, right? And it would sort of spawn in close to you. I think that could have worked as well. Oh, I completely missed the road. Oopsie. So the trees don't really work here. Let's look further up ahead. I don't know. It would just incentivize you to use your horse more, but because I think this way it's a bit too restrictive. Especially since you do get so many fast travel points fairly quickly, and with the towers being so high up and allowing you to fly down to a lot of places fairly quickly too, it almost feels like a lot of the times a horse is unnecessary, or rather that you'd like to have the horse once you hit the ground, right? So once you've flown down from from one of the towers, at that point you'd want to have the horse. Nice little Korok on the side of the road here. But sadly, that's not really possible, right? Without going back to a stable. Or without having the horse close by right from the get-go. Oh. That's another Yiga clan member? What the hell is going on with you guys? Bye-bye. Oh, it's one of the big ones. Hey, buddy. Oh, that was definitely the wrong timing. Oh, what? Definitely did not expect him to just hit me right while I was still in the air. Yeah, what do we have here? Yeah, let's just eat a small bit. The guys are really, really funny, though, in terms of how they move. I mean, it's also insanely funny in the Yiga clan hideout, how they approach when you put down bananas on the ground. But that also looked kind of... He was trying to put out the fire on his arm. The sword is favored by high-ranking members of the Yiga. When wielded by a proficient fighter, its unique shape cleaves the very wind and creates a vacuum. That actually does sound pretty awesome. Okay, come here. For some reason I feel like this is not the road that I need to take. Unfortunately. Technically this hill would be a bit too steep, right? And it's sort of missing a lot of trees on the other side too. Maybe it was somewhat closer to the Great Plateau then? Where does this continue? Yeah, there isn't much else here, right? Man, I don't want to ride all the way back. Forest of Time. Outpost ruins. Could it be here? No. This looks like the road is... like it's elevated on both sides of the road without the trees being... like close to the road. Also, honestly, it's quite a bit too close to the other thing. And this has water on either side of it, but not a sort of higher up area. And this has ruins next to it. That wouldn't really work either. Garrison ruins. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised that they give you so little hints to go on. They're handy if you can't fast travel in Arna Mission, yeah. I definitely prefer, during my first playthrough, I also vastly preferred just traveling around on foot, because it felt like I was just more flexible in terms of what I was able to do. And since a lot of the shrines, you know, they can be quite hidden, and the Koroks you sometimes find up on mountains, and in general, you just want to climb all over the place, right? It's... I don't know, it just feels way more flexible and freeing to be able to, I guess, kind of just leave the horse behind. Which is unfortunate. Because riding on the horse can also be pretty fun. Yeah, I don't really think it's over here, right? This looks completely different. Unless it's back there. No, that doesn't have a road next to it. That's a tad too close to the castle for my taste. But might as well test it out. Oh, sorry, little horsey. There we go. One interesting detail, now that I started to think about it, I wonder why they decided to get rid of the carrots for the horse, right? Because in other Zelda games it was always carrots that were displayed at the bottom of your screen for the horse's sort of points. Okay, wait, where do I need to go if I want to get there? I need to take this road. And these roads already have all the stones on them. Also need to be careful. Could be a couple guardians about in this place. Boneyard. Oh yeah, that's not an ominous name at all. As I suspected. Oh, come on. Why are we getting stuck on a small bush like that? I thought you'd just be able to ride through it. Oh boy. Definitely too close for comfort. Yeah, never mind. This looks really different too. Also, half the trees are burned up here. Can I fast travel? Oh, wait. Since when does it actually display the Guardian on the map? Wait. Has it always done that? Is that some sort of defensive technology that the Sheikah Slate sort of employs? Holy shit. Poor horse. I don't think I was ever aware of that. I don't think it does that with any other enemy, right? Oh god, was there another one here? This is not exactly how I planned it to go. Yeah.
It is my pleasure.
Oh, sorry, little horsey. Oh, other way. I hope I'll be able to fast travel now. Yeah. Do I just want to go back to the stable? I need to check this again. This can't be that difficult, right? Because the thing that looks most recognizable about this is sort of the fact that it slopes up to both sides of the road, and I feel like that would be very easy to spot on the map. Is there any way to find out what's in the background? I want to say there's like a bigger, sort of big boulder there as well. Yeah, it's definitely the hardest one to find, I agree. Because, I mean, technically it's just a random forest, right? There definitely is quite a bit of detail surrounding it. This has too many reasons, though. Ruins, though. Giant's Forest? Maybe it's here? Or am I looking too much in Central Hyrule? Might as well. Are you serious? What's going on with the Yiga? Is it just because I'm suddenly riding through all the different places? So they decide to... Oh, you know... Oh, hey, buddies. Are you the truffle hunters again? You're gonna do that on your own, right? Not too worried about you, honestly. That is actually the other stable, right? That I saw earlier. I want to say the road looks quite different here, though. Yeah, it's probably because I haven't really been traveling too much on main roads this playthrough, so I guess they just missed out on me quite a number of times. Okay, well, there's a shrine in the background, but actually not too bothered about that right now. This kinda looks like it could be the place. It always looks so different in person. No, I don't think so. The trees are actually all up on the mountain, right? And not down here. Huh. The other side doesn't have any trees at all. Plain forests. I've already been through here. We don't have any road over here. I've already been through there. I mean, technically, you'd think that it could be close to the Forest of Time, right? Might as well do that real quick. Maybe the Great Plateau is also going to give me another good vantage point to look for it. How is it that difficult to find? Well, I think, at least on my first playthrough, I want to say that I probably just sort of found it at some point, just going through the world, because I was pretty much trying to explore every nook and cranny. I probably just came across it eventually. So I never had the trouble of having to look for it in this very particular way. Nah, yeah. All of these ruined places, they just look very, very different, right? There's way too much destroyed stuff, and the roads are, you know, too built up to work with a picture. Isn't that part where I rode by earlier? Let's see. Yeah, I rode through here. So that's not it either. And this already had the other memory. And that forest just has the pathway running past it. So maybe it's not in Central Hyrule directly after all? I mean, I could take another look from this tower, I suppose. This was the other place that I speculated about, right? I also thought that the painter would eventually give you tips on where to find them. But I guess that really is dependent on where you meet him, right? Because he also goes to different places. So if I would have happened to come across him, I guess at a stable that is close to where the memory is located, close to where the memory is located, I think at that point he might have told me about it, right? Can't get enough? Yeah, kinda. Well, I want it to end, but I desperately also wanted to find out where the heck this one memory is that I'm still looking for. I have no clue where it actually is. Oh man, there's so many guardians here though. It really doesn't look like it's the forest that I'm looking for. Come on, stop it. Seriously? Of course it still only hits me instead of the skeletons. Are you... What's wrong with you guys? Honestly, the one thing that I wish they would have done is... well, it would have been boring to just get rid of the Yiga clan members once you dealt with with their boss, right? That would have been boring, but... I think it would have been funny to... If they had... I don't know, some different interactions, right? Maybe they wouldn't attack you right away, or maybe they would be scared of you, or... I don't know, just some funny tidbit that would just work differently to how it did before. It has to be a tree stump like this, but... The path leads through it that way. Yeah, and so... Sadly, this is not it either. Okay, seriously, guys. You're kind of annoying because you prevent me from fast traveling. What is that weird jump back that they're doing? Okay, I am slowly but surely running out of options. Feels like I want to test that part again. Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, did I even travel on the road there? Or did I approach the tower directly? I don't entirely remember. Also, that was before I went to Kakariko Village. So technically at that point the memories wouldn't have been there. Right? But if it's that close to the dueling, maybe that's why they didn't really put anything in the background. Yeah, the picture has an Elden Ring. To be fair, this is really the only picture that I'm having trouble with. All of the other ones, just like the ones in Elden Ring, give away a lot, right? They pretty much show you most points of interest that you need to know about in order to know where they are. That being said, I think I do remember one picture that I had trouble with in Elden Ring, at least initially. Okay, this looks a little bit more like it could be the place, right? It also has a tree trunk over there. Okay. Seriously? You guys need to stop. I know you probably want to avenge your master or something. I get it, right? I mean, I'm kind of on a similar mission myself. But it doesn't help. I'm seriously, guys. I'm serious, guys. Well, at least they leave behind really cool weapons. Honestly, this might actually be it. That would be pretty sneaky, though, right? Because I feel like a lot of players would traverse this very forest on the way to Kakariko before getting the quest with the memories. It has like a hill in the background. Not like this, I'm afraid. Also, it might have not actually been a tree trunk, never mind. I don't think this is it either. Although it looks very similar. It really isn't. I was trying to look for that. I mean, in theory, the background offers up a couple of details, right? For example, it cannot really be here, since you pretty much don't see the sky. The mountain covers all of it. So, it wouldn't really be here. Whereas here you can you actually see the sky? Or is the mountain to the left there? Oh, I don't think so. It has like a sort of a hill behind it and then like some sort of big, I don't know, mountain as well. That isn't a tree trunk either, though. It's an actual tree. I'm just recognizing. The trees in the foreground are pretty recognizable. So once you approach this forest, I'm pretty sure you're pretty much spot it immediately. It also has that more leafy ground going on, which isn't actually, although it's here too. But it would have to be on the road. The plateau on the right? Well, kinda. At least to the extent that it is... Well, I've been trying to look on the map for a path that sort of is between two elevated bits of landscape, right? Because in theory, those elevation steps should show up on the map. So it's kind of similar to this place, but not exactly. The problem is I've been to most places here in central Hyrule now, and I want to say that these sort of types of trees and structures don't really exist in this configuration in other parts of the world. So it wasn't here. Can't really be here. It wasn't here either. Let me actually delete this. Nowhere over here. Those places don't really have trees where they should be. It wasn't here. The path leading up to the Lost Woods looked very different, at least from above. It doesn't really have those sort of more green hills. This should all look very, very different. We already had a memory here, so it won't really be back here either. I'm pretty sure. And this is all really close to the plateau, so that's... You know, those structures are too big. Oh, that's a broken tree, though. It's also not enough trees in general. And that's a ruin. That's a ruin too. You would see that on the picture if that was the case. Also, it equally is very, very close to an already existing memory, or one that I already picked up. Okay, I've been here. Looked at this from above. It's not it either. If it's not here, then... maybe it's somewhere else entirely? But I want to say that this road looks very different. It also has the very recognizable wall in between, which would probably show up on the picture. Didn't want to delete it. I mean, it really... I guess it could be not a path at all, right? Although, I want to say that it would look be even more difficult to find. But I do agree that sort of... I mean, it's really the only option left, I want to say. Unless I really overlooked a place it could be. The areas of the map that I haven't uncovered yet are very different biomes, though. So that wouldn't fit. Or did I ride by it and it was just sort of a little bit off the beaten path? Man, it really feels like there should be at least one more recognizable thing sort of in the background. I can see some hills. I really don't have any clue where that could be, honestly. Or what, if I at least knew what direction this was looking into. Like north or south. Could maybe try and find what kind of... what's in the background there? I mean, there's a bunch of... it technically could be here, maybe? That area definitely has a lot of trees next to it. I guess might as well double check that. Because I only rode around the sort of left side of that place. Might as well check out the right. Actually, since I'm going back to the stable, might as well look if the painter is here. Maybe we might be getting a tip after all. Although I fear he won't be. I don't even know how he works entirely. Wonder if that's another hint at the memory actually not being here, if the painter isn't close. Let's get the horse back. It really is quite difficult. Why is it so difficult to find? Can't believe that all the other ones are so obvious, and then you have one that is just... nope. Not today.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. I guess I... oh, that's right, next to that weird place with all the calamity slime going on there. Yeah, so it definitely isn't here either. If at all, it could be on the backside of it, but I want to say that that structure is way too big. But then again, the photo doesn't really show that off, right? It could easily just... to be hidden behind the right side of the frame. Technically, I could also fast travel to different places and just hope that eventually the painter will give me a hint. Wait. And this could be it. Definitely also looks very similar. Yeah, I think this might actually be it. And this rock here works. Oh, well, there we go. Nice. Oh, they really do a pretty big fake out then, though, right? I was so sure that the structure on the, or the path on the picture actually was a proper path. Wait, what's the perspective of the picture? Oh, get another look at it. Are you supposed to recognize that that's actually the castle in the background? Nah. I don't think so. Right? How the hell are you supposed to be able to do that? I guess... Wait, let me get another look here. No, it's just pretty dark clouds that are above here. Yeah, I definitely appreciated that you weren't giving out a hint. I guess my mistake really was just looking for a path. I mean, I guess, you know, once you've sort of... well, once you've gone through all the pathways, I want to say there's only a few patches of forest that remain that work, right? Because this looks, if you look at it on the map, it kind of looks like a path through it, right? Whereas other places I feel like don't really have that. And yeah, it has the sort of structure with elevated things on both sides. But it's still, it could be this as well, for all I know. That's insanely difficult to see. I mean, I knew that there was sort of a weird, small, not really mountain, but big sort of pillar hill in the background too. But see, when you really look at this picture, I want to say that through the forest, sort of in the background, that looks like a mountain range. That definitely does not look like the castle. And considering that the castle now also looks completely different with the calamity surrounding it, makes it even more difficult to find, honestly. And is there any reason to even come here beyond this weird bottomless swamp thing? How the hell did I find this on my first playthrough? I guess I eventually just recognized that it was here, or potentially just... Well, I do know that I definitely went through this weird swamp. I remember that. So it might have been that I just accidentally walked behind it or something afterwards. I don't know. Yeah, from the photo, I feel like it's almost impossible to do that. I mean, yeah, you can do it, but only really the way I now did it, where you kind of go for 45 minutes and just look all over the place and recognize, okay, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it. Eventually, you'll probably come to the right forest. At least you can definitely get a sense that it needs to be in central Hyrule, so that, you know, it kind of narrows it down to this sort of general area. And thankfully, by traveling to the Great Plateau Tower, I was able to pretty much see that it wasn't the vicinity of it, because this looks all really, really different, right? The roads all look different. There's a lot of ruins all over the place too that don't show up on the picture. So that means that it's not those either, but this is a very, very arbitrary place. Well, there is a shrine nearby, though, so maybe if you're looking for all the shrines, eventually you're going to pass by it, but... And it looks like a path. Which actually means, you know, maybe the map also would need sort of secondary pathways, right? It only contains the main paths that the people take. Sort of missing smaller, like little footpaths, if you will. Well, no, let's actually look at it. See what it was. Why the hell would Zelda and Link come here? What was the reason behind this forced visit? Oh, okay, that makes... Well, I guess that makes sense. That's when they were running away, and they were running... It's not really in the direction of the Lost Woods, though.
How did it come to this? The divine beasts, the guardians, they've all turned against us. It was Calamity Ganon. It turned them all against us. And everyone, Mifa, Urbosa, Rivali and Daruk, they're all trapped inside those things. It's all my fault. Our only hope for defeating Ganon is lost, all because I couldn't harness this cursed power. Everything I've done up until now, it was all for nothing. So I really am just a failure. All my friends, the entire kingdom, my father most of all. I tried and I failed them all. I left them all to die.
Well, the place also definitely fits the theme of the memory. Her voice really doesn't, yeah. It wasn't half bad, though. I guess I just have gotten used to it now more, as well, watching all the memories. The place fits. With the, you know, big swamp being near, very dark clouds above. Definitely fits the theme of the memory. So that was after everything had been taken over. See, I wonder... Actually, that does make me wonder if they're gonna go with the same voice actors as well for Tears of the Kingdom. That's gonna be interesting to see. Either way, though, I wonder how Zelda is really going to deal with that in Tears of the Kingdom. Because while technically we do deal with Calamity Ganon at the end here in Breath of the Wild, I mean, we know that he's coming back, sure, but... Well, to that as well, I wonder if that's going to happen right at the start of Tears of the Kingdom, or a bit later, down the road. Kind of thinking Ocarina of Time, right? Where we do see Ganondorf fairly early on, but he hasn't acted yet, right? Although that game definitely also contains a big sort of time skip in the middle, so it makes it easier to tell that sort of story. But thing is just, even though at the end of Breath of the Wild we deal with Calamity Ganon, the whole kingdom is still gone, right? All those lives are still lost. I guess at least the champions aren't technically... Well, they're still trapped within the Divine Beasts, but not... They can finally control them again. But still, I mean, it's not exactly reason for Zelda to be happy, right? It's still technically even worse, considering that, well, she does know that the world can move on, but for herself, I mean, imagine being trapped, fighting this almost unwinnable fight against Ganon inside of the castle, but not really getting any sense of what is happening in your surroundings, or at least not really being able to perceive them as such. And then coming back after 100 years and realizing, well, everybody else is still dead, right? I hardly know anybody in this world, besides Link maybe, and I don't know, that honestly really doesn't necessarily feel like a place I would want to be in. I might actually look at the Japanese voice acting. Since you guys keep talking about it, yeah. The English one is just... the voices... It's very, very hard to convince yourself that they fit the characters, right? The voice actress looks like Zelda. She's 41. Well, maybe that's also part of it, right? I want to say that some voice actors definitely do struggle more with portraying younger characters, I think. And Canadian, I also think that British, or at least, you know, with a proper British accent could work better. I mean, the voice acting in anime, I do think, is pretty over the top for the most part, right? Obviously, heavily depending on genre as well, but it's... well, it's not exactly normal conversation, right? For the most part. I mean, obviously, it can heavily depend, but... well, either way, at least I was able to get this. That's good. I know where the other two are. That's also good. I want to go to the castle either way. So, actually, it might be a good idea to... let's go back to the stable. From there I can take off to the other research lab. Yeah. You know, the British accent in and of itself would have probably already, you know, done half of the work for the voice acting. It just fits so much better. It kind of sucks because it's, you know, well, it's just the sort of thing that, especially with Japanese games, but in general, a lot of fantasy games definitely pick up on this sort of more medieval European, well, theme, right? And so typically it just feels like, you know, British, English, Irish, you know, Scottish accents just fit the whole thing better. Obviously there's some American actors and actresses who can pull that off, but yeah, it's I feel like it's more limiting as well. But then again, it might be that British voice acting is just more expensive. I don't know. And also it might be a thing with wherever they have their so I guess Nintendo of America probably would have an easier time, maybe, you know, because they're already located in the US. I have no idea if... typically they're neglecting their sort of European parts of the company a tiny bit, sadly, especially Japanese companies for some reason. They always... not exactly forget about Europe, but I don't know if they just take it for granted. I don't know what it is, but yeah, maybe it's that they just have more connections over there, and so they have an easier time getting voice actors or doing the whole, you know, scouting and I don't know, business. Hylian for Hylian accent. That being said, what are the Hylians supposed to be based on, right? Is it really sort of medieval Middle Europe? I don't actually know. I mean, the castles kind of look like that, right? Temple of Time, definitely sort of built after your typical Christian cathedrals. Okay. So I think that's where I want to go next. Is the... Where's the stable? Let me get a quick glance at whether or not Mr. Painter Guy is over here. The bird with the music is here. I don't think the painter is here. Beetle is here, but he's always here. Okay, but yeah, I really should get to a close here. It's been a bit longer than I wanted to go, but I also really want to finish up tomorrow. And yeah, technically I don't really have that much left. It's getting the last 2 remaining memories, and then we can go into the castle, explore it properly, and fight Calamity Ganon. So yeah, hopefully that should work out well. I know where those 2 are. Isn't there one other thing? Oh, right. One thing that I did want to look at. Which ones are we missing? So, we have the stuff at the start. Those are the bit more light-hearted memories, I want to say. Then it sort of goes into Zelda struggling with her role. Kind of wanders off on her own. Okay, this is right after. Interesting. So that is when the first signs of Ganon coming back are shown. Well, we do still get some more lightheartedness in between. Obviously, the Divine Beasts are getting set up. And yeah, this is the first one I think that I've found. And these 2 are probably the 2 that I can still get. Because I expect the one that's further back is probably the one that Impa might still be holding. Right. And then Calamity Ganon returns. They're running away after being defeated, and she finally places the Master Sword in the Lost Woods. Yeah, really looking back through them, it is pretty interesting to see just how much stuff they were able to put into these, you know, fairly short scenes, actually. That is pretty impressive. So let's just really hope that Tears of the Kingdom is massively going to expand on the story and potentially also have some, you know, better voice acting. A French accent. Well, the problem would be you kind of have to go with a French accent for everybody, right? Technically, you could probably pick, I don't know, a lot of different European accents. Although, I guess the sort of landscape is definitely very Middle European. At least in the middle of Hyrule. Although, well, that being said, it would also have been pretty cool if they'd, like, change it up a lot, right? So have, like, actual sort of... Well, I don't know what Gerudo is actually based on. You know, some Nordish voice actors for mountainous regions. Maybe some... Is it Africa or South America? But either way, you know, choose voice actors that sort of fit the region in terms of their accents. That would be pretty awesome. Would also, I think, help to facilitate that these are very, very different places, right? I mean, as big as this game world is, obviously still, it's a bit, you know, it's not super realistic in terms of there being a desert here, you know, these grassy plains over here, and then super cold mountains over here. It doesn't really... It's still too close together, But either way, I don't know, could help to just put a bit more character between the different regions. Guess I'd like that, but they're not really going to do it either way. Different accent for everybody. Well, I guess it also heavily depends on the story you want to tell, right? Because let's suppose Link, for example, while being the Hylian hero, he could still come from sort of a different region of Hyrule, right? So you could signify with a slightly different accent, or even a very different accent from Zelda, that she's, well, she grew up in the castle, whereas he might have come from, I don't know, some place within Hyrule instead of, yeah, sort of just that. But yeah, in general, they could have just done more with it. Well, the one voice actor I know from the sequel is Matthew Mercer. That's the only voice that I've heard so far from the trailers and stuff. So clearly they probably went with Americans again. I do like him a lot from Critical Role, but I don't know if he really fits Ganondorf. Also, once again, I think they kind of just went with his standard voice, I think, instead of him doing something more sort of wild and interesting. But that probably isn't his choice to make, unfortunately. But well, either way, I definitely need to get to a close. Still want to do some stuff, and also, well, as I said, probably want to actually get back to the game tomorrow as well. I have a quick look here. No, that's fine. All right. Well, that's going to be it for now. As always, it was an insanely fun stream. I have to thank Jordan K Games for the huge raid earlier. It was a lot of fun. I don't know if anybody still is sticking around after, I think, 7 hours ago or whenever that was. Holy shit, how was that 10 hours? Man, this game can really just suck a lot of time out of your day. But it's also just super, super fun to go back through. I'm really looking forward to finally facing Ganon tomorrow, because the castle really is probably, as much as I've explored any other place in this game, the castle is the one place that I didn't look too much into. Obviously, I went there, but I didn't really look around too much. So, gonna try that tomorrow. We're gonna pick up the 2 last remaining memories, and then I'm ready to not play Tears of the Kingdom on Friday because I have to work. Nice. That was really well planned, but unfortunately there wasn't any way I could take time off, because I already had to take some time off because of you know, there were a couple birthdays from friends that I, well, definitely wanted to go to, and I wasn't going to give those up from work. Oh, right, you stuck around, right? So, thanks for that. It really, really was a lot of fun. And, well, if you want to come back tomorrow, I obviously would really, really appreciate it. If you have the time, want to come by and see the end of this beautiful game and see possibly the jumping off point for Tears of the Kingdom. Man, I'm still... How many times did I repeat that I'm excited for it? 20? 30? I don't know. I'm really excited for it. I find it so fun to go in, you know, really without knowing where the hell the sequel picks up. How it picks up, and what kind of story and general state of the world we're gonna see beyond those floating islands that I still don't really understand why they're there. Discover why they exist, and all of that neat stuff. Well, anyways, let's get to a close. Thanks for being here. I hope you're having a beautiful rest of your day, morning, or evening, wherever you are, and maybe I'll see you on the next one. So until then, bye-bye.